getting a shitty deal. They're getting shafted, and he wants to give them a better deal, make them money, and help our security in the U.S. There's nothing wrong with that.
How is threatening to annex Canada going to get us better trade deals?
With Canada, he's just trying. Look, they're doing tariffs of 246% on like dairy products and eggs and milk and stuff. So
targeted tariffs. So why don't you do targeted tariffs on dairy and milk from them?
Well, he's working his system right now. I don't know all the little details, but I guarantee you this: I will promise you that my knowledge and my wisdom outwits all of your fake news.
My fake news? What fake news?
Every source that you listen to, because man,
give me an example.
ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN. CNN's about done anyway.
Do you like AP News, NPR, PBS, and Reuters?
I don't know who you're talking about. I listen to
you don't know what AP News is? The Associated Press?
I've listened to them a couple times, but I've got other sources.
What about NPR?
I've listened to them a few. NPR is a bunch of jokes. Okay. They're jokes.
What about PBS?
PBS, I don't really listen to them.
Okay.
That's public broadcast. I mean, they used to be good, I think, 20 years ago, but now it's just a big joke too.
Why are they jokes?
Well, they got influenced by the same media that influences everybody else. The same people that pay off every news station across the America to lie and to say what they want them to say, their own propaganda.
Okay, wait, I have a question. If they pay off every news station, does that include social media?
No, that's the one spot. This is the one spot that people could speak their mind, kind of.
Why would they do that with every other form of media, but just stop doing it with social media?
Well, dude, social media is so new. This is the thing, with my age,
it's not that new. I mean, like,
it's not that new now.
If they had brain cells and were controlling hold up. Let me clarify. If they had brain cells, right, and they were controlling, right, the entire reality that we live in,
right,
please explain to me why they wouldn't have put laws in immediately to ensure that if there's going to be some type of media, that there's going to be a limitation to that media being free. Well, that everyone who is a creator would just be artificially put into that place.
Actually, they do monitor it, but not as much as like normal news. I mean, they do. They monitor it. Like if I say the wrong thing on here, I'm going to get kicked off. I've got kicked off.
That's because of TikTok. That has nothing to do with the federal government.
Well, you think so, but it's all connected. They don't want us to say anything they don't want. They don't want us to say
Trump, who's getting a deal done with TikTok. Oh, actually, who's not getting a deal now, right? Who's controlling it then? Actually, real question. Who do you think is limiting you? Do you think if it's not the federal government, because it's not Donald Trump's administration?
It's still China.
China's controlling it?
TikTok, yeah.
So China wants to restrict. So why are you on an app from China? Why aren't you on a different app?
Well, that's a good question. I'm just having fun on here, man. I'm just having fun, entertaining myself for a few minutes. Yeah. Why are you on? You're making money.
Should we tariff you?
You probably should.
We should tariff you.
Yeah, exactly. You should tariff me. Look, I'm getting tariffed enough. Every day I wake up and I go to work.
Yeah, that's Donald Trump. You get tariffed.
Everything we
the largest tax increase in U.S. history.
No,
and you guys applauded it.
What he's doing is going to help America 100-fold. You don't see it yet. You don't understand it yet. It's before your time.
Explain to me how he's going to help us 100-fold.
When jobs come back to America, and the tariffs are only going to be to the companies that aren't going to work with
Eric,
us.
Can I inform you of something? Did you know that manufacturing sector wages are actually lower than service sector wages? So you're actually pushing people from service sector industries to manufacturing sector industries when you engage in that particular type of process, which actually is going to lower wages of Americans. So do you want lower or higher wages for Americans?
You don't actually want to listen to anything I have to say. You just want to say what you want to say.
I totally listened to what you had to say, and I had something that I wanted you to bring up and listen to because I think it's an important point. That's pretty interesting.
What I was saying is when you impose the tariffs, it forces companies to come here and manufacture here, which in return gives thousands of jobs, in some cases hundreds of thousands of jobs to our people here. They could be Americans, they could be foreign, they could be whoever, but they're here in America, and then they pay the taxes, and it brings America back. But a lot of cases, when he's making these deals with these other countries, they're just eliminating their tariffs. We're eliminating our tariffs, and we're having free trade like it should be. And China is arguing with it, and they're going to be shut down. China's going to be shut down.
So, Eric, do you want the tariffs imposed or no?
Yeah, they need to be imposed.
Okay, so if the tariffs are imposed, then that means that they're not for trade deals.
What Trump is doing right now is he is balancing the entire global market. He is balancing the entire global market by doing what he's doing.
No, he was crashing the global market. That's what he was doing.
It's 5D chess. It's 5D chess.
Are you serious? Are you actually serious right now? Yeah, you think it's 5D chess? Are you serious? That was not a troll statement.
It was a total troll statement.
Okay.
It's 5D chess.
Can you give me like an actual argument?
I gave you an argument. When he's done with what he's doing, everything's going to balance out. It might take 6 months, it might take 2 years, but it's going to be, dude, we are lucky to be living in this time in the history of Earth, you know, where we actually get to be where everything comes back and we get to prosper. But unfortunately,
what's going to come back and we're going to prosper, dude? I feel like you're living in a different,
all the evil
Eric,
that has been.
Eric, I'm just going to be totally honest with you. I feel like we live in different realities, bro.
We probably do, because you're in a reality of
are we talking cross dimension right now, bro? Because like that's just like that's not what's going on, bro. That's not what's going on. Okay, I just got to be totally clear with you. Donald Trump is mentally incompetent. He should not be the president of the United States. He's an insane lunatic that foreign leaders laugh at and think is ridiculous. That was according to his third national security advisor, John Bolton. I mean, you're not listening to me, but
go ahead, man. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I want to hear you. Parker, I respect you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, his tax policy harms middle-class Americans to benefit rich people, right? He wants to cut EPA restrictions. The guy literally, through quote-unquote Doge, wanted to cut $2 trillion with Elon Musk, and it didn't happen. Now they're saying like 150 billion max, which they don't even have receipts for.
He cut more than he cut like 3 trillion.
No, they didn't.
They're on route to cut 4.5 trillion.
You want to bet?
No, because you really don't know, and I really don't know, because it's all about what they say.
What do you mean they say? No, we can verify the evidence.
Well, you know, you're going to say, well, they didn't do it, and I'm going to say they did do it. But really, we don't know. It's all about what somebody else said. You know, all I know is...
I'm sorry. Do you say that with everything? Are you a flat earther?
Yeah, I am, actually, and I believe it. Can you prove it wrong? NASA couldn't prove the Earth was round in 75 years.
Dude, they exist.
No photo.
Dude, unbelievable, chat. Unbelievable. How did I know it? Dude? It's like I have a crystal ball, chat. I have a crystal ball that tells me all the information. A MAGA insane conspiracy QAnonist, right? That guy, he's got to be a flat earther, man.
You're right.
Here, I'll explain why you're wrong, Eric. Let me do it. Because like that's actually such like a insane take that like I have to address this.
Dude, I love talking to you, man.
Of course. Did you know that you could be in New York and you can watch the sunset? You can go up the skyscraper to the top of the building and watch the sunset again. Can you please explain to me under your worldview how that can happen?
Well, you're at 2 different elevations, man. I mean, that's very simple. And when you're on a flat Earth, the sun, it might seem like it's gone, but if you get a high-powered telescope, you can still see the sun. It's just like you see Chicago on the other side of Lake Michigan.
No, you can't. You can actually, with a high-powered telescope, see the sun literally go past the horizon. But that's what happens with telescopes.
Look, 60 miles away, you're in Chicago. You could see the whole Chicago skyline.
This take, you're not even understanding refraction. You know that people who are flat earthers were literally sent to this area, right, to test this? Do you believe that those are like ops, like set by the government?
You're right. They might all be. I got one for you. Okay, this is on a whole new level, and because I'm still just trying to figure it out myself. I just want to know if we've been lied to or not. Maybe I'm totally wrong, and it's very good possibility I am. I got a question for you, Parker, because I know you're smart, and I'm not being sarcastic at all when I say this. I want to ask you this question. So in summertime, we're looking out June. We look up in the sky and we see the stars, okay? And we see all the constellations, right? And then it's January, and we look in the sky at night, and we see all the same constellations. But we've been traveling through the universe at like 600,000 miles an hour. And for thousands,
you're going to see them in different areas.
We see the exact same stars. How is that possible if we're not on a flat Earth?
You're going to see them from different angles, right? But you're going to see similar things, right? Because you're looking in the same areas. But you do at different times in the year see different angles.
Yeah, we do see different angles, but how come they're the same after thousands of years? We see the same constellations. How is that possible?
because the stars are still there. Like they're old and they stay there for a long
But we're
time.
traveling around
They're
the
you know
sun, we're
here.
traveling
Let me give you
through
an
the
so
universe.
when we are looking at them, the way that we are seeing them is that the light is getting to us. So we're actually seeing it in the past, essentially. If we're talking about the time that we're currently in right now, it's about the light getting to us. So, right, it's all about light, right, where it's coming from, right, things like that. Do you believe that light speed is a real thing?
Yeah, I believe it's a real thing. But do you believe in God? Do you believe in?
No.
You don't. Okay, so I knew that. I'm sorry, but the thing is, it's in the Bible. It says, the firmament above us that keeps the water from above from us. I mean, there's a reason it's in there, and I don't necessarily.
Wait,
I
I'm
don't go
actually
to.
wait. Do you seriously think that the Bible justifies being flat Earth, being a flat
Well,
earther?
honestly, I don't necessarily believe that completely because I believe the Bible was mostly written by man, and I believe in a higher power and a God because of my own natural belief and my intuition and my wisdom. I don't believe in it because some man told me about it.
That's a lot of words for just saying you feel like it, bro.
Well, you know what? I'm a little bit more I have a little more wisdom than most people, and wisdom is way more than intelligence from going to a college. You go to any college, you get brainwashed about anything. It doesn't make you smart.
What did I get brainwashed with?
I'm not saying you got brainwashed. I'm not. I'm not going to go into details. What you well, I will say one thing. I mean, if you believe that Kamala Harris
Kamala.
and Joe Biden, oh, Kamala Harris, I'm sorry, we're actually good leaders for America. I mean, that's a brainwash. If you believe that our government didn't
Better than
completely,
Donald Trump. I mean, if you think that Donald Trump was a good leader, you're
yeah,
brainwashed.
I
Like
well,
actually, like see the claim when you made the claim, it wasn't actually true. But when I made the claim, it actually was true. If you literally think that the 34 count felon, proven sexual abuser, fraudster who tried to undermine the integrity of the election, our rule of law, our constitution, right? Literally bragged about walking the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. If you think that guy who just intentionally crashed the markets for fun is you think that guy is going to be the candidate that's going to be
Do you
good,
know what's
then you're
going to
probably
happen to the
brainwashed.
market in a few months? Do you know what's going to happen to the markets in a few months? They're going to be higher than they've ever been in
Also,
history.
I forgot. You also believe the Earth is flat, right? Let me add that one on top.
Yeah, throw that out there because you know what's going to happen.
How many continents are there, Eric?
There's 72. There's 7 continents. Well, that we know about that they actually let us know about. Once we get out past the ice wall, then we're going to find the rest of them.
You see what I mean?
Yeah,
So actually, Chad, there are many continents past the ice wall. You just gotta make it to the ice wall, and I promise you. I promise you. Here, can you, Eric, can you tell me? Can you tell me how we are able to circumnavigate our Antarctica?
Well, you can easily you can't how come they've never flown past Antarctica?
I don't even know what you're saying. They have. Now,
How
can you
come they've
tell me?
never-
Can you
how
tell me?
come
Can
they
you tell
never
me
took
how? No, seriously, answer my question. How are we able to circumnavigate Antarctica in the amount of miles, right, that we are, if it is the case that it's an ice wall around the entirety
How
of
many miles
every
is it?
continent?
How many miles is it?
I mean, I can look it up. How many miles? 1,400 miles, nocto miles.
That's
That
not
doesn't
that
that doesn't make any sense for that to be around all of the continents.
What is your source of looking that up? Was that Google by chance? Probably.
Well, it's going to be from scientists that have. It's literally from the National Oceanic.
No, that's Google because everything on Google. Like if I look up why are I can't even say what I'm about to say because I'll get kicked off here. But
How
why
so?
is this
What makes you think you'll get kicked off?
Then they tell me something different because they won't tell me what I want to hear. So you have to go to a reputable source or somebody that's not part of the system to actually get any kind of facts. You can't go to.
I have a question. If you like break your arm, would you go to the doctor?
Yes, I would go to the doctor to get it set. But if I was sick and I had stomach illness, I would not go to the doctor to get it fixed. I would do.
If you got COVID and were dying, would you have gone to the doctor?
Oh hell no!
Or
hell,
the $5? No, you wouldn't.
No, they'd put a damn mask on you and you'd probably die.
Wow. That you think the
I've got
mask?
COVID
You
like
think the
4 or
mask?
5 times.
Wait, to clarify, you think the mask was killing people?
Well, the mask is not. When you're sucking in your own bacteria from the mask does not filter out anything.
Sucking in your own bacteria from the
When you
mask.
cough and sneeze, it's putting out, everything goes right through that mask. That mask is not made for
No, not everything goes through the mask.
Okay, well,
like
most
how
of it.
COVID is spread. It attaches itself to water droplets,
Right.
and those water droplets are limited, especially by N95 masks.
They're limited barely by.
First, the galaxy. Thank you so much. No, they are heavily limited by N95 masks.
Okay, well, that's why Dr. Fauci stopped wearing his mask at the games, and he said that they were non-effective.
Dr. Fauci being a hypocrite does not mean that the statement that N95 masks are effective is true.
And he's probably gonna get. I can't talk about that either. Anyway, so
I don't. You say crimes against humanity? Shut the hell up, dude. You have no evidence of that. You sound like a guy from GTA 6 radio. Like seriously, Eric. The GTA 6 radio, when it comes out, it's going to be predicated off of these debates, right? This conversation is going to be played over and over again. Mal, thank you. I appreciate the disco ball.
I hope they record. They copy this conversation.
Yeah, GTA 6 is going to license out my content so that they can put it on the radio.
That would be awesome, dude, because I'd be on there.
That would be fucking insane. I mean, it would fit.
They'd be like, dude, that dude was right. We should have listened to him, the flat earth and all this stuff. They were like, they'd be blown away by the content. You'd be lucky to have me on your show.
It's ridiculous. It's actually ridiculous that you believe the earth is flat, that you follow Donald Trump. This is why I asked you at the beginning of this conversation. All right, and this is why I said to you, it really feels like we just live in different realities. It feels like when I turned on the live stream for today. Wait, hold up. Let me finish my. It feels like when I turned on the live stream today, right? What I connected to was different dimensions, right? And within the different dimensions, you've been in one of them, and you live in the pancake world dimension.
Yes, I do.
You live in Minecraft.
Big disc floating in nothing, with no bottom, no top, no nothing, just a big pancake. That's what everybody thinks it is.
Is this Steve? Were you the person that was in the Minecraft movie that just dropped?
No.
Bro literally got transported to the Minecraft movie, dude.
Oh my God, it's funny. No, but people think that we think that it's just a big pancake floating in space, but that's not what we think, man. We have
yeah, everything else is spherical, but the earth is flat. You know what I mean?
Well, it's spherical to our opinion, our observation.
What are stars? Do you think what can you tell me what a star is?
Stars, I don't look. I think the sun and the moon they're in our atmosphere. They are actually local. Okay,
the sun and the moon are in our atmosphere. So let me ask you this question.
Everything else is liquid.
Eric, let me ask you this question. When I go up, right, at noon, how come it gets colder? If you go up in elevation, how come it gets colder? Well, I'm getting closer to the sun.
How come it gets warmer when you get in the bottom of the ocean? Colder when you get in the bottom of the ocean. I mean, it's the same thing. I mean, the reason it gets colder is
because there's less sun that gets down there.
Thinner. The air is thinner. Up higher you go. The closer you get to the surface, it's more dense. You got thicker atmosphere.
So to clarify, the closer you get to the sun, right, the colder it gets.
No, it's not the closer you get to the sun.
That's what you just said. You just said the closer you get to the sun,
the colder molecule.
It makes sense. Wait, hold up, because Eric, I just want to clarify. It makes sense for us because it's based upon sun reflection, right? It's not based upon it being as close to the sun because there's an atmosphere in between. But for you, it's within the atmosphere, so that effect doesn't exist.
No, it's within our atmosphere. It's within the dome.
No, the sun is not within our atmosphere.
Yeah, it's not 93 million miles away.
Do you think the sun is smaller than the Earth?
No, I don't necessarily believe that it's smaller. I don't really know.
So the sun is larger than the Earth.
I don't know.
But if it's within Earth's atmosphere, doesn't it have to be smaller?
Not necessarily, because we don't know how big Earth is. We've been lied to.
If it's within Earth's atmosphere, it logically entails that it's smaller than Earth.
Well, it depends on how big the atmosphere is. What if the atmosphere is way bigger than we know it is?
To clarify, Earth's atmosphere, right?
Yeah, but
so if it's within Earth's atmosphere is a part of Earth.
What if
that means that Earth is bigger than the sun?
100 billion miles,
dude. What?
Wait.
If you have a big circle, wait, hold on. I just want to clarify. If you have a big circle, and within that circle you draw a circle, Is the circle that you just drew within the big circle smaller or bigger than the circle that you originally had?
What I'm saying is, Parker, is we've been told that Earth is 8,000 miles in diameter. That's what we've been told. Okay, 24,000 miles circumference, roughly, maybe 24.5, whatever it is. Okay, that's what we've been told our whole lives growing up. We've been pushed these globes. We've been pushed the solar system. That's what they pushed in school when I was young. My family was young. When you were young, that's what they push. But we don't. All of that is just what they want us to believe. So we don't really know. We don't know.
Or maybe it's literally verifiable because that's how science operates. And literally within science classes, they literally teach you how to do those things.
Brainwashing operates that way. That's what operates that way.
Brainwashing? No, you can wait. I'm sorry, Eric. You can do it yourself. You can do the experiments yourself. And can you tell me who's they? Where's the galaxy?
I can't because I'll get muted off here. And
no, you won't. No, you won't. I promise you won't. Think of the galaxy.
No, you won't do it. But dude, I've been on here with you a couple of times where I've said the wrong thing and I got kicked off TikTok for a week. And I enjoy talking to you.
I have talked to you before.
Yeah, we've talked a few times.
And you're still as crazy. Like you have done no critical thought.
Oh, dude, I get on here to entertain myself and entertain your guests because your guests need to get some other input besides the wrong input.
Okay, why don't you do lives?
Well,
you got to show people the reality, the truth, right?
Yeah, I probably should, but Trump got elected, so I'm just doing this for fun now. I don't really need to make money.
You act like Trump getting elected means it's not about making money. It's about educating people and informing people, right?
Well, no, I did that. I educated people for months, about a year and a half before the election.
You educated them to be a flat earther, to believe everything that they hear from. Oh, actually, let's clarify. Let's clarify. Hold on. Let's clarify. Who is more qualified in determining whether or not a vaccine is effective? An epidemiologist or immunologist, or Eric Skinner on TikTok?
Eric Skinner, by far.
Eric Skinner?
Yes, I would say by far.
Not the PhDs, Eric Skinner.
No, because it's all bullshit, dude. They're all getting bullshit information.
So you wouldn't go to the doctor for would you go to the dentist? You brush your teeth?
Yeah, I would. Dude, the dentist. You don't even want to get me into that one.
Eric, do you brush your teeth?
Yes, I brush my teeth. Fluoride has got aluminum oxide in it. It actually ruins your teeth and it disconnects us from our natural vibration.
Okay, what do you brush your teeth with?
The first thing the dentists want to do is rip out
Eric, what do you brush your teeth with?
With peroxide and with hydrogen peroxide baking soda.
How do you know that works, but it doesn't work for toothpaste?
Well, the toothpaste got aluminum oxide in it, and I don't brush teeth with that shit. My mom taught me that when I was a little kid.
How do you know aluminum oxide is bad, but you don't? But peroxide isn't bad,
dude? Because it's been proven.
By who? I thought you didn't. I thought you don't take anything from experts. I thought you were the one to identify what is the best.
I told you I'm the expert, so I know all this stuff.
So where did you learn this from?
I learned it from my own research.
What research? What'd you do?
It wasn't the research of CBS and ABC News. Look, you're trying to spin everything, but when you got wisdom,
actually, Eric, I got you on this. How do you know that you looking at your phone right now isn't destroying your eyes?
It is destroying my eyes. That's why I'm not looking at my phone right now. It is destroying my eyes. My eyes.
How do you know the words coming out of my mouth aren't destroying your ears?
Well, they probably are because what I'm listening to. The words coming out of my mouth are probably destroying your ears.
How do you know that it's not good to have lead in the water or to be eating the lead paint chips?
I do agree with old lead-based paint because I think the lead-based paint on the houses, the reason they want to get rid of it is so when the 5G came out, we wouldn't have a filter against it. The lead paint actually filtered the 5G frequencies. There's a lot of things that are way older and way above.
Can you imagine arguing for lead paint? He argued for lead paint. You know how many people died because of that? Are you insane?
Well, that's what they say.
This guy is straight up eating lead paint chips for lunch.
People died from asbestos. People died from this. More people died from COVID, the fucking man-made vaccine or the man-made. I can't say anymore. I'm gonna get kicked out. I mean, allegedly. Then anybody died.
Okay, so how do you know it was man-made? COVID.
Well, there's so much proof that it was made in a Wuhan lab. the testing for.
Wait, but just even if it was in a lab, that doesn't grant that it's man-made. They could just be
Okay,
testing
there
a
was-
lab that they or
no,
a virus that they found.
You know what? Honestly, the words are slipping my mouth right now because I wasn't trying to talk about COVID because I really don't want to talk about any of that shit.
Okay,
But
why not?
Because we're talking about something else. We're talking about Trump.
Okay.
I mean, I think we're having a good conversation. This is the best conversation I had with anybody on a live in a long time because most people just want to overtalk you and throw you aside and stuff. But we're actually, that's what I love about you, Parker.
But Eric, I'm being very nice to you because it's like I can't even believe that we live in the same reality, dude. I'm just like I'm at this point. I'm astounded. I'm astounded.
I
Like,
can't
dude,
either because
you
I
believe
can't believe people are. I don't even want to say the word because I do have
literally,
respect.
dude. The Earth is flat. That's what you believe, right? And I
I
can
do
show you
believe
that that's not true. Like, can you
No,
explain to
can't.
me?
You
Let
cannot
me explain to you why that's not
prove
true.
anything. You can't prove nothing. NASA couldn't prove it in 75 years. There's no way you could prove it.
I can totally prove it to you right now.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you can literally, right, again with a drone, go up
Okay.
into the air and you can see the sunset twice after you just watched it set. Why can you do that if it is the case the sun is above us?
It's perspective.
Nothing about the perspective changes by going up in altitude. If it is the case that the Earth, the sun is above us,
You still see it as perspective. Like if you have a vanishing point. If you're on a straight
why
road,
doesn't the Earth get smaller then?
if you're on a straight road and it's 1,000 miles,
sun. Sorry, why doesn't the sun get smaller? Sorry.
That's a good question because I was wondering that same thing. Okay, that's a good point. But my facts and your facts, mine stack up a little bit better than.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You go outside, you can literally just look at the sun and see that it doesn't get smaller.
It doesn't. I think that's probably the density around it and the atmosphere around it or something. It's probably an illusion. But
it's an illusion. Okay, yeah.
It's probably an illusion why it doesn't get smaller. But if you get a telescope,
yeah, but then it just disappears at the sunset. What blocks you from seeing it? Because I should be able to go up to the ocean, and I should literally be able to see China. I should be able to go to Santa Monica Pier and see China.
You should. Yeah, you should. No, when it's so far away, then it's going to get dark. Just like if you hold a light over a small area in your backyard and you have that light go around, like some areas are going to be lit and some areas are going to be dark. I mean, that's just the way it's going to be. And the bigger that area is, the more true it's going to be. And the atmosphere has a light blocking in it. Our atmosphere is not just, light can't pass through millions of miles or hundreds of thousands of miles of atmosphere or 10,000 miles of atmosphere. Our atmosphere blocks light. We got 14 pounds of pressure.
One, there's different types of light that you could be referencing.
Okay, you're right.
Sunlight. Not all light is blocked.
Okay, what about when you're under the sea? It's pretty dark under there because there's different blockers. The plankton and the fish and the water and
within the ocean.
Right, and then if you're in the atmosphere, same thing. There's 14 psi at sea level of pressure, and all of that atmospheric pressure blocks sunlight. And it clouds it, and then all this.
No, it doesn't. Not in the same way that water does.
No, not the same way. Not by far. Water is definitely way better at blocking sunlight. But then all the stuff that these aircraft have been putting into the sky that I can't talk about because that's just alleged. We don't want to get banned.
Is there anything I could say to you that would convince you otherwise?
No, you couldn't convince me because I know the truth. Once you know the truth, Parker, you can't be convinced. When you don't know the truth, you can believe anything. But once you know the truth, there's nothing convincing you of lies. I've been through it,
Eric. What you've just explained to us is that you are in a cult and you're not open to any other views because you think that you found a truth that is based in your vibes and feelings.
Dude,
okay.
I had a guy come up to me and tell me flat Earth, and I laughed at him. I thought, you're an idiot. What the fuck? You got to be crazy.
You were smarter then. I don't know what happened. Maybe the lead paint started taking effect.
Maybe I was eating the lead paint too much. But no, I started doing research on it. What happened, dude, Parker? I started doing research, and the more I did research, I was like, well, my first argument was, well, how come when you fly a plane this way, and then I started getting into it deeper and deeper, and I was like, shit, this guy's actually got a point. If you actually think about it and you actually do some research on it, you you will understand it because I know you're an extremely smart guy. I mean, obviously you're a very intelligent guy. You know everything about
Eric, I just want to let you know, future humans will see this. This will be on YouTube and it will be there for hundreds and hundreds of years. I just want to let you know.
Thousands of years and like Eric saved the planet.
No, they're gonna look back and be like, I can't fucking believe that person is real, because you want to know what? Those humans will literally be able to travel to space all the time. It will be commonplace. It will be commercialized.
How come we never go to space? How come we actually never
it's not
go
as useful for us?
No, we never go to space because we've never been in space. Our space is our
we have been in space.
The space station is in a swimming pool.
We haven't been to the moon?
No, we haven't been to the moon. You think we've been to the moon?
Yeah.
Those 1950s photos that they gave us, and we were talking on a phone from the moon to Earth back in the 50s or 60s, and we can't do or 60s, and we can't even.
Radio.
We have problems communicating across the globe today. Yeah, we've never been to the moon.
No, we don't.
It was a space race.
Eric, where are you?
I'm right here, man. I'm right here.
What state do you live in?
I live in Florida.
Yeah, I live in California. We are on other sides of the fucking continent, and we're talking very easily.
Yes, we are, but it's also 2025. Back in the 60s, it was a little bit different. And they were like, yes, I am on the moon now. One small step for man, one large step for mankind. I mean, come on, man. It was a total smoke show. It was bullshit.
Why? What was the point of them doing that? Like, what did they get out of it?
They wanted to beat the other countries from doing it.
Wait. No one's beating anyone because space doesn't exist, right?
Yeah, right. Well, it was.
So then, what was the point? What was the point of them doing that?
It was all imaginary anyway. But yeah, it was. It was
imaginary. How do you know it's imaginary?
Because I know it's imaginary. Because facts prove it's imaginary.
What facts? Are you really peeing, Eric?
No.
What do you mean, no?
What are you talking about? Are you watching my hands?
Wait, turn your camera on.
No, I'm not going to turn my camera on. I'm on my back porch watering the plants.
That sounds like a toilet bowl. Are
you
okay?
It's not a toilet bowl. I'm watering my plants. Look, my plants are dying right now.
I water plants all the time. That is not what watering the plants sounds like.
Listen, I'm watering plants, man. That's what's going on right now.
What a weirdo. Mute your fucking mic. Mute your damn mic, dude. Mute your fucking mic. Jesus Christ, dude. Jesus Christ, dude. What the hell is going on through your brain? What is going on through your brain? I can't even believe that was a real person, chat. I don't even believe it. That is unbelievable. Yo, it's how old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
07.
Did you vote for Donald Trump? Oh, wait, you were not old enough.
Not at the time.
You are literally the embodiment of the Florida man meme.
Well, I'm a man. You could say that again.
You are the... What the fuck is wrong with you? I actually genuinely want to ask.
Wrestling alligators.
What is wrong with you? Why'd you do that on the stream?
I wasn't... Look, it's audio. It wasn't video.
Yeah, why didn't you mute your mic?
I was watering my plants. There's nothing wrong with doing that.
Shut the fuck up. We heard the toilet. Stop.
Dude, you know it was
if you keep gaslighting me, I'll kick you from the stream. I want you to seriously answer the question. I want you to be like, why didn't you mute your mic?
Well, I didn't even think about it, to be honest with you. I'm sorry, dude. I didn't mean
What
to.
do you mean you didn't think about it, bro?
I didn't think about muting my mic. I didn't think you'd be listening to what I was doing.
If you're on calls with people, do you just take pisses without muting your mic? If you're if you're calling your fucking family, you just take a piss on the mic? You
No.
don't mute?
Okay, yeah, there's different occasions, but we're over that now. Are we over that now? Or you wanted to talk about that for a half hour?
Mom, I'm watering the plants.
My, my mom sees everything now because she passed last year.
I'm sorry to hear that. I'm really sorry to hear that.
Yeah, she's in a better place, so it's all good, man. I appreciate that. Anyway, I'm sorry for not muting my mic during that little episode, but had to do what I had to do. Nature called, but watered the plants. So what do you want to talk about? Politics? Let's talk about. We talked about the flat Earth. We talked about not going to the moon. We talked about, what's next. Who's going to be the next president?
Do you think it's gonna be Donald Trump?
No, it's not going to be Donald Trump.
Why not? He said he wants to do a third term.
Yeah, but he's not. The only way you can do a third term if you got a vice president to let him be the president. That's not going to happen.
I don't even think that's constitutionally allowed. So
it would be kind of tricky and sneaky, and it's kind of just not right, So
okay,
I don't.
But how do you feel about him threatening that?
He didn't threaten that. Somebody else threatened that.
He unironically did threaten that himself.
Well, he also, the way he said it was like he wasn't trying to do it. He wasn't even the one that brought it up.
Who's the one who brought it up? Sorry, say it one more time.
Well, I'm not really exactly sure who brought it up, but I know he didn't bring it up.
Okay. You know what? Chat, is Dean still alive, everyone?
Yeah, bring Dean on here. Dean's fun.
Stop.
He's more.
Tell Dean if someone wants to go. Tell Dean we have the most insane guest.
I appreciate that, guys. That's awesome.
The fact that you take that as like a badge of honor is actually diabolical.
Yeah. You know what? I know there's a lot of other people just like me that fucking probably think that it's an awesome thing. So,
what's an awesome thing that you're spreading conspiracy and bullshit on the live?
No, it's not bullshit, dude. I'm being honest and heartfelt with you, and I respect you, Parker, because you actually are listening. You don't overtalk me, and you let me talk, and you talk, and we have a conversation, which I think is a beautiful thing. That's what America needs.
Okay, yeah, a conversation is only productive if it is the case that it can actually lead to some sort of meaningful end goal. The only reason this conversation leads to a meaningful end is because people in the comment section hear how fucking stupid you are. That's why. I'm genuinely serious. Like, I'm serious. Like, your position is so stupid, right?
Right.
That's the end goal of this.
No, your end goal is you making money. That's your only end goal.
No, it's not.
You're using Trump to make money. All of you guys are using Trump to make your money, but you say he's so bad. But everybody's using Trump. You
say I'm using Trump to make money. Personally,
well, everybody.
So like when I was doing God lives, was I using God to make money?
Yes.
What about when I made no fucking money doing it?
Well, then you were just working your ass off and being a patriot and working hard to do something good.
Well, I'm a patriot right now. I'm repping the red, white, and blue.
Well, good, dude. I'm proud of you, man. Make your money, do your thing.
I mean, do you see it? I'm literally repping the red, white, and blue.
Well, and have your people laugh at me and make fun of me. That's fine. I don't care. I'm on here having fun with you, man. Just talking to you like one human to another. Just spreading my views. You spread your views. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not. Maybe it doesn't matter, man. Really. I mean,
it does because you're on a live in front of 3.4 thousand people. Another 1,000 people over on YouTube. And what you're doing is you're literally saying things that are insane, right? Have no basis in fact. And it's just because you feel like it. Okay. You say that you believe in the truth. It doesn't make it makes people think you're stupid.
No, it makes people think is what it does. Because people right now are just brainwashed from the media and from everything else, and they don't know the truth. They really don't. And they think they do because they hear it every day. I'm actually giving them the truth, and they can go investigate it on their own.
Okay. So you call us brainwashed. Can you tell me one thing I believe that's brainwashed?
Well, you're an atheist, number one.
How is that brainwashing? I grew up in a Christian conservative household.
Yeah, which I don't understand that.
Where did I learn atheism from college?
Most likely, yes.
No, I didn't learn anything about atheism in college. I actually took a
College-
religious studies class in college.
Okay, well, that's good. But it's just my opinion. But I believe that college is the number one. College in the educational system is the number one brainwashing in the U.S. Every news station says the exact same thing.
No, they don't.
That's brainwashing.
They don't
I mean,
all say the same thing.
Yeah, they do. You could monitor it on it. If something happens to somebody gets shot, they will all have the same.
They all
script.
talk about it. You mean they don't
will
have the
all
same
have
script? They talk about it.
Same script.
Yeah, you're talking about news companies under the same branch. No shit.
Everyone around.
Isabel, think of the $5 on PayPal. Thank you.
They will all have the exact same script under the United States. It's not the same branch. It's every one of them because they're all under the same families. I can't say the names. It's just hard because everything is so monitored. It's one day people will understand.
Alyssa, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Alyssa. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Melanie, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. Use of W's for Alyssa and Melanie in the comment section. Thank you so much. And Junior, thank you for the $2. Thank you. You were saying?
Yeah, that was it, man.
You don't want to engage in any more debate?
No, let's engage in something else. Let's change the subject. What do you want to talk about? Something different?
Well, I asked you questions and you didn't answer. Can you give me a Trump?
Can
you give me a Trump policy that you like?
Yeah, the border policy.
What border policy?
Well, to keep illegals out of the state.
Why do you call people illegals?
Well, if they come here illegally, they're illegals.
Okay. So are you illegal?
Am I illegal? No.
No, are you illegal?
Well,
should I refer to me and you as legals?
Well, you know what? We can refer to it one way or the other.
No, but would it make sense for you to refer to people who are here in the country legally as legals?
It would, it's not like an improper statement if that's what you're referring to.
No, but okay, improper. So if I were to call your kids just legals and refer to them that way, you'd think that's totally proper.
Hey guys,
how you doing?
Dude, I'm doing terrible.
No, you're not.
This guy's insane. He's a flat earther.
Eric, really?
Yep, he's a flat earther.
Eric, why do you just choose to be so out of alignment with reality?
I don't choose it. God chose me.
God chose you just to be
God chose me to help you guys.
Oh God. Oh God, why would you do that to me? I'm definitely gonna.
You just said, "Oh God," so you must believe too.
I know. I was asking him why the fuck you do that to me.
I know, right? It works though. It works. Look, if you got God around you, you will have God in you, and pretty soon you will feel it.
You're gonna feel him inside you.
You're gonna feel him inside you.
Oh my God, you guys are taking it to a different realm.
What do you mean? What realm do I say? Take it to? I was just repeating what you said.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. You got that. You're right. You got that. I walked into that one.
Okay. Anyways, okay. All right. Mr.
Eric. Connor.
It says Connor because this is unironically my only account with free and total live access, and it just so happens to be my troll MAGA account.
Okay, cool.
By the way, everyone watching the TikTok stream, make sure to follow me on this account because it's very possible that I'm gonna have to turn this into my new TikTok account for debates. TikTok is just
absolutely. Oh, I forgot to tell you, he's pro lead paint.
Yes, I'm pro lead paint. Lead paint blocks the radiation
from the 5G towers.
Yeah, you saw that. You're picking up quick.
Do you think that we should put lead in the water supply to just keep us safe from radiation?
It's been in the water supply for years. No, well, the chlorine.
Do you want the lead in the water supply?
No, not in the water supply, but it's not. There was nothing wrong with it being in the paint.
Actually, let me ask you this question: do you have an issue with dihydrogen monoxide being in the water supply?
Yes, I do. We shouldn't put anything in the water supply. Natural water is the only water we should have.
Yep, dude, dihydrogen monoxide. Seriously, that should never go in the water supply.
Do you know what hydrogen monoxide is?
You guys throw out look. I don't even know what the fuck you guys are talking about. But
I mean, to be fair,
dihydrogen monoxide is. How about H2O?
H2O is fine in water because that's what water is.
Yeah, that's dihydrogen monoxide.
So
Okay,
H2
so-
dihydrogen.
You just hear something like dihydrogen monoxide and you immediately think it's bad instead of actually like looking into
Okay,
what it is.
But
the
listen,
issue.
the thing about it is that's what you guys do is you throw out these words that a lot of us don't know. We don't.
Then why
we
did you
don't-
act as if you knew what it was? Say maybe I don't know
Okay.
what it is, and
I
I
don't-
and
I
I
didn't
don't know
know
if that would be
I
bad
didn't
in the
know what
water
it was.
supply.
Okay, you're right. I didn't know what it was, and I should not have responded to it. But the bottom line is, why do you guys try to put people in traps of something that you guys
Yeah,
are?
that-
Because you're
pretty
you're
bad,
an
Jay.
insane lunatic, right? You
No,
are a flat
I'm-
earther
You're saying I'm an insane lunatic. How do you know I'm an insane lunatic? That's just your
because you're a
opinion.
flat earther and you believe that lead paint is good because it blocks the 5G radiation.
Okay, listen. That's the same thing that people said like 80 years, 60 years ago that we thought they were all crazy. Now it's turned out all those people that we thought were crazy 60 years ago aren't crazy. So
Who?
all of
Saying
the
what?
old Army vets and stuff that used to talk about different. I can't speak some of these because I don't want to get kicked out of here. But so the same people that said stuff.
Eric,
60
the
years
point we can say is that we can prove you're dumb because you made bad points.
You can't prove it. You can't prove
We
nothing.
did. We just
That's the thing.
we can prove
No,
to
you
you.
can't.
We
You
can
can't
prove to you.
nothing, dude. You guys can't prove nothing. I've got more.
Yeah,
wisdom
we
than-
can prove to
smarter
you
than
the
all of you
negative
put
impacts
together
of lead in the
100.
context of paint. We can prove that to you.
But why is
We
it
can
harmful?
prove to
It's
you
only
the
harmful if
effectiveness of
more
vaccines.
people-
We can
If
prove
somebody, vaccines are bad. All vaccines are bad.
you have no evidence to indicate otherwise. We have evidence. I have literally a 25+ page document
Where'd
in
you
my
get that?
bibliography.
Where'd you get that from? The same people that make the vaccines?
No, internationally. It's right. It's
Yeah,
from
they're getting
peer-reviewed
paid by
studies
people to
from
make the vaccine.
international.
Do you
Right.
understand how this system
please
works? Do
finish.
you even understand how the system works? People pay people to process stuff and to say this is okay. That's how it works. That's why we've been lied to. You guys just do wake up a little bit and understand that everything
You're
you've been
talking about
taught-
internationally, so you're saying there's some international conspiracy
Yeah.
that where the entire globe is controlled.
Yes.
Can I
Okay.
debate you on flat Earth real quick?
Yeah.
Before you do,
please.
can I finish this point real quick? So you think that there's some international conspiracy that controls every aspect of the world at the same time, correct?
I think it's a very good possibility.
Very okay. Why do you think that's a good possibility?
Well, because of where we are today in society.
What does that mean?
Okay.
Because we have technology.
No, the technology, we've always had technology. They've suppressed the technology. We've had more technology than we have today. They suppressed it.
Eric, who the hell is they? You're just saying that this international community that's controlling
I gotta
everything. You're
be careful
presupposing
what I
this
say.
without any
I can't-
evidence.
I can't relay all my sources because then I could get kicked out of here, and I don't want to get kicked off the site.
Your sources BitChute.
Are you like one of those people
DuckDuckGo.
that thought like the ancient Egyptians had access to alien technology?
Well, I think a lot of those old shows are just more of the brainwashing going on.
Okay, let me ask you a question. You believe in like the flat Earth, yes?
Yes, I do believe in. I don't believe in the globe Earth. I definitely don't believe in the globe.
So do you think that like Antarctica is like an ice wall in which would encapsulate a flat
Yes,
Earth?
I do. Yes, I do believe that.
Well, that's actually been disproven pretty
No,
pretty
no, it
vehemently so.
Well,
Yes, it
it's
has.
been
So
by
the
who?
reason I
By
say it's been
who?
disproven,
Okay, go
of
ahead.
course, by some of the most popular flat earthers alive today, which is funny enough. And what I believe was called, well, I forget what the name of the experiment was, but anyways, this millionaire paid like 12 really popular flat earthers to go to Antarctica and observe the 24-hour sun, and they did. It was also live streamed. So there's a 24-hour sun at the North Pole, and now we know it for sure, right? It was called the final experiment.
Okay.
And the reason it was called the final experiment is because a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, while it is also night at various different other positions around the world, completely refutes the idea that Antarctica is an ice wall along a flat plain, because how could it be daylight along the ice wall? Meanwhile, it is dark out at other spots on the globe.
Well, how is it a 24-hour sun in Antarctica if it was dark?
It wasn't dark. That's
Well, you
the
just said
thing.
it was dark.
No, dark at other
How
points
come,
on
everything's frozen if it was
dark at
20
other dark. I did what?
How come it's frozen down there if there's 24-hour sun?
Are you serious, Eric?
Okay, I was kind of just okay. Let me ask you this, Dean. I asked this to Parker earlier. I'm going to see your intake on this, okay? Because I think we got a good conversation going here. So Okay, Dean. So you're looking up at the sky in June, okay? And you see
What is that? What is June? Summer solstice?
well, June, April, May, whatever. You're looking up at the sun and you see
Okay.
all the constellations. You see them all. You see the North Star. You see all the constellations. And then it goes around.
The North Star is not a constellation.
Well, you see, I'm telling you, you see the North Star and you see all the constellations. You see everything, right?
Okay.
Then you go over to say January and you look up in the sky at night and you see the same constellations and
This
you
guy's
still
so
see the North
stupid.
Star.
Yo, Sid,
so
thank you
if
for the
we're traveling
$100.
through
Thank you so
space
much, Sid. Give
at
me
like
the W's for Sid in the
600,000
comment
miles an
section
hour,
for the
traveling around
$100.
around the sun
I'm
and
sorry, I'm
through
so
the-
late at seeing that. Oh my
the
god.
galaxy.
W's for Sid in the
How are
comment
we
section. I
for
know you're still here.
thousands of
W's for
years,
Sid.
how are we going to see the
Seriously,
same
always fucking
stars
good to see you. I can't wait
every
to meet
night?
you in Texas.
So that's actually not true. We don't see the same stars every night. So like the constellation in which is highest in the sky changes dependent upon the location of the Earth around the sun. So there you go.
No,
You're-
that
you're
was
right.
not. That was not. You don't know. You don't know the answer.
No, that is an answer. I
No.
literally took a freshman entry level
No.
course into astronomy in college, and
Well,
it
that's
taught
what they
me that
taught.
in
If
about
they
a day.
taught you that, you got robbed. You got to get your money back.
Eric, you could literally observe the different
I've
constellations in the
observed it
sky
since I was a little child.
dependent upon the location
Listen,
of the
I
Earth
don't
around
need a
the sun.
degree to look into the sky.
Exactly, and you observe that at different months of the year, right?
Yes.
At different points in the Earth's rotation around the
For
sun,
47
like different
years.
constellations are the highest in the sky.
But listen, it's changed a little bit. It goes a little bit like through the year, throughout the year. You know, the different constellations will move a little bit this way or that way. But every year,
it's a complete rotation. It is
It's
a
the
complete
same-
rotation.
But how
Like
come
literally,
for
look up a
thousands of
graph.
years,
Look up a graph on Google of
Google's
constellations in the
same
night
one that
sky.
brainwashes you. You can't trust Google. Come on, this is what.
But you're using this model off of Google in which tracks what you could see with your own eyes. Like
But I don't
you
use-
you could identify what stars will be in the sky dependent upon your location.
You're right. You're right.
Dependent upon the
It's
month,
just-
which is resemblant upon where in the
I'm just
rotation
asking-
around the Earth, around the sun, the Earth is.
Amen. I'm just asking you to do your own observation and not just trust.
I
in what-
did. Yes, I used a $50,000 telescope on the top of CU Boulder's Outlook Observatory to observe this for myself. Yes, different
Sure. So you
constellations
saw that
are
there
at different points in the sky, dependent upon the time of the year.
so that you saw that the Earth was flat from that telescope, obviously.
No.
Dude, this person, like, seriously, I told him in the beginning, I'm like, I don't believe we're in the same reality. I believe that, like, when I turned on my phone today, like, I literally just like called a different dimension.
Yeah.
Like, I'm serious. Like genuinely, like, Eric, like, why do you believe what you believe? You're just feeling that way. And if
No,
you
I
just feel
believe
that
it
way,
because-
that's not good enough reason to believe it. Because I can,
No,
I can just feel that when I die, I'm gonna be Ben 10. I'm gonna turn into whatever alien I want.
you're going
And
to go
at
to
the
the
same
next
time,
life.
I'm gonna be a Pokemon master.
You
Parker,
probably will.
You
If
want to
that's
see
what you
some?
want,
You want to
you
see
will
some
be a
crazier
Pokemon.
shit, Parker?
What's that?
Hey, Eric, does gravity exist?
No. It's all density. Everything is density. You knew that because you knew that from Tyre.
Wait, if everything is density, oh my god. Okay, wait.
Yes, gravity does not. It's a theory. It's a theory. It's not proven.
Gravity is a theory, not so scientific theories. Oh, do you believe germs exist?
I believe. Well, there's probably germs, but
Do germs cause you to get sick?
You know, honestly, I don't really know.
You don't know?
I do know this, that our immune system is naturally capable of getting rid of anything. The more we're exposed to, the better our immune system is.
What are you
And that's
exposed
why-
to? Please tell me, what are you exposed to?
And that's why the average lifespan 500 years ago was like 30 years, right?
Yeah. Well, that's what they tell us.
Wait, can you do you believe dinosaurs existed? Sorry.
You know, I'm kind of a skeptical about that. I
You're
think it was
skeptical about
dragons.
dinos
I think
existing.
it was
Okay.
dragons, not
Yeah,
dinosaurs.
I was about to say that. I was about to say that. Yes. So you think that it's possible that the bones of dinosaurs that we found are actually the bones of dragons, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
yes, and you also think that the Earth is like where, like around 6,000 to 15,000 years old?
About 7,000 years old.
7,000 years old. Yep. And let me guess, was COVID made in a lab in Russia? Sorry, in China?
No, I'm not going to speak on
He
COVID.
did say that. He did say that. Yeah.
He did say that. Does Russia have a right to invade Ukraine?
Yeah, they probably do.
It's so predictable. It's so predictable. So these people, they
They're
all
all insane.
think the same thing, chat.
Well,
Listen,
because
this is a
we're-
Hey,
prophecy
this is a Russian
in which
bot
has
in real
come
life. It's a
true
Russian bot in real
forever
life.
ago. So I've been saying this forever, that these people will think that Russia had a right to invade Ukraine. COVID was made in a lab in Wuhan, China. The Earth is 7,000 years old. Dinosaurs were dragons. The Earth is flat and gravity is not real. He has responded to every single question with exactly the answer I thought he would, because for whatever reason, there is such a weird fucking correlation between like these insane, like just brain rot, mental decay. There's no fucking purpose. It's just all gray matter up there, ping ponging around.
I just
It's
want to be
terrible.
clear. This is literally Russian propaganda that he just bought into because they realized that they could utilize conspiracy theories to get people to believe whatever they wanted them to. And that is what harms our nation so much, is that they're literally just straight Russian bots now. Like watch this guy, dude. Do you think birds are real?
Yeah, I believe birds are real.
Okay. Well, wow. I'm surprised that you actually said birds are real.
No,
I mean,
but
wait, have
birds
you
are
seen
real.
that video
I know
of
there's
the
conspiracy
birds
theories.
saluting Putin?
Yeah. I've seen that. I've seen that video, but I don't believe. I believe there probably are some that are, drones or whatever. But I believe birds are real. I'm not alone.
Oh, okay.
Did
I
Biden
found
have
something
a-
that he thinks is crazy.
Did Biden have like a body double?
I don't know. I mean, people say that he might have. I don't know if that's true or not.
Okay, he's agnostic on the claim that Biden has a body double.
Yeah.
Hey, I have a question. Telegram? Do you use
Telegram? What?
Do you use Telegram?
Yeah, where do you get your information from?
I get it from God.
Truth Social
From
comments.
God?
The,
No,
the
seriously, like I'm
replies,
asking, like, where do you get is it social media? Is it TV? What do you
the
get from it?
replies in
Alex
Donald Trump's
Jones?
What
comment
I do-
sections
okay,
on
I'll-
Truth Social.
What I do is I actually watch all news from every spectrum and I analyze it and I depict the truth from it.
No, you don't. Give me 3 media sources that you listened to within the past week.
Well, I don't need to tell you the media sources. You already know how.
$3. Go for it. Tell me. 3.
I listen to ABC, CBS, and CSNBC.
CSNBC.
No, okay, hey,
I
do you
listen to
think-
all.
Do you think that it's possible you're a prophet of God?
Yes, it's very possible. I think
How-
I
How did I know that one? Honestly, that
Because-
one I was shooting in the dark.
No,
I
you know what?
was
You're
shooting in the
absolutely
dark
right.
with that one.
You're absolutely right, though, and I'm just here to help
Eric, what is a prophet of God?
somebody that God sent here to help everybody else.
So you think you were sent here by God to help everyone else?
Yes.
The only thing you were sent here by God to help everyone else with is to realize how fucking stupid Trump supporters are.
Okay,
That's about it.
that's fair. That's fair. You can say that all you want, but
It's true.
in reality, when everything happens the way it's
It's
going to
true.
happen,
It's true. He loves the voters that
If-
that are
Everything's
going to question him. I say.
great.
Eric,
Everything's
I gotta ask you. I gotta ask you another question real quick.
ahead.
I'm gonna actually like weirdly try to humanize you a little bit, just to like see how like these beliefs are so ingrained in our society. So you sound
Okay.
older. I'm guessing that you're retired.
I'm not retired yet. I'm soon to be retired, but not yet.
What do you do for work?
I'm an entertainer.
Really?
Yeah.
What kind of entertainment work do you do?
Am I entertaining you guys right now?
No, we
No,
meant like we meant like your job.
What I do actually is I'm in advertising.
Oh, what kind
like
of
marketing?
advertising do you do? What kind of
Marketing, yes, exactly. I work for. I don't really want to say some of the clients I have because
You don't
I
don't disclose your clients.
But,
Just like more vague.
but just advertising for different companies and travel and do that stuff. But
So isn't that funny that like somebody that works in like travel marketing can just like think that he's a prophet of God, that dinosaurs were fucking
Dragons.
dragons. The Earth is
Gravity doesn't
7,000 years
exist.
old, and gravity
I don't-
Lead
doesn't
paint
exist.
is
No
good because
gravity
it
doesn't
blocks
exist.
5G radiation.
Like,
Lead does block 5D radiation.
I have a question.
don't know
How do
about
you-
dragons?
how do you
Maybe-
feel?
Thank
about
you for the
fact that, like,
dinosaur. Thank you so much, Sheila. I really appreciate it.
so like sometimes when I hold a belief that like a lot of people disagree with, it really makes me question my belief. You know, it's like it makes me be more critical of it, I guess.
Well, I'm
So like,
very.
how
critical.
does it feel to you that like 99% of people that are alive think that you're insane?
Well, it's not 99. It's your crowd. It's 99. But
98?
on Earth,
98?
on Earth, it's probably like 50% of the people think that I'm insane. Maybe 40.
I think that much more than 50% of people
It might
agree
be. It
that
might be
dinosaurs
75.
existed and gravity is real.
But listen, but 10 years ago, it was 99% of people thought I was insane. But today, it's probably closer to maybe it's only 80.
And
but
that's Russia's targeting campaign of
as it's
misinformation.
going,
Seriously. That's seriously
maybe.
Russia trying to target. Stop giving them the information of them actually being effective, please.
no,
but
they're
like,
not.
But like seriously, I'm just actually like curious. I guess 10 years ago when 99% of people thought that you were crazy, what did that feel like?
You know, I felt great that 1% was actually wise enough to understand the truth, and now it's like more like probably 40%, 50% that knows the truth.
For the dragon.
Soon more people will know the truth, and this whole thing will come out. It'll come clean, and we'll be in a
What's
better.
the truth? Tell me.
Look, I can't talk about the truth because
Yes, you
that's
can.
gonna-
Yes, you can, Eric. Do it.
No, because as soon as I already got
Eric,
flagged on
Eric, risk it for the biscuit.
I
I
already
say you
got
risk it.
flagged a second ago. They almost kicked
Risk
me off
it
here
for
a
the
second
biscuit.
ago.
I say you
Got a
risk it too,
warning.
man. I think that's
I
a
say
got
you
a-
risk it for the biscuit, Eric.
I think
No, I'm
you
not
should
gonna-
risk it.
Hey, listen,
Risk it for the biscuit. Tell us the truth.
I
Blue,
can't
think
tell
of the
you the
$5.
truth.
Thank you.
You can't handle the truth.
Tell me. Just tell me. We'll see if I can handle it or
I've
not.
said the truth. Okay, this is the truth. You want me to tell you both the truth?
Yeah.
The truth is that these institutions that everybody's been going to school and they've been happy to go to these big schools and get this education. They give you this $200,000 loan to go get indoctrinated by these schools. They've been just brainwashing people, completely brainwashing. The education system was started by the Rothschilds. It was the
Stop
brainwashing.
educating people. Seriously, dude.
It was an indoctrination to get people to work.
First of the galaxy. Thank you. So you think that's the case? Wait. So maybe it's just that education is important for like democracy and for like
Well-
getting people to have specialized work. Obviously, education is going to be relative to work. That's why people get educated in the first place, is to help them with their work.
Education is important if it's proper education, but education that just tells everybody a generic thing.
Like what? Like, give me a
Same
specific
thing.
example of what's the
Yeah.
brainwashing or what's bad in schools.
I can't tell you, man. I'm gonna get kicked off for a week. I
Go
enjoy
ahead.
getting
Go ahead.
here.
No, come on. I'm not going to have you on within the week anyway. Go ahead.
Yeah, you will, because I keep your viewers entertained.
No, I will literally kick you. If you don't tell us right now, I'll actually kick you right now. Brianna, thank
Go
you for the
ahead.
dinosaur. Thank you.
Go ahead, kick me.
Eric, you're keeping me
have
entertained,
about 5
man.
seconds.
Because I'm just so curious what it's like to be this fucking delusional.
Well, you know, I'm a delusional soul.
Eric, are you going to tell us or you want to get
Okay,
kicked?
so you want to know? I don't even care if I get kicked. I'll tell you. Okay, you really want to know? I'll get kicked, but that's all right. So, you know what? 1913, when we started the whole
Income tax?
income tax, right? That was the beginning of the end. Okay, and we're about ready to reset that right now with Donald Trump, because what's happened is we are no longer a nation. We are no longer the United States of America. We are a United States corporation. And what he's doing is getting us out of that corporation. Everything to do with schooling was programming everybody to just work for the man, work for the people, to just
Shit.
to.
I think
to
that
make
this
us-
I think that this could bleed into another conspiracy theory. I have a question.
It's not a conspiracy theory when it's
No,
true.
no,
How many
I want to
conspiracy-
I just want to ask you about something real quick, okay?
Okay, go ahead, Dean.
Do you think that like Jewish people control everything and are super evil?
I do not. I don't know enough about Jewish people to say that. I don't know. That's not my.
Are you agnostic
not
on
what-
it?
I'm not. I don't think about or get into Jewish people's lives. I mean, that's somebody else's forte. I don't.
I can
don't
make
get-
the claim that that's not true. Can you make that claim?
Yeah. I would say the same thing. I don't think that's true.
Okay, Eric. I'm really surprised you're not a raging anti-Semite.
No, I'm about truth. I'm not about blaming somebody.
No, you got conspiracy brain rotted. Like the thing is, the issue is that
Maybe
you
I'm
think,
brain rotted, but
Hey,
nobody can prove
Eric,
anything.
I can. We can prove it wrong. You're just not willing to accept it because you think that you're getting information from God.
I am getting information.
Eric, no, you aren't. No, you are not. You are not getting
How can
fucking
you-
shit from God. What are you talking
How
about?
can you?
What
Wait, I have a
what God
question.
are you
How do you-
referencing?
I have a question. How does God give you information?
Telepathically, the way we all got information.
Can you explain to me that experience though? What is
I
what is it
telepathically
like?
am hearing from God that you're fucking wrong.
I'm so curious.
Let me
Like,
talk to
legitimately,
Dean for a
what
second.
what is it like to receive information telepathically from God? Explain the experience to us and give us an example.
Okay, I will. Okay, when you receive information from God, you don't have to think about it. You don't have to do anything. He'll just give you
I felt it. I felt it.
Wait,
Okay, you're mocking
Parker.
it. You're
Yeah,
mocking
you're
it.
mocking it, Parker. Let me just, I gotta.
But
curious.
it's fine. You guys can mock it because me expressing.
I absolutely will mock it. It's fucking insane. You thinking that you just got a fucking message from God, like he sent a text DM to you, is insane. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna sit here and act like what you just said is a normal fucking thing to say. It's not.
Can we
It's
let him
normal
kind of like
for-
explain the experience?
normal if you're not indoctrinated.
Eric,
It's-
this guy's being very hostile. Just kind of ignore him. Just talk to me here.
oh, he's fine. Parker-
What is
Parker's
it?
fine.
What
I
is
love
it?
talking
Can
to
you
Parker.
give me an example of what it's like to telepathically receive information from God?
Okay, how it starts is if you look to God and you say a prayer and you ask God for something in life, for success, for love, for anything, and you sincerely say a prayer to Him and ask for it, and you're not bullshitting, you're all sincere about it, and you're serious and you're ready to handle what He gives you, He will answer your prayers and He will give you exactly what you asked for. But at the same time, you got to be extremely careful what you ask for, because if you ask for something, you don't word it right, He will.
Okay. And like, and so, did God give you information that like you're a prophet and you're like?
No,
here
He did
to-
not say that. I said that because I was talking to you guys. I don't feel that special that I'm a prophet. I said that messing with you guys. If at one point He said that to me, even if I felt that, I wouldn't talk about it.
So
Because
when you're saying that, like, you could kind of just kind of ask God for whatever, and He'll give it to you if you
He
ask it
does.
very seriously. So, is God like the genie from Aladdin?
no, He's not like the genie from Aladdin.
Well,
That's
I mean, what's the relevant distinction between the genie from Aladdin and like the
It's-
God that you're
it's- well,
describing?
first of
He's
all-
actually a fairly odd parent.
First of all, you have to believe. You have to have that faith. And many years of my life, I didn't believe. Because people would tell me about God, and I would be like, "Well, how in the hell can I believe in a God? You can't see Him."
I say we don't talk about God too much. Like, I
Hang on.
listen.
Let me-
I'll
let me-
happily talk to you about the whole like dragon flat
Well,
earth,
let me just
telepathically getting information.
let me just say
Like,
this.
I feel like you justifying God is just that. Now that would be really painful for me.
Well, it might be, but that's okay. That's part of the growing process. So the thing is, I never believed in God before. I went through really hard times in my life. I mean, really extremely hard times. And I was like, why am I here? Why am I doing the same thing every day? Getting up, going to work, doing the routine, doing this, going through this BS, going through this BS. I was like, there's no way a God exists. I can't see God. I can't feel God.
I have a question because you said that you kind of can feel God. You telepathically.
I can.
I got banned. I got banned. For harassment and bullying, not even for misinformation, for harassment and bullying. Unbelievable. With your Cash App, Parker, it's in the description of my YouTube. But can we get some W's for Fran in the comment section for the $100? Thank you so much. I really appreciated it. Can we get some W's for Fran in the comment section for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat? That is fucking nuts. W's for Fran in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. It's actually crazy, Fran. I just don't even want to believe that person's real. I don't want to believe it. I really don't. It's like actually delusional shit, Chad. Maybe I should like make it go down a little bit. I don't know. This seems fun. It's better zooming in, But what's up, everyone on YouTube? Everyone, make sure on YouTube to like the stream. Everyone, make sure to like the stream. I walked away for 5 seconds. What happened? I got banned. We'll see what we can do right now. Is Dean getting off for the night, everyone? Charles, think of the $5. Thank you. Otherwise, he can get on. It's actually, I just don't even understand that how that guy can be so crazy, Chad. I don't get it. I don't understand at all. It's horrible.
Hey, man.
What's up, man?
Dude, the last couple days have been so rough, man.
Yeah, I know. The bans are just unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
Did you do
It
Discord
is
today?
Unbelievable.
That's what I thought I saw.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it worked out pretty well. I just made an entirely new Discord for people to join in and debate, and I just took away their ability to like send any message anywhere.
Mhm.
Yeah. It worked out pretty well. And then I just deleted it as soon as it was over because, you know, it's like filled with like 50 Nazis, 120 far right, alt right, and insane people. You know,
That's
it was just
insane. And thank you for the galaxy. Thank you
it's
so
a
much. I really
crazy
appreciate it.
group of people.
Yeah, you should just get StreamYard, man. I'm telling you, it's the move. All you have to do is put a link in your chat. You pin the link, and then they just click on it.
Yeah, I'll probably do StreamYard next time. And by the way, I'll probably only be up here for like another debate or two. Then I'm gonna opt in.
Yeah, no, I get you. How long you been on today?
I don't even know. I don't know. I have no clue.
Alrighty.
Maybe like 3.5 hours.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Probably just not going to accept anyone with a webcam access. Autumn, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Happy birthday, DeAndre. Happy birthday, DeAndre. I think someone sent me a message earlier to say happy birthday, and I think I missed it. Because I thought I saw it, and then they said some crazy shit. There we are.
Chat, what should I do for dinner tonight?
Jocelyn, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. No clue what planet. I don't know what you should eat. I'm trying to think.
I'm always doing something. I try to do new things, you know. Pasta. Some pasta sounds good.
Everyone's spamming steak.
Steak.
You do that all the
Steak.
time, huh?
Every so often.
Have some
I like
tacos.
steak. Oh, that sounds great.
Yo, what's
Yo,
up,
I
Bobby?
love space, and Eric isn't real, bro. He's not real.
Not real. All right. Well, we have no guests right now, everyone. Just letting y'all know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
Because I'm a black man, and I really felt like Trump's policies benefited the black community much more than Kamala's.
Dude.
Kamala's?
Dude.
How so?
Dude, be real. How?
So, number one, DEI never actually helped black people.
No.
It was
Can I hear like what Trump did that did help people?
I'm talking more of his actions.
Yeah, like
I'll
what he
get
did.
to that. He passed the First Step Act, which helped many people get out of prison.
Supported by Democrats as well. Also, he thinks it should be illegal still on a federal scale. M-drug. So like that's gonna keep people in prison, whereas the Democrats wanted to legalize it federally.
Plus, he wants to sentence people to death for like distribution of the MDRUG, which contradicts the First Step Act.
Well, I'm talking about his actual actions.
Wait, what
Can you
state?
name one thing
What
that
state do you live in?
Biden Harris administration did to benefit the black community in 4 years?
Wait. What state do you live in?
I live in New York.
What time is it?
I live in Long Island.
What time is it?
8:42.
Okay, it just sounded like
I'm
you had a
not British.
British accent. Yeah. You were saying?
I was saying, can you name one thing that the Biden Harris administration did over 4 years to
Actually,
benefit?
before you do, what's the capital of New York?
Capital of New York is Albany.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you name one thing that the Biden Harris administration did to benefit the black community over 4 years?
Yes. So there was investment in HBCUs specifically, which hit, I think it was around what's it called, 16 billion over 4 years, comparative to Donald Trump's 255 million a year. So 4 billion a year comparative to 255 million a year in terms of HBCU funding.
How does that directly impact the average black American though? Because I'm pretty sure if you ask a black American right now, what issue?
Okay, well, I can tell you things that would impact the average person. For example, like the infrastructure bill, the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Inflation Reduction Act.
Well, I'm not
the
talking about
Chips
the
and
average
Finance Act.
person. I'm talking about the average black person. Because
Do you mind
Biden,
if I try to give
Go
this
ahead.
response? Yeah, here's my thought. So I think that historically speaking, the Democrat Party, even in modern American history, has not done nearly enough for Black Americans, and I'd like to make that very, very clear. If you were to ask me like one policy that the Biden-Harris administration passed, or just like Democrats passed in modern U.S. history, that was specifically and intentionally designed to benefit Black Americans as a first-order consequence, I wouldn't be able to name a single one. But what I can say is that the policy that has been passed and supported by the Democratic Party is significantly better than the policy passed and supported by the Republican Party for the reason that Democratic policy disproportionately benefits Black Americans compared to non-Black Americans. Meanwhile, Republican policy has disproportionately served as a detriment to Black Americans compared to non-Black Americans. The reason why I say this is, let's just start off by evaluating economic policy. The economic policy that Kamala Harris ran on was tax cuts for 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class. It served to reduce income inequities and give more purchasing power to the average American. Meanwhile, Donald Trump's policy decreases the purchasing power for anybody that makes under $395,000 per year. Okay, and the reason why I say that the Democratic policy disproportionately benefits Black Americans is because Black Americans have a lower socioeconomic standard compared to white Americans because of slavery, its aftermath, and systemic racism. Meanwhile, the policy passed by Trump, in which serves to the worst interests of those that makes less, well, all of a sudden they're serving disproportionately to the worst interests of Black Americans, right? And then another thing, abortion. So 55% of women that get abortions indicate that it's because of financial related issues. And this means that an abortion ban will disproportionately negatively disenfranchise Black women compared to white women, as once again, Black women have a lower socioeconomic standing on average compared to white women because of slavery, its aftermath, and systemic racism, right? So the way that I evaluate this issue is that the Republican Party, MAGA, Trump's administration, is actively fighting to hurt and regress Black Americans. Meanwhile, the potential Kamala Harris administration that could have existed wouldn't directly benefit Black Americans. However, it would be something through second order consequences compared to active regression at the hand of MAGA.
well, could you acknowledge the fact that the Democratic Party has been married to, the black vote has been married to the Democratic Party for over 100 years now? I think it was 1920 we switched. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm not so sure, but I don't understand how that's relevant to the argument I gave you.
So what I'm trying to say is the Democratic Party has ran on policies. Biden himself said that if you don't vote for me, you are not Black. But you just sat here and said that the Democratic Party will do nothing that would directly benefit the Black community. So why should I vote for Kamala Harris?
I explained. I literally said that Kamala Harris's policy was better for Black Americans than.
So you're saying vote for the weakest adversary?
I'm saying vote for the better of two evils.
Yeah, the weakest adversary. So my point here is that I feel like Donald Trump's policies will actually benefit the Black community more by reducing reliance on welfare, which has produced the single mother households that we see today in the Black community. And we know that
not at all the cause. Welfare wouldn't cause more people to be in those circumstances. Welfare actually helps people get out of those circumstances to a greater extent. So could you provide me any
I don't
evidence
agree
that
with that.
welfare puts people into those places at a greater extent?
Well,
Linda,
before
thank you for the
19,
$10 on PayPal. I appreciate that.
well, before 1970, we saw black families, we saw fathers in the home. Then welfare comes in where the father has to leave the home for you to get government assistance after the government already disenfranchised these same black people by taking away their industrial jobs.
So okay, so again, in terms of welfare, welfare helps people across the board. What welfare are you talking about in specific that you disagree with?
I don't disagree with welfare policies per se, but I disagree with the mindset that the way that we fix the issues in the black community is through welfare. That's not going to help.
That's not. Wait, no one's even necessarily claimed that, right? What do you mean by welfare?
Look, my point here is this: Trump's vision for the black community.
I would love an answer to any of the questions that I ask instead of you just deciding to say whatever you feel like.
What I mean by welfare is government handouts.
Okay, so you don't think that,
liberals to give black people money.
so you don't think that like generally people in general benefit from social programs?
Yes, they do, but an
Okay, they do. So
over-reliance.
can I give you an example? Child tax credit increase, like Kamala Harris is advocating for, reduced childhood poverty when implemented in 2021 by 45%. Tell me how that wouldn't help people in poverty.
It definitely would, but that's not the point I'm making here.
Okay, so
I'm talking
compared to
about the-
Donald Trump's plan, is that significantly better?
Donald Trump's plan is to create an independent black community rather than the
How
liberal
so?
run,
By what policy?
removing DEI. That's number
what
one.
DEI policy?
The DEI policies that instead of giving black people their own table, it seeks to integrate with a
So,
seat
like,
at the
which
table.
one specifically?
Yeah, which one?
Let's talk about federal government contracts.
Oh, okay. Just are you going to give me a specific DEI policy they're referencing?
Like, what do you mean by a specific DEI policy?
Yeah, a specific DEI policy. I don't know how I could make that more clear.
DEI is not a policy; it's a state
You
of
just
mind.
said you
where
just it's a state of
A
mind.
state of mind?
Are you
where
okay?
you're looking to be more diverse, equitable, and inclusive.
Okay. Do you think
I'm
that
talking about-
do you think DEI should exist for disabled people?
Yes, of course.
Do you think DEI should exist for women?
Yes, of course.
Then what's the issue with DEI existing for black people?
The issue with DEI for black people is that it takes the focus off of actual reparations to independent economic systems and saying that we're going to give this black person a
What it
job
is
at our white-owned company.
completely wrong. It's in response to a racist society that exists that does not hire people who are black simply because they are black, right? There's literally a greater likelihood that someone who's black is not going to be accepted in the context of an interview just because of like their name or their associations, right? That's literally what people, right, are talking about in terms of this. It's that people are disenfranchised. So in order for us to actually be able to hire the people who are qualified, we have to engage in DEI. Same thing with like DEI is not hiring unqualified women. It's hiring qualified women that otherwise would not have been hired.
I 100% agree with you. That's not what I'm talking about, though. I didn't vote for Donald Trump because I believe in everything he says. I voted for Donald Trump because, as it pertains to the black community, his views will lead to a more stronger community than Kamala's would.
What?
Because
You still didn't give me anything that he's done that does that.
Also, guess I already went over this, and you didn't respond to any of it. Donald Trump's economic policy will only further disparage Black Americans by redistributing wealth from the poor to the rich. And the average Black American has a lower socioeconomic standing on average compared to the average white American because of slavery and its aftermath, meaning that it would disproportionately disparage Black Americans compared to white Americans.
Well, first of all, what Donald Trump's doing with China is going to directly impact Black Americans and even Black people abroad. Because what this does is it moves economic power away from Chinese people, right? That's number one. And it brings that same economic power into the hands of Africans who will come to the country and connect with Black Americans to increase African American spending power. That's number one. Number two,
that's like
Kamala's
actually
policy.
How is
policy.
harming China going to help Africa? You know that China's a major investor in Africa, correct?
Okay. This is the clear difference between a liberal and a conservative, because you're thinking from a term of welfare. The reason why Africa is in the state it is today is because
investment is not welfare.
They give out loans. They give out loans under the false pretense that they're going to help the country.
What
when they're
loans?
not actually trying to help.
Give
the
me a
country.
specific policy that indicated loans. Like
Let's talk about Nigeria. You said, look, we're talking about Africa right now. Nigeria. The Chinese go over there and give out loans with crazy high interest rates to build infrastructure. Then they go and use these loans to keep the country under debt traps. But that's not the point of this conversation.
Okay.
The point is to
Okay.
say that
Well, then here's your argument. So you're saying that China specifically has high interest rates. What high interest rates are you referencing? Like, what is the level of interest?
I don't know the specific interest rate.
I think that like debt traps definitely do exist.
They do exist, but I'm
Yeah,
asking him what's the
countries.
interest rate like in
That's-
typical for loans.
I don't know the specific. I'm not an accountant. I don't know the specific interest rate, but my point is that China
Do you
does.
have any general idea?
No, but that's not my point here. My point is that China clearly has the upper hand when it comes to Africa. So they're exploiting Africa. What I'm saying to you is that what
I
Donald
wouldn't
Trump is
dispute
doing-
that there's
the
some
same
level
thing
of
that
exploitation.
the same thing that Trump did when he moved the factory to Haiti to give jobs to the Haitians. What Donald Trump is doing by tariffing China is creating more opportunity for manufacturers to bring jobs. to
Actually, I have this
Africa.
question real quick. Do you think that Trump deporting Haitian immigrants that were here legally under under Joe Biden's I think it was called TPS program, do you think that was good?
Not at all.
That was hundreds of thousands of people that were legally in the country. Correct?
Correct.
Isn't that a really good reason to believe that Donald Trump is worse for Black Americans? Because those
No,
were
but
Black
what
Americans that got
thinking,
kicked out of the country.
You're thinking about things socially. I'm thinking about on paper what's going to happen economically. What Trump is doing right now with China is only going to benefit Black Americans and Africans. It creates more economic opportunities for both.
How?
I literally just explained it.
You
First
did.
of all, African nations. Look, listen. When China loses the U.S. as a supplier, African
Mhm.
nations now have more leverage to negotiate with China, so they don't end up in these debt traps because now they have to. Yes, now they have to export all their goods to African nations, right? That's number one. If you knew
Quick
anything
question
about
for you. Oh,
Huh?
I know a lot about Africa. Also, I know a lot about the actual agreement that Africa and China has in place. Hey, question for you, and you might not know this because this is actually something within the last year that happened. But what did China actually do in Africa that actually is helping Africa become more financially independent?
not a thing.
Oh, you sure about that one?
I'm 95% sure
Okay,
they
cool.
haven't done a single thing to make Africa independent.
So within the last year, the Chinese government actually not only created a coalition within Africa to actually help multiple African countries, but they actually forgave a lot of debt that was owed from Africa to China. Give me a second, I'll pull that up.
You guys, I'm gonna go to about. I appreciate you guys so much
Sure.
for bringing
Good
me
seeing
up.
you, Dean.
Peace out.
So what you're trying to tell me is that China is actually in Africa to help Africa? Is that your position that you want to? That's the hill you want to die on?
No, what he's
No.
saying is that there's some beneficial impacts, right? He's saying that like wait, if you were going to just tariff China because you think that's going to make it better for everyone in terms of global trade, right? That's actually not true, right? Because it is the case that it's going to harm global trade because it harms trade with the United States and Africa. It harms trade with the United States and China. It harms trade with the United States and the rest of the world, which is a very, very important factor. Global trade is very important for the global economy.
All right. Why do you think Trump is doing the tariffs in the first place? Because we know this is not
$5. Well,
This is
we don't really know. He says renegotiation. He also says that he wants to bring back domestic production. Which one do you think it is?
Well, I know why he's doing it, right? I don't 100% agree with the way he's doing it, but his vision does make sense in a technical sense because let me test your knowledge first. When was America at its peak industrially?
I would love to finish answering this question for you about Africa and China, and then we can roll back around if you want.
All right, that sounds good.
Cool. So in 2024, China actually pledged $50.7 billion over 3 years into Africa, also gave them additional lines of credit and investments. And then they worked with multiple African countries and the Great Hall of People in, I'm gonna mess up that name. I don't want to mess up the name. Anyway, with 50 different African countries and China, where they actually they started this effort, looks like in 2015, but over the years, for the last 10 years, they've increased their actual investments in China and increase in helping, investments in Africa, and also reducing the the overall deficit by $100 billion across 54 different nations. There's a great article about it as far as what they've been doing on Reuters, where you can find it. China stops the shortage of African debt relief as pledges more cash, but there's also multiple sources that you can check as far as like global debt relief dashboard. So yes, China has been investing in Africa specifically. China has actually been investing in multiple countries all around the world because the United States is actually taking a step back with their self-power, and China is actually stepping up. So you can talk about China not being good for Africa, but they're doing more than the United States.
So everything you just said, like as a trained revolutionary, did like do you know about the Congo first and foremost? Are you informed about what's happening in the Congo?
Yes, I know about what's happening in the Congo.
Do you know that 8 out of 10 of the mines in the Congo are owned by Chinese companies?
Yes, I understand.
So the fact that you could even imply that China is good for Africa in any shape or form.
No. What I'm implying is China is doing better for Africa than the United States is. And for you to
China
sit here
is
and
just
say
another
Donald
form
Trump,
of America.
no,
It's another imperial power.
I'm not pushing back on that. I'm only pushing back on your premise that for some reason that you think like Donald Trump is doing anything good for Africa or Black Americans. Like that's the correlation that I'm making.
Wait.
But
And also, couldn't your view be reduced down to if we just harm both the U.S. and the Chinese economy, like in general, that's gonna like benefit Africa?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the reason why. Look, let's take it back.
You just said the tariffs being imposed on China is going to be better for Africa. Well, wouldn't the same thing be true if it is the case that we harmed both the U.S. and the Chinese economy?
It doesn't harm the Chinese economy because
tariffs don't harm the Chinese economy. That's a complete lie.
Like the vice president said, America is not the world. China is going to have more places, and I said that it's going to benefit Africa because once you tariff Chinese goods, China has to export its goods somewhere else. And since it already has a presence in Africa, now African leaders have more leverage to negotiate contracts with China because they don't have the U.S. on their side anymore. So that's my point.
So then should we put a 1,000% tariff on China?
We should put 1,000,000% tariff on China. I think we need to restore U.S. manufacturing. Really.
So we need, so it's about U.S. manufacturing. It's not about manufacturing, right? Or like better conditions for Africa, correct?
Well, that was a side conversation because this started off talking about the Black community. That was a side conveation that
did you know that
manufacturing token Black into?
Oh, did you know that manufacturing sector wages, right, are lower than service sector wages? So if you're gonna like shift people from service sector wages to manufacturing sector wages, you're gonna lower their wages.
Do you understand that the lowest period of unemployment in this country was in 1970s before the industrial jobs went away? Why did
it was
why
in
did the industrial jobs go away?
It was a bit before that.
All right, but why did it?
And also, just because, right, you're talking about this is a time around when we were like just out of World War II, I think, right?
All right, but why did the industrial jobs leave, Parker?
It is the case that it became like a more costly and more effective for other countries to produce it as they became more industrialized.
No, you're running away from the truth. The
What?
truth is that because companies wanted to get cheap child labor, like what they're doing in China.
Okay, so for example, then we should put tariffs on the specific companies from China that are doing this, because otherwise you're going to increase the likelihood that there's worse labor standards within China. Because if you put a tariff on China, they're still going to want to compete with the American companies, even if the tariff is implemented. So it's going to be the case that there's actually an incentive to decrease labor standards.
Well, China's not the only place that has child labor. The point is,
wait, so then why are we tariffing Canada then?
He's tariffing Canada because I'm not 100% a Trump supporter. You asked me why I voted for Trump, and I said it's because his vision for the Black community would be much beneficial than Kamala's.
I still want to hear this vision, like, because I haven't heard, and I'm someone who consumes a lot of Trump and whatever, but I've never heard him say anything that's actually going to be beneficial for Black America.
So first and foremost, he passed the First Step Act, like we talked about,
supported by both sides, right? That's not uniquely a Trump bill. That was also a Democratic bill, and that the only reason is why it passed under Trump is because it was supported under Obama, and Republicans wouldn't vote for it until a Republican got in office.
He proposed the platinum plan, which was the first plan
He
ever.
didn't propose the platinum plan. He didn't. That,
He
that
worked
was from
with
Ice Cube.
He-
That was
yeah,
from
he
Ice
worked- he
Cube.
worked-
Ice Cube took it. Ice Cube took it to both Joe Biden and Donald Trump. It was $500 billion. It was absolutely insane. Something that wasn't going to get passed. Donald Trump has never said anything else about the platinum plan.
This is
Hold on.
interesting. This is
Hold
interesting.
on. Hold on. Donald Trump has never said anything else about the platinum plan except if he won, then he would revisit it. He didn't win. He didn't revisit it. He didn't talk about it in his last election cycle. He's never talked about it again.
Mhm.
Wait. No, this is interesting, right? Because Parker just said that Kamala's housing bill, or whatever it was, he was
child
speaking on it
tax
like,
credit. The child
yeah,
tax
her
credit.
child tax credit that she didn't pass in the past 4 years.
She
in
did
office
pass
with
it.
Joe
She did
Biden.
pass it. The first in the American Rescue Plan in 2021.
I'm talking about the $6,000 extra tax credit that she
Okay.
proposed.
Yeah, which needs to be passed by Congress. So of course, yeah.
All right, but she was in office for 4 years, did nothing about that.
They did.
But
They
you're using-
increased it. They increased it to 3,600 through them being 5 years old, 3,000
All
through
right,
them being 18.
I'm talking about what
Wait, hold up.
I'm
Can I
talking
please
about.
finish?
What she
Can I?
said.
I'm
right.
explaining to you what she did do that up, just not the $6,000 for the first year. The only difference was that the $6,000 wasn't in the first year. That was through the American Rescue Plan, which reduced childhood poverty in this country by 45%.
My point is, you're talking about what she said she was going to do as an absolute.
No,
I'm
I'm telling you what
talking
she
about
did.
All right, no, look, but earlier you spoke of.
Wait, what do you mean? You just brought up the platinum
listen,
plan, which is
I'm
something
trying to
that
make a
Trump
point
never
here. I'm trying to
did.
make a point here.
Wait, no, because you're
He's
double
trying
speaking.
to make that. He's trying to make that leap, but it's not the same thing because again, he's talking about something Trump was gonna do versus
that
what
Trump
Kamala
he said
actually
he was going
did.
to do.
Yeah, Kamala actually had action behind her words, and also
What about her? What about
she's
her
not-
action for Black men? What that initiative that she pulled out in the last month of the campaign?
You mean a detailed plan that she actually put forth for not only Black men, well, specifically for Black men, but something that was going to be beneficial for people all together because there was a certain group of Black men who were whining and crying that Kamala Harris wasn't doing anything specifically for them. So she actually had to do something specifically for you guys to stop whining and crying. And all you did was whine and cry about it more. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I said, why did it listen? My question is, in the past 4 years, she's had electoral power. She's had Joe Biden's ear. Why did she not pass any of this? If you want to argue Trump's position, right?
Does the vice president pass legislation? Does the vice president pass bill? Does the vice president actually control?
Yes or no?
Yes.
Is she not a part of the executive
What
branch?
she can do is she can do a tie-breaking vote, but it has to already be passed through Congress in order for that to be the case.
What my point is that the last 4 years we have not seen any mention of Black issues from the same.
I actually did give you something in terms of the HBCU funding that was literally
that does nothing for the average Black American. That's a token.
That absolutely does. I'm sorry, you are absolutely wrong.
How have you benefited from that?
As a product of an HBCU, yes, I went to Benedict College as a product of HBCUs, and actually going back because I go back to my HBCUs, I directly saw the impact and the funding from those additional funds that the Biden-Harris administration put into multiple HBCUs and improvements around the board as far as the campus, as far as the quality of life for students, multiple factors. So yes, I not only am I personally someone who is connected to HBCUs, but I am personally someone that has seen the impact of those additional fundings because I know how underfunded HBCUs are.
But does that solve any of the issues of the Black community? You cannot vote, you cannot speak as a party and say if you don't vote for.
Oh, who muted him?
We want to speak. Yeah,
that's what I was about to say. We want to hear you, Athena.
Yeah, number one, I think like when we're looking at the average Black American does heavily benefit from HBCUs, even though they make up only 3% of U.S. colleges. About 50% of Black public school teachers graduate from HBCUs. HBCUs also produce about 80% of Black judges. They account for about 25% of Black STEM graduates, and they're also responsible for about 70% of Black doctors and dentists. So more funding for HBCUs means more scholarships, means more research opportunities. and more capacity to train Black professionals who then do go on to serve and uplift their own communities, right? So that is how you benefit Black people. But also with regards to you saying Trump benefits African countries, Trump tariffs have now levied 50% on Lesotho's exports, for example. And now I think like the companies employ more than 12,000 people within Lesotho, specifically textile production companies, which does represent about 42% of the total employment in the textile industry in this country, which are now actively harmed by Trump's tariffs. And also, when we look at Trump's cut to US aid, it actively freezes a lot of the US humanitarian assistance and has forced the closure of almost 80% of the emergency food kitchens that had been set up to help people who were kind of left destitute in the Sudanese G side, but also in the Congolese G side. So I understand what you're saying with regards to your critiques of like the Democrats, but to try to say that Trump is much better to me is actually insane because he hasn't been better. Also, Trump has actively tried to destabilize East African countries, by the way, by intervening within East African politics.
Oh, let me make sure we can unmute real quick.
He probably just didn't want to come off mute.
So that last point was hilarious. Coming from the same party that killed Muammar Gaddafi, saying that Trump was trying to infiltrate, destabilize East Africa.
Yeah, Trump. So the way that Trump is trying to destabilize East Africa is he invited members of the Blue Revolution, which I remember that are trying to actively opt for like a regime change within the country of Eritrea, but they're doing so through the help of Ethiopia, which is a colonial entity within East Africa. He is trying to actively help a lot of proxy groups within East Africa, which is causing a lot of destabilization if you actually are paying attention to East African politics. Muammar Gaddafi, yes, was toppled, which did cause a lot of chaos within Libya, including a slave trade that is actively happening today. It doesn't necessarily mean that Gaddafi was like a really good person, though, because he did actively harm Black Libyans and the Tuareg people, the Tubu people as well, by stripping them of their citizenship structurally.
All right. Well, my point, like this part of the conversation is completely irrelevant because no matter what, we've seen this with the Palestine-Israel debate. It's two sides of the same bird. When it comes to foreign policy, both parties are going to do what's best for America, and what's best for America is for Africa to be destabilized. So blaming Trump for the East African destabilization is just a cop-out.
No, I didn't blame him for all of destabilization. I was very specific in saying that he is actively trying to help Ethiopia, which I don't know if you've been paying attention to the tensions right now between Ethiopia and Eritrea and Somalia and Ethiopia as well. So I'm specifically focusing on that active destabilization because Ethiopia is trying to re-annex and recolonize Eritrea and also re-annex parts of Somalia. That's the part where he's helping at. That's what I'm talking about. Not
right, but what would Biden do differently, though? What would Biden or Kamala do differently?
No, I'm just saying, like, if you want to keep it a buck, I'm gonna keep it a buck. All Western politicians are gonna be harmful to the global South. For you to pretend like you're a revolutionary and then say that Trump is going to be better for African countries, to me is like a joke.
I think you guys actually have to listen to what I'm saying first. I've never once said that Trump directly is going to be Africa's savior. I said that Trump's vision, his plan, as it regards Black people, is a much better plan than Kamala Harris.
I still haven't heard this plan.
His plan is to eliminate all. What is the biggest? Do you guys know Malcolm X? What do you think Malcolm?
No. Stop.
I'm painting a picture here. I'm painting a picture.
I don't want to pay. Listen, I'm a very simple man that needs very simple words. Just tell me directly. I don't want this grandiose cathedral. No, just say it. Just say
Donald
it.
Trump.
What's the plan?
Donald J. Trump's plan is to erase the dependence of the Black community on the government and allow the Black community to create its own institutions.
Sure. How?
By implementing segregation, that would be like. No, but do you know Angela Davis?
I know her very well.
Okay, so what do you think about Angela Davis? Would you think she's a revolutionary?
Not at all, actually.
What?
But
You're
he's a
kidding.
revolutionary.
You're kidding. You think the communist Angela Davis is not a revolutionary?
A
Who's in the
revolutionary
Black
for
Panther
what?
Party.
For what?
Like, you don't think she's a revolutionary?
Not at all. What has
Are
she
you
done?
for real?
Has she built a school? Has she built a hospital? Has she built a bank? Has she given out loans to black people with the millions of dollars she has? How has she been a revolutionary? Revolutionary is not just talking.
Are you kidding? Like, Angela Davis is an incredibly very well known leftist. I can tell you all the ways that she has helped the Black community as well. But to try to say that
Can you tell me one?
is not. Hold on, let me look into this. Actually, I have
The Google.
Yeah, I would
I'm
love
sorry.
to.
Do you not look for stats? Is it like it? Do you just like produce them
Well,
out of your
no.
brain
I
because you're such
I
a
look at the
revolutionary?
stats first, and then I make an opinion. I don't make an
Well,
opinion.
well,
No, I know. I have already made my opinion. Clearly, you don't know who I am, right? I don't just make opinions without like reading up on it, Mr. McCall Ghost, right? But I'm trying to give you the stats because I do already know like why I base my opinion on.
While Athena grabs her stats, because one, there's nothing wrong with actually getting data and being able to substantiate something you're saying. Two, I still want you to actually tell me about Donald Trump and the Platinum Plan, because you keep saying the Platinum Plan, but again, Donald Trump talked about it one time and he said he would revisit it, and he's never revisited. So why are you still holding on to the Platinum Plan? I don't get it.
He also
Could
said
you
like
please tell me-
he also said that we were talking about things that like, oh, we aren't going to do, and it's just all just talk. Isn't that Donald Trump with the Platinum Plan?
First of all, he's 3 months into his presidency, so judging.
When has he spoken about the Platinum Plan except for in 2020, and when he said that if he won, he would revisit it?
Could you name one similar policy directly highlighting the issues faced by the black community that
Listen,
Kamala Harris,
no.
Barack Obama, or Joe Biden ever tried to pass?
I'm not here for your pivots. You specifically made a claim, and I'm holding you to that claim. You said that Donald Trump has a plan for Black America. I said, cool.
I said
what's the
vision.
plan? No, what? Perfect. You said vision. I said, okay, what's that vision? You said the Platinum Plan. I said he hasn't spoken about the Platinum Plan since 2020, and he said he will revisit it. He hasn't spoken about it again, and now I want you to tell me, why is it that over 5 years ago now, that he talked about this? He didn't talk about it when he was running again. He's back in office. He's doing all the DEIA and woke stuff. He has not spoken about the Platinum Plan. He's not met with Ice Cube. He's not specifically spoken on anything that he's doing for Black America. So what tells you that he's going to actually do anything that you're saying?
I think like you guys are really not understanding my point here. Parker,
No.
at the beginning, the first thing you asked me was, why did I vote for Donald Trump? The reason why I voted for Donald Trump was because this is a two-party system. I felt that the Democratic Party has been lying to black people, has never once vocalized the way that Donald Trump vocalized his concern for black issues with the Platinum Plan, has never, not once. Barack Obama was in office for 8 years. When has he done anything even similar, remotely similar to addressing?
Didn't we
Black futures as well. She has actively helped Black communities and Black people understand that their struggle is not isolated, but has actively connected them to other liberation groups across borders. And also, she has often spoken for free at grassroots events and also has taught for free at institutions where she can reach underrepresented students. So she has actively, consistently donated her time, her energy, her platform, and her labor to specifically Black and radical causes. And what she did say when it came to Kamala was, and I quote, "It's not just about electing Kamala Harris. It's about opening up a space for those of us who are more radical than Kamala Harris to put anti-capitalist and anti-racist programs forward and increase the pressure for change, especially in the first place when it comes to the genocide being inflicted on people." So she knows that through Kamala Harris, even though the Democrats are not radical and they're not leftist enough, they're a much better platform to be able to open up a space for people who are much more radical instead of having to deal with like a president who's deporting like activists and people who protest and I don't know, like trying to be a-okay with segregation in government facilities as well, right? So for you to like just completely dismiss all of the work that she has done with regards to even giving the tools to navigate, like giving Black people and underrepresented people the tools to navigate their way around systemic racism, mass incarceration, the prison industrial complex, Black feminism, and intersectionality, and to say that she isn't radical enough. Because I don't know, you probably read like a Tumblr on like leftism and thought that now you're like a revolutionary, to me is actually crazy. McCall goes, do you understand that reading like one Tumblr post or reading one Reddit post doesn't necessarily make you a revolutionary, right?
No, I understand that what makes me a revolutionary is the hours that I've dedicated to studying the field of Black politics. And I want to quote, since we're quoting people,
but what have you
we're
actually
quoting other
done?
people as authorities.
What have you actually done, Huey?
Since we're quoting other people,
you were just talking about Angela Davis and her lack of building schools or banks or loans. And
well, I'm not a celebrity.
You call yourself a revolutionary, but it
figure.
sounds like the only thing that you've done is study. So what else have you done besides studied? What have you done to actually bring any type of? What have you done to actually bring any type of financial stability into the Black community or any type of, you know, education or just, you know, anything in the Black community? What have you done?
Well, if you couldn't tell by my voice, I'm obviously very young. So that's just a ad hominem attack.
Young people do stuff all the time. Young people get out and do stuff all the time.
Brett Hampton was 21 when he was being unalived. I just wanted to say that.
Ghost, how old are you? I'm just going to clarify.
I'm 18.
Okay.
So, first and foremost, I want to quote Malcolm X, since we're quoting quote unquote.
Please don't. The liberal quote.
I was just about to say please don't say that one.
No. I want to talk about what Malcolm X believed was the true root of the Black issue. He believed that the root of the Black issue in America was dependence. Do you guys agree with that? Do you agree that Black people are far too dependent on the government?
I think to boil down the issue as far as the issues that Black Americans face today in America to one singular thing is absolutely insane. It's multifaceted, and there's not just one way to actually get past where we are. So if you're going to just say it's just this one thing, no, I'm just saying to boil it down to one thing is to actually, you know, paint over the issue with
dancing around the question.
Wait, Ghost. I just want to let you know, Ghost. We believe in universal health care, childcare, housing affordability. We believe in government programs to help people out. You don't believe in any of those government programs. Do you think Social Security should exist?
Yes.
Do you think Medicare should exist?
See, this is the problem, and
hold on. These are quote unquote dependency programs that you were referencing. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. These are all quote unquote dependency programs.
That's not the point. I never advocated.
Can you give me the quote of him saying that dependency was the root cause? Because when I do remember the stuff that Malcolm X was saying. He was talking about, let's say, for example, Black economic independence. He was talking about community control of institutions and freedom from white dominated political systems. But when he was talking about that, he wasn't necessarily anti-government. He was anti-colonial and anti-paternalism, because he thought that a lot of like the US government and white liberals and white conservatives and political institutions in general positioned Black people as dependent or controlled, not because aid itself was bad, but because it often came with manipulation or strings attached or was used to pacify resistance actively. But at the end of the day, he did say that the root cause of Black suffering was white supremacy, was systemic racism, was capitalism and colonialism. So where did he say that dependence or Black people being dependent?
Liberals love to hear themselves
No,
talk.
no, no.
I'm
no.
not a liberal. I'm a leftist. Wait,
Wait,
one second.
Ghost,
I'm
Athena's
not a
liberal.
liberal. I'm a communist.
Yeah.
MAGA
Also,
ghost.
also
Like I'm
now
a commie.
since Athena has clarified, I would love to hear that quote now.
Well, I don't have a direct quote, but I know he said. Listen. No, look. All right, you want a direct quote? I'll give you a direct quote. When Malcolm X stood in front of the Black Caucus and he said, "If white Irish immigrants can come to this country with nickels and dimes, you can Google this. Can come to this country with nickels and dimes. We have no moral authority to ask the white man to help us." That is what Malcolm X said. Am I lying? Google this. Let's
You realize that when he was talking about that, he talked about, again, that manipulation and strings attached and the idea to pacify resistance that was you. Like, he wasn't necessarily anti-aid. He wasn't anti-government. He was anti the fact that the US government and liberals or conservatives, whatever it is, actively forced Black people into this like dependent or controlled space in order to pacify Black resistance, right? So at the end of the day, though, in all of his works, he did actively say that, number one, you can't have capitalism without racism. And number two, he did criticize systemic racism and white supremacy. So he didn't think that dependency was the root cause. What the root cause to him was white supremacy, systemic racism, and capitalist exploitation.
Could you tell me a quote of him saying that? Because I just gave you a quote of him saying the exact opposite. So you can't just come and say, "Well,
no. Again,
this."
Oh, did she get banned? Hate speech and hateful behaviors. Why is Athena getting banned for hate speech, hateful behaviors?
Because TikTok knows I'm right.
Sarah Joe, think of the new membership subscription. No,
Yeah,
that was
that's
Athena who got
absolutely
banned, not
true.
you.
You have no legs to stand on whatsoever.
Dude, what is TikTok doing, bro? That's so fucking crazy.
That's very unfortunate. But to speak to my point, do you think? Look, read The Color of Law. I think it's by Richard Rothstein, if I'm not mistaken.
Wait, so to clarify, I just want to go through these things. Do you think that we should have Medicare?
Yes.
Should we have Medicaid?
Yes.
Should we have food stamps?
Yes.
Should we have income security programs?
I'm gonna keep saying yes because you're misconstruing my point.
Okay, well then I'm confused what you disagree with.
I'm going to repeat this again for the third time. The reason why I voted for Donald Trump was because his vision for Black America was much more beneficial than Kamala's vision, which does nothing to address the core systemic issues that Black Americans face. At least with Donald Trump's platinum plan, he actually aims to put power back into the
We've
hands.
already addressed this so many times.
Yeah.
Like, you're just going to keep saying the same thing? I'm about to kick you because you're so dense, bro.
And that's the point. You keep talking about the vision. You keep talking about the platinum plan. Tell me where Donald Jimothy Trump has been talking about this vision, has been talking about the platinum plan. Not you, Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
You're not understanding that I'm saying his political policies help Black people more, not directly.
Name one.
Not directly.
Name
the
one.
Removal of
Name
DEI,
one.
The removal of DEI.
How does removing diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility actually help Black Americans?
Thank you. I've been waiting all night for somebody to ask me this question. DEI only benefits white people.
No, it's not. DEIA.
So you're gonna sit there and tell me
it doesn't only benefit white women. Yes, it does benefit white women. It does not only benefit white women.
But would you say the primary beneficiaries of DEI are white women? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So that's the first step. DEI was never
What-
for black
Wait,
people.
wait,
It's not.
wait. DEI can be multifaceted. DEI also very much helps people who are disabled.
Exactly.
I agree with that part. But we all know when we speak of DEI with this coded term, it's not
No.
about the
No.
disabled people.
No. When people say DEI, the reason why they say DEI now is because they can't say the N word. That's all it is.
I
When you say
100% agree with
coded,
you.
but that's not what it stands for. That's not what it's about. And then
I
also
100%
people
agree
don't
with
know
you.
the difference between DEIA and also affirmative action. People don't know what the difference is between those two. And for some reason, you're letting those things like be conflated. That's not the point.
Wait, Ghost, wouldn't a racial integration technically be considered a DEI program?
Like, what? In what context?
Inclusion.
Like, well, no, like racial integration is a broad term. Like, what do you mean? Like integration in what area? Are you saying the complete?
Wait, I just do you agree with racial integration?
It's a.
Wow, dude.
Trump doesn't.
I'm really confused why you can't just say yes.
I agree from a social aspect, but from an economic aspect, I feel like black people did not benefit at all from integration. But from a social aspect, where we stop getting lynched, yes, I would say I agree with
Wait,
integration.
are you saying that the black community would be better off if there was still segregation?
See, this is why I didn't want to answer that way, because I knew you were going to frame it in this one prone
I'm just
answer.
asking you, is that
I'm
what
saying-
you said? Is that what you just said?
Look, I said
Just seeking
socially.
clarification.
Yes. Listen, look, segregation gets painted as this issue where, oh, MLK was fighting because he loved white people so much and he wanted to sit and eat lunch with white people. That's not what it was about. The reason why segregation was bad is because all of the money was in white people's hands, which is why we had poorer schools, poorer businesses. Which
That
is
was
why
the only reason.
Oh.
So it was only about the money.
So racial integration is better.
What?
So you agree that racial integration is better?
No, I agree that black people need money.
No?
You're thinking about social. Look, you're thinking about the social. Look, you're what you're saying right now is actually, this is why I don't rock with white liberals, because instead of actually addressing the fact that white people have all the power in the society, you say, all right,
Wait,
let's
I do
integrate.
address that. Wait, I do
Muhammad
address
Ali,
that.
Muhammad
When did I
Ali.
not address that? What?
Look, you're talking about integration, segregation, like it's the problem. Integration and segregation, that's not the issue here. It's about who has the power. The reason why segregation was
Of
bad
course,
is
that's why
because black
racial
people-
integration is good, because racial integration allowed for there to be a greater level of equity, inclusion, diversity, and
How have we
acceptability.
seen that? How have we seen that when the wealth gap is still growing? How
Wait,
have we seen
Okay, wait.
inclusion?
No, wait, the wealth gap isn't just growing for Black America. It's growing as far as Americans. Period. We have
No.
no. The
wealth gap
money
is
at the top is coalescing at the top versus the bottom. There's a complete difference in class. And yes, you can talk about the different disparities and within different races, but as a whole, the people that's holding the money at the top hold more money at the top than they do
What
than
is the
rest of America.
projected black median wealth by 2053? Do you know this statistic?
I would have to look it up. I'm
It's
assuming
zero.
that you
You
can
don't
tell
have to
me.
look far. It's zero.
Okay,
By
where are you
2053,
getting that?
Google it right now. By
No.
2053,
I don't want to Google it. I want you to tell me specifically where's your source.
I don't know the specific source, but you can Google it right now. I promise you. By 2053, experts predict that the black median wealth will be $0.
Wait, so I don't know.
Read it and weep.
I don't know where'd you get that? What was the title of the source?
He said we just got to Google it.
We just got to Google it.
I'll find it for you right now.
Okay, go ahead. Because I'm currently on the St. Louis Fed right now, and I'm looking there and I don't see what you're saying.
Check The Guardian.
The Guardian. What's the title?
Median black wealth of black Americans will fall to zero by 2053. The Guardian, September 13, 2017.
Wait, so you're giving us an article from 2017 about 2050?
The U.S. Department of Labor says it as well.
Wait.
I'm looking at it right now.
Wait,
Tell me
you're
the title
giving us
for that.
exactly, but you're giving us an article from 2017 about 2053.
Wait, can you,
Bro,
can you,
what?
Can,
I
you
just
tell
said
me that? Can you just tell me that?
Experts
can you-
predict.
You said there's one from the Department of Labor. Can you tell me? Because I just looked it up and I don't see the one on the Guardian.
It's titled "Achieving Financial Equity in Retirement."
What?
Wait. So,
Wait. You just miscited that. You totally miscited that. What are you talking about? What was the
Bro,
title?
Achieving Financial Equity in Retirement. That's look. No, look. I want to get this clear. So, are you sitting here trying to argue with me that the average black wealth will not be zero by 2053? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm asking what your source is, and you're not providing it. Okay, so I'm
I
on the
just-
source.
I
Wait, hold
literally-
on.
Type this
Hold
in
on.
on
I
Google. That's
just
what I'm
want to.
saying.
Where in the source is it?
Type this in on Google. It will be everywhere. Literally, just type in what is the predicted black wealth by 2053. I think you're being purposely
wait. I
dense
said
here.
I asked you where in the Department of Labor, right? Paper does it say that? Because right here it says 24,000. It was in the source that you
Institute for
just
Policy
mentioned.
Studies, the Racism and Racial Experiences Work Group. I just gave you
No,
three
tell me
sources.
tell me what page on the Department of Labor that I can find this. Because I just told you the Department of Labor says 24,000. So like I'd love for you to be able to show that.
24,000 in 2053. That's what it says.
It says that's talking about for now, right? There's no projected wage that I can see currently. Could you provide
Alright.
me?
But what I'm telling you, and the people in the chat, you can literally Google this right now. Like,
Wait,
well,
I like
have-
how the Department of Labor source talks about economic inclusion as a strategy to fight this for equity inclusion. So it's talking about DEI.
I never spoke about strategies. I'm talking about
wait. The Department of Labor source that he just cited literally cites DEI as a manner that we can address these types of issues. I'm not trolling. On page.
I would-
All right, wait,
I would-
no. But you have
to. I would love to
page
bring up
5.
the fact that I have like searching for more information about this. I haven't been able to find anything that's over or that's occurred or any type of study that's occurred since 2017.
Look.
See, I actually
look,
wait. Here,
read your
I
own
have
comments.
I
Read
have
your own comments.
I have a,
Read your own comments. Everybody's saying that they see it. So what? Like,
I don't see anyone in the comments saying that, but I'm actually looking at the St. Louis Federal Reserve, and on the St. Louis Federal Reserve, it's actually been according to them increasing since 2013.
Oh my god, yo, you got it.
I'm back,
I
by the
can
way.
literally show you right now. Do you want to see it?
It's not Kenzie. It's not Kenzie.
Yo, you guys are crazy.
I just wanted to say this is not Kenzie, y'all. I'm incognito. It's me, Athena. But maybe
That's right.
I used a white woman's picture, like profile right now.
So
Maybe
you're
y'all won't record me.
wait. So you're gonna tell me right now that the black wealth in this country is increasing?
There was decreasing since the 2000s, but then it started increasing since 2013. Do you see that? That's Obama's policy right there. Look at that.
But I'm saying right now, this is the undisputed.
Okay,
fact.
wait.
We're debating
Where
facts.
are you getting your facts
Yeah,
from?
because this only
I
goes.
can
This only
cite
this,
any
hold
source.
up, this only goes to 2019.
Can you
I don't
type
see,
it? Look, listen.
I don't see any
You
sort.
just showed me a chart, right? You just showed me a chart.
This only goes up till 2019. This is from the St. Louis Federal Reserve. So this is from the Federal Reserve, right? This is like the best type of information that you can get on the matter. If you could find me a source that references anything later than 2019, I would like to see it. Is that fair? That's all we see currently, though.
Look, all right. I'm gonna give you a direct source from the Institute for Policy Studies. I implore you. You just showed me a chart. Please Google this. Please.
Yeah, what's the title?
The title is "The Road to Zero Wealth,"
Okay.
but from the Institute for Policy Studies.
Okay. The Road to Zero Wealth. Okay, and the Institute from Policy Studies is from when?
Yes.
What year is it? From 2017?
Yes, 2017.
So where does it say this?
Well, what was the article again? The road to what?
The Road to Zero Wealth. In the first thing where it says key findings, it says right here, while households of color are projected to reach majority status by 2043, if the racial divide is left unaddressed, median black household wealth is on a path to hit zero by 20.
Can I ask you a question? What does it
Yes.
say as a manner in which we could actively address this?
Hmm.
Can you tell me
No,
what
no,
they
no,
say?
no. We're not just gonna.
Wait, no, I want him to answer this question. I want him to answer
No,
this
no, no.
question.
We're not
What
gonna
does it say
slide
within
past
the
it.
source?
Wait.
Within
you
this,
admit
wait, hold
to
on,
your-
hold on,
can
hold
you
on.
admit to your
Hold up.
chat? Can,
Hold up. Within the source, by the way, this isn't anything after 2019. So this is for a projection for 20.
and that's exactly what I said.
2053.
That's
So
which
can I
is what I
please
was
finish?
saying.
Can I please finish? Is that possible?
That would be amazing.
Yeah. So the projections that they have for median household wealth, right? I actually like I would genuinely be concerned with because when we look at the St. Louis Federal Reserve, even their projections for 2020 are well off. But like I do just want to acknowledge that one. Two, as it relates to this. Yeah, I think it's pretty important for us to also like address like what are the things that they say is a manner in which we could address this. What are they saying
No,
we
wait.
should do to
No, wait,
help
wait,
it
wait,
down?
wait. But can we admit to the chat that this is a credible source that just said
I actually
that-
again I just showed you that like the projections they had were vastly off according to the
All
St.
right,
Louis
so
Federal Reserve.
could you, Parker, say that the black median wealth is not
I don't have
projected to reach-
have enough evidence to say that currently. That it's
But you
projected
just
to
had
do
enough
that by
evidence to
20.
say that it was
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I don't have
It is.
I don't. What's up?
I found information about it. This is a study on the actual racial wealth gap, and this covers from 1992 up until 1992 to 2022. So what, 3 years later, and it's still increasing overall. Like it's still increasing. And there is a huge wealth gap between Black Americans and white Americans, but it is still trending upwards as of 2022. Now that's still 3 years difference from where we are now. But talking about the actual trend, yes, it is
Wait.
trending upward.
What's irritating to me is didn't Trump sign like an executive order that aimed to steer large amounts of federal money away from public schools and towards private schools?
Yes,
He did that back in January, right? So like McCall goes, like what you're saying right now, right? That wage gap does exist. Actually, according to the Federal Reserve, a larger, like the wage gap that exists today, like racial wage gap is larger today than during Jim Crow, right? So a huge racial wage gap does exist, right? But Trump is not helping anybody. Like even within this report that you're talking about, they are urging the Trump administration to invest in bold new programs like the Children's Savings Account, automatic enrollment retirement accounts, federal job guarantees, and racial wealth divide audit of government policies, which none of that is being done by Trump. Instead, Trump is actively harming middle class and like underprivileged communities, right? By the way, this is not Kenzie, this is Athena, y'all. But anyways, as I was saying, like, what is Trump doing to help Black people? Wait, I don't know if y'all.
Athena, he's answered it. He talked about the Platinum Plan in 2020. That's what Trump is doing. He talked about the Platinum Plan.
Yeah, but also
it's
like
very interesting to watch you guys debate because it's like you just sat here for like almost 10 minutes trying to say that I was lying. You said that my projections were wrong. Parker literally said
that's not telling that she's not listening. You're referencing two different things. You're referencing the wealth number versus the wealth gap. There is an increasing wealth gap that you see between 2010 and 2019 going up to rates that we saw prior in 2007, right? But it is the case that the wealth has been increasing since 2013, according to the St. Louis Federal Reserve.
Also, if we want to talk about wealth and how you actually create generational wealth, what's like the biggest proponent of actually creating and passing on generational wealth?
Owning homes.
Okay,
Owning
perfect. Now, we know Kamala Harris had an actual plan for people to own homes. What about Jimothy?
That's not my point here. For the fourth time, I'm going to repeat my point. I said that Donald Trump's actions,
but you still haven't been specific. No, you haven't been specific. You still haven't answered my question. When has he spoken? No. When has he spoken about it? When has he spoken about doing anything that's going to be beneficial to Black America outside of the Platinum Plan since 2020?
the tariffs are innately beneficial to Black Americans. That is my point. I've never
Wait,
once.
that's just not
Look,
true.
Wait, let me finish my point, please, Parker. I've never once came on this live claiming to be a Trump supporter. I think you can tell by my rhetoric. I'm not.
I'm sorry. The first thing I asked you on the live was, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did. The reason why I voted for Donald Trump is because, like I said, his indirect actions will benefit the Black community far more than Kamala Harris's.
Which you gave no evidence for at all. Literally nothing.
I literally just spoke about how Africa is going to benefit from the tariffs on China. I spoke about how he's going to bring industrial jobs back.
Wait, you said it's going to help Black Americans. Tell me what policy will help Black Americans?
The tariffs on China, like I said.
The tariffs on China will harm Black Americans.
How?
Oh, okay,
please tell me how it's going to harm Black people.
Yeah, sorry, continue. You have the econ degree. So.
No, I got you. Yeah, so in terms of this, right, we can look at the effect on the recessionary likelihood. Recessionary likelihood is more likely to occur given the fact that we are implementing the tariffs. The Atlanta Fed has indicated a reduction by GDP by 3.7% prior to Trump's Liberation Day tariffs. Okay, so we were already on track for a recession due to Donald Trump's imposition of all of these different types of policies, and his tariffs have fucked it up even more. His tariffs are going to cause a reduction in GDP. They're going to cause a reduction in wages because shifting jobs from service sector to manufacturing reduces wages, right? Along with the fact that it's going to harm American businesses that rely on aspects of the production process that come from countries around the world, right? Because not every single aspect of the production process is made here in the United States. So you're literally going to get screwed in all those ways.
You didn't mention Black
people. Yeah, wait,
people,
Parker, can I ask you a question? What happens to prices? They go up. And what happens to those?
I was about to go. Go ahead.
What about those like Black families who are more likely to live paycheck to paycheck? What happens to them when prices go up? Mm-hmm. What about those Black Americans who are overrepresented within retail, service, or hospitality sectors, which are then going to be impacted by reduced consumer spending due to rising costs?
I have a better question. What sector of Americans actually impact the spending market pretty much the most?
White Americans, obviously. But what Duna just said, right?
No.
They're the majority of this country.
Yes, they are the majority of the country. But as far as discretionary spending, Black people tend to actually do more as far as discretionary spending. And then when you raise those prices, you actually raise the cost on discretionary spending. They're going to spend less, or actually decide, it's not worth it to actually get those same amount of items before.
All right. Well, I need
to say one thing. Recessions disproportionately impact people who are Black in this country. They disproportionately impact people who are Black.
Thank you. All three of you just beautifully brought together my points. And I'm tired of repeating myself, so I'm just going to say this last thing.
Okay, right? So just demonstrate.
Oh wait, no. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
All three of you beautifully strung together my point. Parker, you were talking about how the recession affects the least of those. You were talking about Black people are going to spend less, and Athena was speaking about how Black people make up retail. The fact that you could even bring that up and see that as a good thing is actually crazy. Because my point is that Black people should not.
Who said it was a good thing? What are you talking about?
You're bringing that up as an argument, like it's normal. Like
who said it was a good thing?
You're saying that it's normal. You're saying that Black people are the biggest spenders, so they're going to spend less.
No, we're speaking on things that actually happen.
Can I finish my point?
All he's describing is that Black people are going to be disproportionately negatively impacted by the tariff.
No, but look, you're speaking of the Black plight like it's a normal thing because that's the liberal issue. You're not actually concerned with.
I'm a communist.
Thank you for interrupting me. Thank you for interrupting me.
No, I'm a communist. Like again, you're protecting.
Congratulations.
This is what I hate about TikTok leftists who again have literally just read a Tumblr post and now think that they're revolutionaries akin to Fred Hampton. You do not know what you are talking about. You voted in a fascist that is actively harming Black people. Then you turn around and say, I actually wanted to help Black people. How is segregation going to help Black people, bro? Again, can you please explain that one to me? How is helping a fascist who normalizes fascistic rhetoric, who is helping white supremacists, like emboldening them, how is that going to freaking help anybody? You're a fake leftist. I'm telling you again, you are a freaking fake leftist.
That's what
never-
you are. You keep talking about liberal this, liberal that, like it's a slur. When I'm a communist and I'm telling you what you're saying is embarrassing as fuck.
Well, first of all, the fact, look, to the rational people who are watching this, they would see that you guys cut me off 3 times before I can make my point. So, so this is actually hilarious. So, like I was saying, the fact that all 3 of you described the black issues like blacks are servants. My point is not to speak of the liberal issue. And when I say liberal, I'm encompassing all of it. I'm encompassing Democrats, whatever, common voters. That's my point. You see black people in a servile class. That's the whole point of racism. It's not that they hate black people. It's that they want black people beneath them, which is why black people make up these retail jobs. My point is that when Trump does these China tariffs, we actually have the ability to get businesses in America.
Oh my
This
God.
guy hurts my
Can
brain.
I?
Real
Can
quick.
I? Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead, Athena. No, you got it.
No,
You got it.
I was just gonna say, do you think that Trump is anti-capitalist? Like, do you think that he's anti-capitalism? Do you genuinely
Not at
think
all.
that he's helping like the working class people? When I am mentioning the fact that black people are overrepresented within these jobs, within these sectors, it's not because me as a black woman, by the way, the picture isn't fucking me. It's not because I'm saying that black people deserve to be in these sectors, but this is the unfortunate reality of black people because of systemic racism, because of capitalist exploitation. And when you're voting in a man who actively is pro-capitalist exploitation, that is not going to help pull these people out of these particular sectors, McCall, right? That's literally what I'm trying to tell you. Like, this guy
How we're
is
bringing jobs
actively
to- how we're
poor,
bringing
making the
businesses to
richer
America,
and the
not-
poor poorer. Who the hell is interrupting who right now? Clearly, you're
I
not
interrupted
letting
one
a woman
time.
finish, which is why you keep interrupting me every fucking time I talk. Ghost. Again, this is why I think TikTok leftists need to stop reading quotes off of ChatGPT and actually need to read a book, like an actual book on communism or leftism or leftist, like radical, like Marxist politics. Because how is being pro-fascism going to help anybody? That's just the opposite of whatever you wanted to achieve. Like, I don't know, like, walk me through this. How is voting for a fascist who is actively arresting protesters and saying that he wants to start deporting American citizens, who is deporting people to some rando prison in El Salvador, who is actively like unbanning segregation within government like institutions? How is this guy going to help black people? Tell me, how is he going to pull people out of these sectors?
Well, my point is that in the 1970s, Parker said the 60s a little bit earlier, a black American could get a job at a factory and uplift his whole family, buy a house.
When did
Am
I
I
say
wrong?
this? When did
Or
I
am I
say
right?
this?
No. I'm talking about the timeline. I'm asking you now. Before America deindustrialized, were black Americans doing better? Yes or no?
And what are you saying? Like real median wages?
Economically.
Real median wages.
Economically.
Real median wages were lower then.
But were black Americans was the country itself doing better? Was there more employment?
What do you mean by better on employment? So if you're so the lowest rate of black unemployment happened under the Biden-Harris administration.
That has nothing to do with what I'm saying. I'm talking about.
So is your premise that we need to bring back manufacturing jobs to actually restore where the actual income level for everyday Americans are? Like, I'm trying to understand. Like,
I'm saying we need to bring back a business economy to America. That's my point here. My point is that
that doesn't exist right now. What are you talking about, bro? That existed prior. Business.
So you're saying that black people have access to wealth?
Wait, you said business economy.
Which predates access to wealth.
You were saying that there wasn't a business economy under the Biden-Harris administration?
That's not my point here. My point is that clearly,
because we do understand that black Americans actually thrived in multiple ways under the Biden-Harris administration, including the fact that yes, black unemployment reached its lowest levels, but also entrepreneurship grew for Black Americans under the Biden-Harris administration, and also being able to attain higher levels of degrees as well grew under the Biden-Harris administration. So multiple things that would actually allow Black Americans to get to the space of attaining wealth or financial freedom occurred under the Biden-Harris administration.
This is why Kamala lost, right? Because I feel like Democrats are so out of touch with reality, like so out of touch from the average working class person. Do you understand the reason why Trump was able to get poor whites is because he made a vision of the old America where you could go to job, work at a factory, pay for your house, live off one single income. Obviously,
that was a fucking lie. He lied to you,
him.
and you fucking believed it. Jesus Christ, I cannot believe that what you're arguing is why he's good is a lie, a literal fucking lie. He can't justify with any policy. He can't justify with any position. He didn't have a healthcare plan, a childcare plan, a housing affordability plan, a plan to lower prices. He didn't have a plan to actively help the middle class in any fucking conceivable way possible. His policies disenfranchise middle class individuals by increasing their taxes while literally decreasing taxes on people who are rich. What the fuck are you talking about? Seriously.
He also got the poor white people because of racism. Because they wanted to go back to Jim Crow. Just wanted to whisper that to kind of help you, they wanted to go back to an America where the blacks weren't bothering them anymore,
And let's not forget that this country is founded on racism and sexism. I mean, listen, the Constitution was literally crafted for white men that own land. Everyone else came after. So let's not act like that's not in the. Let's not act like that's not in the fiber, in the very fabric of this country. But with that being said, I want to go all the way back because I had one quick question for you. Because you're talking about how, Donald Trump is going to actually, use tariffs, bring manufacturing back, Trump talked about black jobs. You remember that? You remember the black jobs?
Thank you. Yes, I do remember that very vividly.
Cool. Who did he say was taking those black jobs?
The Mexicans.
Immigrants, right? So cool. What 3 industries are really propped up by undocumented immigrants?
I would say farming, retail, healthcare,
farming, service, farming, the service industry, and also the construction industry.
Okay.
And tell me, does that not sound like Donald Trump thinks black people are still sharecropping?
Yeah,
those are black jobs that Donald Trump is trying to get. Is Donald Trump trying to get black people to go back to sharecropping? Is that what he's doing? Is that how Donald Trump is going to help Black America by actually putting us back in the fields to work?
Well, this is a clear case of Trump derangement syndrome because I've never, not once, claimed to be a diehard Trump supporter. I've made the same thesis over and over again that I feel like Donald Trump's actions will be better for the Black community than Kamala's actions will be.
And you have failed to effectively illustrate that, by the way. Just wanted to say that. You have failed to I'm
just gonna ask one simple question. And your answer to this is gonna be very telling. Do you think America was better for Black people when we had industrial jobs?
No, America's never been better for Black people.
I'm talking about
the highest rate of industrial production. The highest rate of industrial production was during World War II and right before World War II. Right, that's the highest rate of industrial production that you're going to reference. Are you saying that Black Americans were better off, right, at that time?
That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm speaking economically.
Yeah.
I'm speaking purely economically.
Yeah, real median wages have increased.
That's not my point here. I'm saying purely economically.
What are you talking about? That is economically.
Purely economically.
What indicator are you referencing? Can you tell me what indicator you're referencing?
Look, let's speak about Flint, Michigan. Which is
Can you tell me what indicator you're referencing?
The access to wealth went.
What indicator? What indicator? What the fuck is that? What indicator? Are you talking about social mobility? Social mobility is better off now. So please tell me.
How is so? Can you give me one way social mobility is better off when 2% of American businesses are owned by Black people? 2%. Could you tell me how it has increased from the 1960s to now?
This is dumb. I'm gonna read this up. Go ahead.
You think there were a question?
He thinks that there
Can
were
I
a
ask the
greater.
econ major a question?
Oh my God, he thinks that there's a greater amount of black business owners back in the 1930s, 1950s
Yeah,
comparative
that's
to
exactly
now.
what I'm saying to you.
Wait, can I ask the econ major something? So how can listen, let me ask this question. How are we able to bring back industrial jobs when robots and machines now do much of the work that was once done by people? I just wanted to ask that question. Even when like factories return to the US, they're usually automated, you know? So they require like fewer workers. So how are we gonna do that?
It's actually like impossible. It's like us. It would be way less efficient. It's like us saying that like we should start like farming without technology, right? We should go back to farming without technology. It would create more jobs. There would be more people needed on the farms if it was the case that we went back to not utilizing right machinery in order to be able to farm.
We could
That's
all be
essentially what he's
Amish.
arguing.
Hey, do you want us to be Amish? Is that what you're saying?
Well, obviously, it's not a perfect plan. I never stated that this was an end all be all. I said that the economy that Trump will create
So
is
dumb.
going to be much better in terms of opportunity for Black Americans. You've still not
It's
been
the
able
same
to
point,
disprove
dude.
my
It's
point.
the same point
Look,
over and over. Is
You
this AI
haven't
generated?
made a
Flint,
Chat,
Michigan.
is this
You haven't made a point.
is this AI
Michigan.
generated? Is seriously? Can
Flint,
someone please?
Michigan.
Is this AI generated? Oh my
Think
God! Dude.
about Flint, Michigan. Answer this question. Do not run around the question. Was Flint, Michigan better or worse when we had industrial jobs?
I don't know. Was Michigan better or worse? I don't know.
Michigan.
I don't know specifically about Flint. I mean, yes, Michigan was better because of the
For
different industries. Yeah.
Real question
exactly.
is for who? Who are you asking for? Are you asking
Exactly.
for white men? White, straight,
For
cis, heterosexual men?
everybody.
You can't make a claim like that because it was not
Exactly.
it was not better for gay people. It was not better for black people. It was not better for women. It was not better for practically every group in society except for white, cis, straight, heterosexual men. Sorry, I said straight
I'm
heterosexual.
talking economically. We can get to the social issues. We've already identified.
I know my brain is getting
We've already
right now.
identified. Look, you're trying to play the race card. We've already identified that.
No, what I'm just saying is that
no race card. Stop using the race. Stop using terms like the race card, bro. If you're an actual leftist, you wouldn't say shit like the race card because the race card doesn't fucking exist.
Oh my God.
Lord, my gosh, you sound like you've watched too much Ben Shabibo, and now you're like regurgitating some of his points, saying shit like the race card, like.
that is.
You realize how
like
you still
like
haven't
a black
addressed my point.
leftist.
You realize how you still haven't addressed my point.
I have addressed your point multiple times in detail.
Flint, Michigan. You can Google it, watch a documentary.
Wait, let me ask you this question. Flint, Michigan, is it better off or worse off without the environmental regulations?
That has nothing to do with my point. That has exactly nothing to do. Like you're trying to shift focus.
Oh yeah, let's gut the EPA, chat. Let's gut the EPA. Let's get rid of that shit. It's horrible. It hurts this country. You think Michigan is better off or worse off without the Department of Education? Fuck it. Let's make them less educated.
Against Trump when it comes
let's
to
make
that.
Michigan less educated. Michigan. Less education for you.
Do you see
Do
how
they think that-
Democrats you can't answer the question, so you just bring up social issues?
Do you think that deindustrialization is like temporary? You think like all those factories that like closed plants or moved production abroad or adopted like leaner automated production models are just gonna go, whoop, let's go back to the 1980s. Let's like, I don't know. You think like these changes are like like temporary disruptions? You don't think that they're a part of a global trend that permanently restructured how and where manufacturing happens?
Well, I mean,
like again,
we're
when you're
3
talking
months
even
into
about
a
Flint,
4-year
Michigan.
presidency. You're acting like he's going to do all this overnight. My point here is that you still haven't addressed. Look, let me ask you guys a simple question. Do you think deindustrialization was a good thing for America? Do you think America was better off when we deindustrialized in the 70s?
For the overall shift that we were trying to make in America, yes.
Why?
I think the fact is that we had understand that products could be made at a cheaper rate, and we can focus on other sectors. And I mean, you take a look at something that's like the
You're
biggest.
cherry picking your words. You really want to say child slave labor in China. That's what you really want to say.
No, 'cause
What?
we would advocate.
You keep saying
We
that.
would
Stop being
advocate for
weird.
global regulatory standards. Donald Trump's not going to advocate for
Exactly.
global regulatory standards. You think that a literal guy that all of his businesses has literal like all as gift stores made in China on them. You're acting like that's not applicable to him. Oh, he's just a good businessman now. Now he's just a good businessman, right?
Also, and my point is, I don't want these.
I want him to respond to that real quick. Do you think he's just a good businessman for like having made in China on plenty of his
I'm not a Trump ball sucker. That's not you.
So then what are you saying? Are you saying that what is he doing? Is that horrible?
Wait. I think I actually need to like write this down for you to read every time you want to ask me this question over and over again. I believe that Trump's vision for America is better than Kamala's vision.
You still haven't.
You saying that over and over again?
His tariff.
You saying that over and over again does not make it true. Tariffs are worse for our economy. According to economists, the types of tariffs that Donald Trump is advocating for, if implemented, would have literally increased the prices for American consumers $5,000 for middle-class Americans. That's fucking unaffordable. No one can afford that.
Why are you also pretending like child slavery and exploitation of the global south did not exist when General Motors was big in Flint, Michigan? Like,
oh, so
why are you pretending like resources were not being, bro? Why are you pretending as if resources weren't actively being extracted from the global south? Do you think that what's happening in Congo is a new thing? You know that what's happening in Congo was also happening in the 1980s, right? And like in 1990s.
All right. Well, thank you for proving my point. So you did know about Flint, Michigan. I'm going to ask you the same question.
No. I didn't know about Michigan. I literally told you about like again those plants moving away, not.
Oh, banned. Sexual exploitation and gender-based violence. Guest violation. Let's look at the violation clip. What's up, everyone here on YouTube? Make sure to like the stream. I want to say thank you to some people. Kristen, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Catalina, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Sharon with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sharon. Can we get some W's for Sharon in the comment section for the $50? Thank you so much, Sharon. I really appreciate that. W's for Sharon in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Sharon. Thank you so much, Sharon. Seriously, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. As well as Francesca, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Bethany, thank you for the $5. Ace with the $10. Chris with the $5. Brian with the $2. And Amber, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. Sandra, thank you for the $5. And Jordan, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much, y'all. Thank you, everyone. I just want to say I really appreciate y'all. We got banned on TikTok, everyone. We just got banned on TikTok for a guest violation. Appeal submitted. Let me go check my other account, see if I got it back. Appeal not approved. Great. And I'm banned until tomorrow. Dude, amazing. Shocker. Am I right? Shocker.
I attended Bernie Chella.
It's called. Oh, his video's got like 20K now. Nice. Discount. Thank you for $2. Thank you. Everyone, make sure to like the stream. Banned for what? It was a guest violation for like. I kind of forgot what it was already. Oops. Let's check the live real quick. How many likes do we have? We have 1,000 likes, everyone. Let's try to get up to 2,000 likes. There's 3,000 people in here. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everyone. I actually don't have an account to go live on.
And it was math.
I don't have an account to go live on. Or actually, I can go on my girlfriend's account. Let's do that, chat. Let's do that. I have a first warning on that account. Oh, no. Did I get banned? I actually did a bit ago. I got banned. And I have the account back. Nice. All right. Let's go live on it. But yeah, everyone on the YouTube not live, make sure to like the stream. Everyone, seriously, if y'all would like it, it would really help out. Like if everyone in the live liked it right now, I would really appreciate that. Sean, thank you for the $9 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Sean. I really appreciate that. As well as Colin, thank you for the $2. Sending support. Sorry, TikTok keeps banning you. Yeah, it's really unfortunate. It's really annoying. TikTok just hates us for no reason. But yeah, we're like 2.5 hours in the stream, everyone. Yo, Sid, thank you so much for the $50 for L TikTok, but not gonna lie, not hearing his voice anymore is nice. You know what? That's valid. That's valid. He was pretty annoying. He was pretty annoying. But yeah, make sure to like the stream, everyone. Seriously, it would really help out. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes as quick as possible. There's 3,000 people in here, and I know half of y'all are just listening. Okay. Most of y'all in the live have not liked the stream. Okay. Okay. You're going to make me cry. What's up, everyone on TikTok? Do make sure to like the stream. I got banned. I got banned. What's up, y'all? What's up, y'all? We're going to start getting some debates up here in a second. Otherwise, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on my guest request for StreamYard. Might as well do that, huh? Yo, catch a bottle. Thank you so much for the $2. I actually have not. I have not. And Leanne, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Sorry, it got banned on TikTok, but that ghost guy needed to go to bed anyway. Yeah, it was brutal. You have the patience of a saint. Thank you so much. Bless, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Dean said he had someone on TikTok helping him with his ban issues. I didn't even know that. I'll have to talk to Dean about that. Wendy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much for I like the stream on both TikTok and YouTube. Do I get bonus points? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Because there's so many people on YouTube that just don't like me and they don't want to like the stream. You know, they got 1,400 likes. There's 3,000 people in the stream. I mean, it's more than half of the people on the stream don't like me enough to like the stream or enough to make an account. It's fine though. Don't worry. What's the TikTok account? I'm on Parker got a GF. You get a cookie? Yep. Are you sunburnt? Yep. I'm cooked. I'm literally cooked. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I did.
Oscalina, think of the $2. Thank you so much. Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Industrialization back to America.
Okay. Did you know that manufacturing sector wages are lower on average than service sector wages? So you're actually pushing people into lower paying jobs?
Well, I would push back on that and say, do you know what the average salary for a manufacturing job in the US is?
Do I know the average pay for a manufacturing job in the US?
Yeah.
No, I got this from a conservative economist.
All right, so it's about 60 to 80K, right? With good benefits too.
I'd be very, very skeptical of you just telling me. Where'd you get this information from?
Google it right now. Search up the average wage for a manufacturer in the US.
$34,000.
Not 34,000.
Vary range can go from 34,000 all the way up to 540,000. So it's like really big range.
All right, well, can you search up the average? Because that's just in between.
$35 an hour of all workers.
Like
manufacturing.
you have the average per year, or no?
Yeah, I'm looking at it from the St. Louis Federal Reserve.
Okay.
I literally got what I said from a conservative economist, by the way. Are you looking it up?
Yeah, I'm looking it up on my.
All right. Also, I just want to let you know, Donald Trump's tariff policy will also decrease GDP. It will harm American jobs that rely on aspects of the production process that come from countries around the world. Right, like plenty of American businesses, even if they manufacture products in the United States, they rely on materials that come from other countries around the world, which will go up in price.
Well, I got 74,000 annually, but I got that from ChatGPT, so I don't know how accurate.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't take ChatGPT as a reliable source.
Okay, you want to just call it 60,000 then, right? We can call it for argument's sake.
No, just go to $35 an hour.
Okay, but that's just you don't know how many hours people are working, and what's the average
35
salary?
times 40. 1,400 for a week.
Okay. Times 56.
56. Where'd you get 56?
How many weeks are in a year again? 56 weeks are
Oh, Jesus Christ, 52.
52. My bad. Times 52.
That's also assuming everyone works every week out of the year.
Okay. So 1,400 times. I'm sorry, my computer just froze. 1,400 times 52. The average salary is about 72,000.
Wait, what was your calculation?
1,400 times 52.
You're assuming that they work every single week.
Okay, so what do you want to say? 60,000 then? That's what I said earlier. Let's just say 60,000 then.
Whatever you'd like to at this
Hey,
point.
what's the average salary in the US? The average salaries in the US is about 60,000. So this myth that the wage is going to be way lower, we're all going to be working in sweatshops is just a lie.
It's not,
And
that's not what I just said. All I said was from a conservative economist, manufacturing wages on average are lower than service sector wages. That's it.
Yeah, but I think it's important to have other job options besides needing to get a college degree. I would say that, maybe it's a
For
few
service,
thousand
you don't
less.
necessarily need a college degree.
For not all service jobs, but manufacturing jobs, you don't need a college degree 100%. And I feel like
It's not 100%. There are plenty of specialized manufacturing jobs where you require a college degree.
It's easier to get a manufacturing job without a college degree than a service job without a college degree. Can we agree on that?
I don't know.
All right, we'll agree on that. So I would say a lot of Americans would hop on board the more diverse market where you don't have to get a college degree and you can get a good paying $60,000 job per year annually.
Again, not everyone gets paid that much it doesn't get paid the average.
Right, but the average is 60,000.
If we're assuming your position here.
Okay, well, you can go search it up yourself. But assuming my position averages 60,000, no college degree, and with good benefits, because manufacturing jobs have good benefits, I would say that the fact that workers, working in a manufacturing job is not the worst thing in the world. I would argue I'd rather.
Okay. Well, I think that overall jobs are going to diminish in the country. How do you feel about that?
I would argue that working rush hour at Taco Bell better than working at an assembly line. I don't know if I would argue that.
I'm confused why you didn't respond to what I just said.
Can you repeat yourself?
Less jobs will be in the country because of the tariffs that you're advocating for.
How? Why would there be less jobs? Because there's less service jobs. Manufacturing jobs are more stable than service jobs.
That's not what I'm asking. Can I finish? Or are you just going to assume what I'm going to say?
No, I'll let you talk.
Okay. Yeah, so because many of the aspects of the production process for manufacturers, even in this country, rely on materials that come from countries around the world in which you're going to tariff. And if the tariffs are not implemented, well, then it's not going to cause an increase in domestic manufacturing.
Can I ask you what minerals? Or what material?
Do I have to name all of them off the top of my head? Like aluminum would be one, steel, right? You rely on what's it called? Stuff from other countries in terms of like lithium. You rely on do you want me to name off the periodic table?
Okay. Well, lithium, we just made a huge deal with Argentina to get lithium reserves. So I don't know if lithium's still going to be added to the tariff list. And then when it comes to steel can be made at home. Aluminum can be made at home.
Lumber. You say make it home, but makes it home for higher prices. And I only mentioned a few, right? There are plenty of people naming stuff in the comment section or materials that we rely on.
Okay, well, we have steel and lumber at home, and obviously they're going to be higher cost.
I just explained to you that lower supply means higher price.
Yeah, but you can produce steel at a high rate in the U.S.
For higher prices. That's why it's not currently produced at those rates in the United States. That's how markets work.
Higher prices, but it's worth to have a commercial industry. It's the short-term pain for a commercial industry. It's important that, and this theory that, I heard you earlier, I listen to you sometimes, but when you said that, the price only gets passed on the consumers, I don't know if that's true with tariffs.
I never said it only gets passed on to the consumer.
It's a very marginal rate it gets passed on the consumer. A lot of times
it's not marginal because it's cost push.
You know what the consumer price index went up in the 2018 trade war with China?
You're not talking about universal tariffs.
But even with the
And
trade
also,
war,
the tariffs that we implemented on China back then had nowhere near the level of tariffs that we're putting on them right now.
yeah, and what's the consumer price
It was
index?
also
like?
targeted. Well,
Again-
there's two things running back on each other at the same time. There is going to be obviously people being negatively impacted, have less jobs, unemployment is increasing, so that's going to decrease demand, right? So that is going to lead to lower prices within that respect. But then there's also the higher prices from the cost push inflation from the tariffs. So you have two things counteracting at each other in negative context. And what you could end up causing is stagflation.
So we both agree that targeting tariffs are important, right? I think that, there's some targeting tariffs that are good. But the reason why we need baseline tariffs if we are going to reindustrialize is to prevent loopholes. I know in 2018 when Trump added the tariffs on China, China would just basically bring a finished car in Mexico and then just say it was made in Mexico. So if we are going to reindustrialize, and I don't know if you agree with that or not, but the whole point is if you are going to reindustrialize, you need tariffs, baseline tariffs to prevent loopholes. And then also Biden believed in bringing manufacturing back to the US too, but with subsidies rather than tariffs.
Yeah.
And how is that going? The Inflation Reduction Act,
It
only
was actually
100
the Chips and Science Act. It actually led to a heavy increase in domestic manufacturing.
Really? What, TSMC?
What? Say it one time.
Not really. Not TSMC. Not even an American company getting most of the loans and grants. But
so wait, do you think that there was an increase in domestic manufacturing as a result of the Chips and Science Act?
yeah, of course there was, but it wasn't enough.
Okay.
It's a right
Okay,
step.
what policy did Donald Trump pass that increased domestic manufacturing?
Tariffs.
Which
Tariffs.
tariffs?
U.S. steel tariffs. More than $30 billion.
Weren't those also in existence under the Biden-Harris administration?
Well, but Trump implemented them, did he not? Biden didn't get rid of them, but Trump implemented
Okay, so
them.
then I don't see how that's different under each administration.
Well, I'm not saying the Chips and Science Act is bad. I think it's a good step, but it's not enough. If you actually want to bring manufacturing
You could
back,
say it's not enough, but it's better than nothing, correct?
It's better than nothing, but again, I'm not against.
Is it better or worse than tariffs?
Well, semiconductors is a critical industry. To bring commercial industry back, you are going to need a tariff. You can't subsidize your way out to compete with cheap foreign labor.
You're talking about for Chips and Science Act, right? You invest in semiconductors, right? You can do that in that production per standard. That's what it did. Per stand mustache.
I think the Chips and Science Act is good. It's a right step. It's not enough. I think we need more
You
incentives.
can keep saying it's not enough. What did Donald Trump do that was more? He didn't.
When
So
it came to
it's an example of an increase in domestic manufacturing jobs.
Again, but it's very marginal. And then if you look at the
marginal, do you even know the level of increase?
how many jobs is a semiconductor?
I pushed that mustache. I asked you, did you know the level of increase?
Increase in what?
Push that mustache. Domestic manufacturing jobs.
No, how much? Enlighten me.
So if you don't know the increase, then how are you going to claim that it wasn't much and it was marginal?
Because semiconductors are a critical scarcity job. There's not many people working in semiconductors.
That's not the only thing from the Chips and Science Act. But I was asking in terms of the Chips and Science Act in general.
What
you
other?
You didn't know the level of increase. How could you claim it's so small?
Because semiconductors is a scarce. Not many people are working in semiconductor.
That's not the only thing that they invested in, correct?
What else did they invest in besides semiconductors and the Chips and Science Act?
You understand that within the context of the developing of chips, it's not just semiconductors, right? There's also investments, right, within the context of production and manufacturing, right, of the chips outside of the context of the semiconductors, right? Because semiconductors are a part of it.
Yeah, but again, how many people are? Would you say that chips industry is that a commercial industry? You feel like that's an average person can work a chip industry, or do you think that's a critical industry?
I would say it's a critical industry.
So not many people are working that. So that's why I'm saying it's marginal, because it's a critical industry.
Wait, you say that does not change whether or not there was a high or low increase in domestic manufacturing jobs.
How many manufacturing jobs was added to the Chips and Science Act?
Well, it's still in effect so far. You can look at what happened under Biden. I got you. Domestic manufacturing jobs.
And then can I ask another question? What's your thoughts on the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Act?
I like them.
And they're good an idea, but do you know that the Infrastructure Act only 20% of the grants have been passed? and it looks like the other 80% might not get through.
So,
And you know what?
so actually, there were greater levels of domestic manufacturing jobs under the Biden-Harris administration comparative to the Trump administration originally.
The first term or the second term?
First term. The second term right now, there's actually right now lower levels of domestic manufacturing jobs slightly.
Okay, but there's going to be short-term pain. Again, it's the first 3 months in.
Okay, well, there hasn't been an increase yet.
Well, my whole idea is if you're going to bring manufacturing back to the
Thank you
U.S.,
so
you're
much,
going
Grail.
to
I appreciate it. What's that?
right. If you're going to have to bring manufacturing back to the U.S. in commercial industries like shipping and automobiles, you're going to have to tariff your way, not subsidize your way.
So again, you can subsidize your way. That's what led to an increase in domestic manufacturing.
Again, what with the Inflation Reduction Act, only 100,000 jobs were added, and a lot of the jobs were temporary.
100,000 jobs is good, and that's not just the only thing. There's the infrastructure bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the Chips and Science Act. Right? Those are
Okay,
all
how-
things that specifically
How are
led
those
to
bills?
an increase in jobs in the United States. But what you're also not taking into account is that like tariffs are harming the jobs, right? Within again, plenty of key sectors of the economy that rely on aspects of the production process that come from countries around the world, and you just completely ignored that. It's also putting the economy at a risk of a recession, right? The Atlanta Fed indicated 3.7% reduction in GDP first quarter.
Again, I'm willing to give
Caleb,
up
think of the
GDP.
$5. You're willing to give up GDP, so a recession.
Yeah, well, that's what's going to happen. If you're going to have
He's totally fine with Trump intentionally causing a recession.
If you're going to have to if you're going to have to completely change the economy from a financialized economy to a manufacturing economy, there is going to have to be a recession, absolutely. But it will, in the long term, it will be more beneficial for us to be making products.
You don't have any evidence of that. You're advocating to cause a recession. You're totally okay with intentionally causing a recession. That's crazy.
Absolutely. You think it's more valuable to have products or financial systems in our economy? It's more. We only make 10% of our economy is manufacturing. You don't think that's an issue?
No.
You have no issue with that?
No.
Okay, that's just
even if
crazy.
that were true. I don't even know if that's true, but even if that's true, I don't even get. But yeah, what's the issue?
Trade deficits and trade
What's
deficits.
wrong with a trade deficit?
Can you let me explain what's wrong with the trade deficit?
I just asked you. Yeah.
Okay. Well, trade deficits make us rely on foreign investment, and being reliant on foreign investment is bad because we saw in the 2008 crisis when we go through an economic period, about $500 billion was uninvested by foreign companies in the U.S., which greatly made the 2008 recession worse.
I would love to see that source of yours. Secondly, right, it is the case that if you want to look at us relying on countries around the world, that's just a reality. Okay, you are not going to create an economy where we don't rely on global trade. Okay.
Okay.
You are living in delusional la la land when you think that we're just gonna have an autarky.
Can you search up my facts though about the $500 billion before you just dismiss it?
I asked you for a title or for a source. I'm not gonna just search up and find your source for you. I want you to give me a source.
Okay, well, I don't remember on the top of my head. Do you mind
Then
if I
you can
search
go
it?
find it. Yeah, go find it.
But in the meantime, do you have another question? Just so I don't want to just sit here in silence.
I can grab someone else. Just unmute when you're ready. For everyone on YouTube, to make sure to like the stream if you want to support me, everyone, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal in the description on the YouTube or in the link tree in the bio here on TikTok. That is the place to support me. I appreciate the Rockstar. Thank you so much. TikTok has been killing me recently. I'm banned on every single one of my accounts. That's why I'm on my girlfriend's account right now. Linda, thank you for the $10. Kristen, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Kristen, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I know, correct. That's so true. That's so true. And then Wendy, thank you for the $5. Again, thank you. Yeah. I am caught up. Again, if you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as it's in the description of my YouTube. I would recommend to also go over to my YouTube channel because I don't get banned there. TikTok has been horrible, so go over to my YouTube. I would really appreciate it, y'all. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, hello.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I just going to ask.
Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Has Parker been tanning? No, I just went to a Bernie AOC rally and got really burnt. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I got really burnt. Gorilla, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I will need the aloe vera. I know. It's chat. Do y'all see my neck? Oh my god, look at that. I felt the burn, chat. Someone said I was repping red, white, and blue again. That was someone earlier. That's diabolical. Holy shit. Yeah, I know. Isn't that bad? That's like not okay. I got destroyed. I'm literally like, I'm actually red. Like, chat, it's actually painful to the touch. I'm not trolling. I touch it, it's kind of painful. Why no SPF Parker? I didn't think I was going to be out there that long. So, like, let me tell y'all. Okay. So they said guest speakers start at 9 o'clock. Okay. They said be there at 11 o'clock and that the Bernie speaking is going to be at 1 o'clock. Right? Bernie didn't start speaking until like 3 o'clock. Like Bernie and AOC, pretty sure that had mustache. So that was cooked.
Hey, do you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, I got the source. The $500 billion de-investment figure comes from the 2009 report by the U.S. Treasury Office of International Affairs.
Yeah, what's the title?
Report on foreign portfolio holdings of U.S. securities posted in June 2009 by the Federal Reserve.
Report on foreign what?
Report on, sorry, it's hard for me to see. I don't have my glasses. Report on foreign portfolio holdings of U.S. securities in June 2009.
That's not the only investment in American industry, but
Okay, but that was true, right? Can we give me that? And I just think,
wait. When you say that's true, I have to click on it. Well, I haven't even clicked on it. I don't just believe it's true because you just said it. Harrison, think of it $2. Thank you.
also happy late birthday, by the way.
Harrison, that is diabolical. What a fucking horrible thing to say, Harrison. And thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really give it the birthday wish. Appreciate it. But yeah, Harrison, that's fucking disgusting. Ban that person. What the fuck, dude? Yeah, where does it say that we lost out on 500 billion?
It's a long document. You can go chat GPT it if you need to summarize it, but you can go ask.
Why? Think of it $3. No, just tell me where. It's not that long of a document. It's literally like a fucking page.
Well, again, this source is from ChatGPT. This is where I asked ChatGPT where it got its source from.
Damn it, dude. I'm gonna go insane. Stop using ChatGPT, dude. Holy shit. Your source should not be ChatGPT. It is no, it's not. No, it's not. You ask a library, go to a librarian and be like, should I use ChatGPT to look for sources? No. They'll tell you to go to Google Scholar. They'll tell you to like actually look at sources. Don't fucking look up ChatGPT. Jesus Christ.
Okay, but are you reading the document right now or no?
I am looking at it, but nowhere does it say that we lost out on 500 what's called $1 billion.
I'm looking at it myself. Give me a second.
That we would have had 500 billion more. And Maz, thank you so much for the $5 for aloe vera with lidocaine as your best friend. And don't rub it and let it sit. I got you. Yeah, I got you. Thank you so much for telling me. I did put on some stuff. Like my girlfriend had some like aloe vera type stuff that I put on it. So that definitely helped. Yeah, if you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. If you're on TikTok, I'd recommend go over to my YouTube channel. It's so much fucking better. It's so much better.
Oh, are you at U.S. liabilities to foreign? All right, U.S. liabilities to foreigners from holdings of U.S. securities. Are you on that page?
With that page, it's a press release, correct?
Yeah.
There's only one page.
There's only one page. Are you? Or did you click the 2009?
It says report on U.S. portfolio holdings of foreign securities at end year 2009.
Acknowledgements. Does it say? I just want to make sure we're on the right. Can I share my camera on here or no? Or I know you're against webcams, right?
You don't have it. The only reason I'm against that is because I think it's like the trolls, the people been trolling and like mooning me on the live,
Yeah, no,
which is I don't want people to see that on the live. So appreciate living, appreciate the $5, but you just don't even have webcam access.
I don't even. Okay, I didn't even know that. I'm not. I'm not.
I also
Not
I also don't think you would do that at this point. It's to like limit other people at this point. Does it make sense? Like in the beginning, because there's actually like they immediately click on it and it will show without me being able to limit it. So that's the shitty thing about TikTok.
Yeah, and I'm reading the press release right now. U.S. Holdings. Is there another source I can look at? Because it is true.
You can go look for stuff. I don't think there's good evidence to get this. It didn't even say that anything about that there. Dan, thank you the $10 for really feeling the burn. Aloe Vera fund. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, we'll get someone up here while you look for the source. Radstorm, thank you the $2. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
I did not mean to do that. I'm so sorry.
You're good. Don't worry. Shannon with the $75 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Shannon in the comment section right now for the $75 on Cash App? Jesus, thank you so much, Shannon, for the $75 for taking on MAGA. Yo, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Wyatt, thank you for the $3 as well. But W's for Shannon in the comment section. Thank you so much. And then Gorilla, thank you for the $5 on YouTube Super Chat for last 5 because I just realized what shade you are. You are MAGA red. Actually, yeah, my neck is literally like literally the fucking MAGA hat red. It's diabolical. All right. Why do they have guest access if they have 100 followers? That just like is incoherent to me. Sid, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Forgot to send another lesbian dono, I guess. Yeah, that was the weirdest thing that someone said. Kim, thank you for the $2. They were like, Parker, all your donos are lesbians. They quote unquote can't get men. Like what a fucking weirdo, dude. What a fucking weirdo. That's not what being lesbian is. That's just probably a guy that like is entitled to like women, right? Like he feels like he's entitled to women, right? It's just like insane. It's insane that like he cannot even foresee a woman to find other women attractive, right? And instead he has to assume that like it's because they couldn't get men. Like that's a crazy thing to say.
Okay, here's. Are you on report?
Behavior? Go ahead.
Are you at the report on foreign holdings of U.S. securities?
Portfolio holdings of foreign securities.
Try search up this one on the U.S. Department of Treasury.
U.S. portfolio of foreign securities.
No, this report on foreign holdings of U.S. securities at end June 2008, and it gives you a whole bunch of data points on the dollars or foreign investment that got divested after June 2008.
Here. This one is where does it say 500 billion?
Well, it all adds up. The whole. Do you see the graphs and stuff, or the table charts?
Yeah. What about in the table charts?
It all adds up to $500 billion if you put it in math. And obviously, that's not
No, it
not
doesn't.
199.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, look, absolutely, it does.
No, it doesn't.
How much does that add up to then?
This is just a total and equity. This is equities, long-term debt, and short-term. This doesn't mean that they weren't investing this because of it. This is how much they have invested.
Okay, but these are de-investments too.
Wait, where? These are holdings are securities. These are debt securities. These are equity that they have, short-term, other debt. I don't know what you're talking about. What? You're totally misunderstanding this.
You just search it up yourself. Go on Google right now.
Don't tell me just to search it up myself. You're the one that made the claim.
It's a true claim, though. I mean, you can go.
No, it's not. It's not. There's no good evidence that you can establish. Then it's not a true claim. It will only be true if there's good evidence.
Yeah, but I can't. Can you read that table chart? What does that table chart say?
Fucking read it yourself and then tell me. You're the one who claiming the
I'm
source.
yeah, but do you understand what that table chart is saying or no? Like,
Yes, it is talking about short-term what's it called? It's talking about U.S. equities, long-term debt securities, right, and then asset-backed securities, non-asset-backed securities, right, short-term debt securities. It's not talking about de-investment. I don't see anywhere where it says that.
yeah,
Mary, thank you for
foreign
the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Parker, thank you for being a true redneck tonight.
I'm just looking at it. You can bring someone else, and I'm gonna go on mute. Let me just.
I was gonna play the Hello Darkness, my old friend, but I don't know if the YouTube stream would demonetize it. Sad day. Sad day. Wes Edward, thank you so much for the $4. Thank you so much. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. W's for Wes in the chat. How much you've inspired me watching you to grow over the years has not only entertained me, but also educated me on so many topics. You've been truly a great role model, and I just wanted to thank you for everything you've shared. Keeping awesome. Yo, thank you so much, Wes Edward. That really means a lot. Yo, you have no clue. Just to see people that have been involved in the same shit I fucking love to do every single day and what I think is beneficial for the world is really keeps me going. It really does. Seriously, I would not have been able to get to this position, right, without that being the case. So I just want to say I fucking wake up every day being happy to do what I do. Go ahead.
Do you have the Wall Street Journal?
I don't know.
You don't. All right. Well, I don't know. Try to access it in October 16, 2008. The title "Foreign Investors Flee U.S. Market as Crisis Deepens." The article summarizes a lot of the data, which it says that net sales of $300 billion in long-term securities in quarter 3 alone, and then $500 billion in annual estimate when extended to quarter 4 of withdrawals by Asian and European funds impacting U.S. markets and manufacturing.
Oh, okay. This is it's not 500 billion what you're referencing even, but what you're referencing is the economic contraction that came from a recession. That type of economic contraction was upwards of $1 trillion or more because of Trump's policy.
Again, but the whole
did you know that like when you decline the GDP by 3.7%, you're talking about a lot of fucking money.
No, and I get that, and I know it's going to be a lot of short-term pain. I understand that, but it's going to be necessary for us to be not reliant on foreign investment. And
you say short-term pain, but what you don't understand is that basically, basically every economist acknowledges that there's going to be long-term pain. So when you say short-term pain, what are you even basing that on?
Well, I mean like 5 to 10 years, which could be considered long-term pain. But I think it's necessary.
No, longer than 5 to 10 years.
How many years are you talking about then?
The rest of time is until you stop the tariff from being implemented.
You don't think that we can
Ellie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. No.
Because you just think that
no, because at some point we're going to automate practically all of that labor away.
Again,
so it wouldn't even make sense.
I don't want to
referencing that we run back. It's already going to be the point where we've automated a shit ton of that away. Dwight, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate YouTube super chat. Thank you so much.
I don't want to go on hypotheticals about AI, or I could say that every job.
Take the $3. Thank you so much. No, I don't think every job. I'm just saying that, like, right, it is going to be the case that increasingly jobs are within that industry are going to be going to be automated away.
And you don't think service jobs are going to be taken by AI?
That will as well. That will as well. I'm not disputing that, but what you're not understanding in terms of manufacturing is manufacturing goes first.
Well, because when you talk about this loophole about jobs are going to be, I would argue no. I think service jobs might be being able to go first. A lot of people that work in data analytics, their jobs are going to go first. AI works better.
Probably not. You're talking like what gets automated first? It's going to be manufacturing, because manufacturing over time in terms of the development of technology has significantly led to less people. We used to rely on so many more people to go through the farms, right? On the fields, right? Now we require significantly less people in order to be able to manage those farms because of technology.
I'm talking about, I think service jobs are going to go first in AI over manufacturing jobs. Service jobs are going to be gone first. You're going to be having no
Manufacturing
more.
jobs are already being automated away.
Same with service jobs. McDonald's, you don't even ask people to order anymore. You just order on a tablet, order on your phone.
There's both, kind of.
I mean, yeah, but you get the food.
I don't
from
think
someone
I've really noticed much of a difference in the amount of workers that are there, given the implementation of those, to be honest with you. But like, again, I'm just saying that, like, again, historically speaking, especially, right, manufacturing jobs are the first to go.
But I don't want to go through this loophole about, oh, AI is going to take the job, so we shouldn't even try to reindustrialize. Because I just think that's a silly argument. Because I could say the same that we should.
What I'm saying is, it's one, it's not profitable. Two, it hurts American consumers. Three, it hurts American business. Four, it is the case that we're probably going to end up automating a lot of this away by the time we get back to that level of manufacturing. But again, we're also going to reduce wages for American workers. Like, I don't get it, man.
Again,
I really don't understand how you think that this is good economic policy. Can you name one economist that's pro tariffs in this manner?
Trump's cabinet.
Who?
The economists that work for Trump.
Name one.
I don't know the exact names, but just because a lot of economists aren't saying it's good, yes, it's bad for a
Practically all
financialized
economists
economy.
disagree with him. That's like, dude, that's also like you sourcing a fucking economist, like even in this context, sourcing an economist that is like Peter McCullough or Robert Malone, right? Like, remember during the pandemic, you would source the overwhelming academic community, right, about the effectiveness of vaccines. You wouldn't look at Robert Malone and fucking Peter McCullough.
Yes, and I get that point. I can definitely find economists that support the tariffs out of all the economists, but to just say that everyone's against it, yes,
practically every economist is against it.
I just think it's critical to have commercial industries back in the U.S. I think it's important for us to build ships and automobiles, even if it sacrifices maybe GDP growth or something. We only have 3 shipyards in the U.S.
Then why? What's the point of wanting a manufacturing job if it doesn't benefit American workers?
What do you mean it doesn't benefit American workers? It doesn't benefit people living in Middletown America? You think that Flint, Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, you think they're better off since the 1990s when all the manufacturing jobs went away? It benefits some American workers. I mean, I'm from a small town. I live in the city now, but I was born in Kansas. And, when the manufacturing sector left, it really hurt the small communities. Maybe it's better for the big cities, but I think having manufacturing jobs really do help small communities.
Okay, so again, what you're not understanding is that there are other types of social programs we can have to help revitalize those communities that don't rely on literally keeping not profitable manufacturing jobs.
And again, I get what you're
issue. That's the issue, is that it's not profitable, right? And to the same degree necessary, insofar as that you're not going to see those jobs stay in the United States, because it's not as profitable to keep them in the United States. There's maybe a comparative advantage for producing them around the world, right? There's lower cost of living for countries around the world, which allows for them to have lower cost of labor.
It's also
Dwight, thank you $20. Thank you so much, Dwight. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
As a great power too, as the U.S. is, it's important for us to manufacture stuff. America got so powerful because of its manufacturing, and there are developed countries with a good manufacturing base. Germany, Japan.
That's like saying the United States, right, got very rich off of agrarian society. Okay, humans got very rich off of agrarian society. Well, comparative to what existed prior, sure.
Yeah,
right, but we're talking about we've become significantly more better off based upon the policies that I'm talking about, right? Comparative to the ones that you're talking about. You're talking about you're willing to sacrifice GDP, which means GDP that turns out to people's jobs. That turns out to wealth that people have. So if you're willing to sacrifice GDP, that means net you're willing to sacrifice jobs to keep manufacturing. And it doesn't seem like it's like some economic sort of reason. So is it like some cultural reason why you like manufacturing or something?
Yeah, if you look at just even the Ukrainian war, Ukraine's losing the war, even though Western Europe and the U.S. have more financial capital. Russia's able to use
only because the United States pulled out because of Donald Trump.
No, they were losing the war before.
They were not going to lose because it is the case that Russia economically would not have been able to continue against the entirety of the West. That's just not possible. It's literally economically not possible for them. But Donald Trump fucked that over and gave more power to Putin.
Can you let me finish? If Russia's able to produce more tanks and more shells, absolutely they're going to be able to compete more. I mean, I think Russia's economy, with even all the sanctions, their wartime economy, their GDP is growing now. Am I wrong about that?
Their dollar is not. Let's check
Okay,
that.
but is their GDP in general growing? Can you just check?
All right. No,
Their GDP is not growing.
no.
What's their last GDP quarter number?
2 trillion. You want to know?
No,
it was
not
2
that.
trillion in 2011. It was higher in
What-
2011 or 2013 at
I'm
2.29
talking-
trillion comparative to now
I'm
at
talking about the
2.03
last
trillion.
quarter. Okay, what's the last quarter? What's the last quarter of growth it had?
It was growing under Donald Trump.
Okay, but what's the last quarter of growth it had right now?
I mean, I can't
What's
check
the
the
last-
I can't check the last quarter growth right now. I can only check 2023 according to World Bank.
Okay, what is the
But
World Bank?
under Donald Trump, right? The wealth of Russia increased, right, after declining massively, right, due to the sanctions put in place by Obama.
Okay, what's the growth numbers in 2023 though? What's the GDP growth numbers in 2023 of Russia?
Declined. It went from 2.27 trillion to 2.02 trillion.
Let me search that up.
That's according to the World Bank.
Russia's economy has declined in 2023. What
Yeah.
about 2024? You can't access
I
anything.
seriously just told you I don't have access to that information.
You don't have access to 2024 quarter numbers. You can't search that up.
Not according to the World Bank. No.
Okay, don't use the World Bank. Just search up on Google. Just search up Russia 2024 GDP growth quarter numbers.
Okay. Why can't you search this up?
My computer's frozen. It's like I don't have really the nicest.
Last
computer.
one's 2023. I don't see anything else.
You not Google? Last one's
I
2023.
already did. I looked at macro trends.
Okay, I'll find an article for you. Give me a second. Russia.
There's an estimated trend up from Statista,
Okay,
but that's because of only because of Trump.
here's Rutgers right here. Or Reuters. What's the article called?
Reuters.
Reuters. Russia's GDP has grown to 4.3% in 2024.
Okay, what's the title?
Russia raises 2024 GDP growth figures of 4.3%. Right. Sorry, I have trouble pronouncing that.
That's just Russia claiming that.
Okay, but the
Russian State Statistical Agency.
Okay, but to just say that that's the national government numbers. You think the
These are just different estimates. The revision was due to higher growth in the first quarter of 2024, which was now estimated to have been 4.5 compared with 3.3. Russia's statistics do not specify whether output is for military purposes, but the statistical agency said production of finished metal products had grown by 35% and optics and electronics by 29%. GDP fell 0.8% year over year from 3% in January, lowest figure since March 2023. The economy ministry forecasts a 2025 growth of 2.5% compared to the central bank prediction of 1 to 2.
So its economy is growing.
Russia's annual inflation rate accelerated to 10.34% in March from 10.06% in February. So they have massive inflation.
They have massive inflation, but is their economy growing? Is their GDP numbers
not accounting for inflation? So real GDP is declining.
Real GDP is declining, not accounting for inflation. All right, how's Ukraine's economy doing? You want to compare the numbers with Ukraine?
Ukraine's economy is being propped up by the West, so that's fine. And
So we can.
I would assume that their economy declined.
So can we argue that Russia is doing better off than Ukraine, even with Ukraine's more?
No,
with
because Ukraine was backed up by the back. Oh wait, Ukraine GDP up 4.2% year over year.
Again, it's backed up by the West. And
Wait. Wait, but that's without the wait. Let's see if the inflation rate is high.
what's the inflation rate in Ukraine?
It didn't say here. Let me try to look it up. They have lower inflation, it's seemingly than. Wait,
What's the
they have
the
lower
percent?
5.8% for 2024.
And
Apparently,
Russia's was 10%.
yeah.
Okay, let me just double check that. So you think that Ukraine's economy is doing better off than Russia's economy right now? Is that the claim you're saying?
Wait, it depends on what you look at. Hold up, it's around 10% if you look at different. Let me check World Bank.
Okay.
Okay, this is very fucking unclear.
I'm getting I'm getting
12.8, so it's pretty similar to Russia's. But
And-
they're
and-
being upheld in terms of military spending by the West, so that didn't really like matter in terms of their economy.
And who do you think's winning the war?
Well,
Ukraine.
now it's going to be Russia because of Trump.
Even in,
I think that
in,
Ukraine would stay Ukraine if the Harris administration was in office.
I just see like unless you're putting boots on the ground, I don't think Ukraine would have the manpower. And yes, Russia has more casualties, but Russia has like a 10 times bigger population than Ukraine. So I just don't think even with all more financial capital, I don't think Ukraine would be able to win the war because of manpower and because of their
It
manufacturing.
has nothing to do
base.
with manpower. Manpower is not relevant today. Manpower is so much less relevant than literally technology.
Okay, but they still wouldn't
Russia
be able
declining
to.
in technology.
No, I think manufacturing is just as important as technology. Who had the best technology in World War II? Germany had the best technology in World War II, but they lost to the Soviets.
No, it was the United States.
No.
Yes,
Who
it
invented
was.
the V2? Who invented the V2 rocket?
Who
Who
invented nuclear weapons?
Okay, that was the end of World War II. But you don't think Germany had better tanks? Who had better tanks, American tanks or German tanks in World War II?
I'd have to look
There was
back. I'm not quite sure.
There was a famous actually expression by a German military officer, and you can search this up, that one German tank equals 4 American tanks, but America has 5, implying that even though Germany had better technology when it came to tanks, America would be able to outproduce Germany, and they were able to win the war. So as a great power, I just think it's important to manufacture stuff. We don't build any ships anymore. We only have 3 shipyards.
Did we have a better navy? Did we have a better air force?
In Germany, but we were a naval power. Germany.
Okay, wait. Why did you only bring up tanks instead of referencing the air force or the navy?
Okay, how big is Germany's coast though? Germany doesn't really need as big as a navy as the U.S. because the U.S. has.
And Dwight, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Absolutely, it's actually insane that this propaganda is prevalent. Go ahead.
Well, look at Germany's shoreline versus the U.S. shoreline. Of course, the U.S. is going to have a bigger navy. But moving on, who had better? I think Germany had just as good as battleship tanks as the U.S. technology-wise, and in World War II. But the whole reason the U.S. won World War II is because its ability to manufacture. If we got into a war with China, we would 100% lose because we wouldn't be able to replenish and repair our ships as fast as China would be able to. We'd absolutely get destroyed if we got into a great power war today.
That's not going to happen.
People didn't think Russia would invade Ukraine. Never say never. I think it's important as a great power to have.
You know what mutually assured destruction is? There was no mutually assured destruction between Russia and Ukraine, and that was kind of like the issue.
You don't think that we could go to war about China with Taiwan? You don't think that's a possibility? We go to war with China over Taiwan?
I don't think that it would be a direct World War III. No.
I could see that, yeah, but I
don't think it's in the interest of either China or the United States to go to World War III over Taiwan.
In general, it's still important to have a manufacturing base. Just
again, you just like restating the claim over and over again, right? Does not justify the claim that the tariffs that Donald Trump is advocating for are net positive. But if he doesn't impose these tariffs and they're just going to be like negotiation tactics, well, then how is it going to increase domestic production?
Again, because if you have tariffs and you make it unaffordable for American companies that import abroad,
Wait, but
they're
the
gonna
tariffs aren't implemented because again, it's just renegotiation.
again. I'm against the way he's implementing tariffs. I just agree that we should have tariffs. I don't like the fact
Okay,
that
well,
he's,
so what? How do you feel about the people who believe that it's just renegotiation?
I disagree with them. Of course, it's to reindustrialize. That's the
Really?
whole point.
Really. So it's all about increasing domestic manufacturing. So why is he even bringing up the part of negotiating if he's going to keep the tariff implemented?
I don't think he is going to keep the tariff implemented. I think he's going to back off on it. I think he should keep the tariff. In my opinion, I think
You're
the tariff-
delusional. You are actually delusional.
I think, I disagree with him. And in general, I think that tariffs are good for negotiating. I think if we're able to make Vietnam,
You hold an economically indefensible position.
I just think it's more about vital for us to have a
What
commercial.
you agree with is the largest tax increase in U.S. history. That is regressive taxes by nature, right? And replacing that the income tax with the progressive taxes, which means you're going to shift the burden of taxation from people who are lower income to people, or I mean, from people who are higher income to people who are lower income.
You think that these tariffs hurt lower income people the most? You think the stock market crashing hurts lower income people the most?
The tariffs aren't just stock market crash. What are you talking about? The tariffs
No,
cause
no,
an increase in prices, right? That's how they would increase domestic manufacturing.
Again, I told you why that the consumer is not going to really get passed on due to tariffs because companies are going to be hesitant to increase the product price because when you increase the product price, a lot of times sales values go down. So I don't think that the product price.
Well, they have to in order to do it. That's why it's cost push. So it's just going to harm their business and they're going to go under.
No, they can still make profit if they produce stuff in the U.S. and they have
Significantly lower rates. So many more firms will go under.
What? Wait, sorry, my mom's calling me. Give me a
Many
second.
more firms will go under. Okay. Everyone tap that screen. Let's run it up to 500,000 likes. Share the live as well. If you want to support me, YouTube, Super Chat is a great way to do so. Also, Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal is in the description of my YouTube. Also in my on my TikTok in the description, or not description, bio. Best place to do so. I'm gonna be on everyone for probably 1 more hour.
Okay, I gotta head out soon. My mom said I got dinner. But
how old are you?
19. I'm visiting from college.
Okay, I was gonna say, I'm like,
yeah, I got a family dinner stuff. You know how it is. But
is it spring break for you?
No, I just decided to visit. Personal reasons. Just to visit this weekend.
Good for you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. But just to say that firms are going to go down, I'm sure that a lot of U.S. firms might perish, but I think it's worth the risk or worth the sacrifice to bring back commercial industry. And I just think that's something that we're just going to disagree on. I think that you don't think that having commercial industry is vital for us. You don't think that manufacturing is vital for us. You think that the way the economy is now is good. And I
think there are ways that we can help the economy, but I don't think it's by implementing tariffs. I think tariffs are harmful to the economy, and that's backed up by practically every economist out there. So I take the positions of experts that have evidence and PhDs, right, in the field that I studied in college.
But look, Biden believed in bringing manufacturing back to the U.S. But for me, it's like we've seen with Biden,
not through tariffs. So again, tariffs.
And I agree with that. He did it through subsidies and incentives, right? That's how he believed to bring manufacturing back. But if you look, I told you the stats about the Inflation Reduction Act. So far, there's only been 100,000 jobs, and most of the jobs are temporary. And the Infrastructure Act.
Where'd you get that source from?
Go search it up right now. Search up update on Inflation Reduction Act.
Can you just give me a title?
Again, you're not going to like where I got the source from.
Where'd you get the source from? Fox News?
GPT. So we're gonna have to go through this all over again.
So that's not a source. This is my issue with what you're saying. If you were to go to a library and talk to a librarian, they will tell you that is a horrible way to get a source. If you were to submit that in school, they would tell you that's a horrible source, and you get a fucking 0 for that mustache.
Okay, but it turned the $500 billion stat turned out.
If you sourced that in class, they would laugh at you.
Okay, but the $500 billion de-investment thing was true. So
it wasn't.
What
it
was
was
it then?
the number wasn't 500 billion based upon the one that you said after.
Okay, what
Secondly,
was the
you're
number?
talking about
What was the number
de-investment
then?
that happened due to recessions, right? Which would happen even if our manufacturing were in the United States. Recessions would still harm manufacturing in the United States. And plus, Trump's decrease in GDP is greater than that, caused by tariffs.
Again, I told you there is going to be 100% recession. There's probably going to be a recession even under Harris. That's the way the
No,
country's going.
no, it was not. It was not on trend for recession.
We were going to have a recession or a financial crisis no matter what.
Yo,
Even
Trinity,
with all-
Trinity Austin, why are you never want to debate me and you're so mad in the comment section that people are giving me money, bro? Trinity, what is wrong with you? You're literally blocked. How are you in my live? It literally says unblock. Kesha, thank you for the $5. Okay, go
Okay.
ahead.
Here is the article. It's a CNBC article. Give me a second.
Are you still using ChatGPT?
No, I'm looking it up on Google right now. But
Woo! Woo!
Yeah.
Yo, let's go.
But again, even you can't subsidize your way out. You can't subsidize to compete with the millions upon millions of Chinese cheap labor
Yeah.
force that they have.
Okay.
You can't subsidize
So-
your way out of it.
So actually, it did increase manufacturing jobs more than Trump ever did.
Okay, well, would you consider the influx?
Hannah, thank you for the
inflation-
$10. Thank you so much to piss off Trinity. Thank you so much, Hannah.
Would you say that if it is turned out to be true that only 20% of the grants got passed in the Infrastructure Act, would you consider that a failure?
I would say it should have been better, but it was still better than nothing. Living,
Again-
thank you for the $5 just to piss off Tiffany. Thank you.
And again, with the infrastructure, the Infrastructure Act, right? All those jobs are going to be temporary, though. You know that's not going to be long-term, stable jobs, right? You do know that, right? The Infrastructure Act, it's all going to be temporary jobs. It's not going to be long-term jobs.
Okay. So would you like a better, more expansive infrastructure bill? Nathaniel,
No,
thank you
well,
for the
you
dollar.
but my whole argument is you can't subsidize your way out of creating a manufacturing base in the U.S. If you are going to reindustrialize, that is going to have to come from tariffs, not subsidies.
How much do you think the tariffs would have to be?
I don't know if 10% is enough.
It's definitely not. It's definitely.
It's
If
not-
you want to
no.
create manufacturing base in this country, you're gonna have 100% tariffs on every fucking country, dude.
I don't know. If you
Practically
have to-
every country.
I was going to say
And also,
more
you
like
wouldn't do blanket tariffs on the entire country. You'd do tariffs on like things that relate to the manufacturing industry.
Again, you need blanketed tariffs at least on every country to prevent loopholes. And I guess
well,
like,
they can go through loopholes even if there's blanket tariffs. That's what China was doing.
again, that's why you need baseline tariffs, though.
Wait. So okay, again, if they can just say that they produced it in Canada, or
That's
they
why-
produced
that's
it in
why you need
Mexico,
to-
or they produced
that's
it.
why-
Oh, that's why
again,
you
that's
need a
what-
blanket tariff on every country.
Yeah, I don't know
Rodney, thank
about
you
a
for
blanket
$5.
tariff,
Thank
but
you, Rodney.
you're going to need a targeted tariff on every country if you truly want to reindustrialize. That's why it's like, and I think Biden.
Oh, well,
thought
then if
it
you're
was-
arguing for targeted tariffs, well, that's different than what Trump's advocating for. Again, like I don't even understand how you're getting what you want out of this.
Well, again, I think it's critical. I think the way the economy is now is not working for the average American, and that's just my opinion. I think that when people had manufacturing jobs, I would say that yes, the wages were technically lower, but I feel like people were able to afford a house more. I feel like this over competitive, need to get a college degree economy isn't working for the average American. I mean, the average American's moving out of their parents' house at 27. If you look at the way the economy is now,
Where'd you get that statistic from?
go search it up. Search up the average age of. I don't remember the exact source, but search up the average age.
Is this another Chat GPT source?
No, it's not ChatGPT. It was in my econ class. But if you look at the average,
Are you an econ major?
No,
In your econ class, would your professor agree with your position on tariffs?
no, he wouldn't. But he thinks the economy isn't. He,
Oh, okay, interesting.
he thinks the and I've discussions about it before, and he sympathizes with my points. He sympathizes with commercial industry, but he says that for GDP and stuff, it doesn't make sense. And
Yep.
and
So
again,
he 100% agrees with my position. He was just trying to be nice.
I don't know if he 100% agrees with your position.
I wouldn't say he 100% agrees with my position. I'm saying on tariffs.
Because
on
you believe
on
in
blanket
universal.
tariffs. I'm saying on blanket tariffs.
Again, are you a leftist or are you more of a liberal?
I'm a social democrat, so I'm a liberal.
So do you believe in universal basic income? Like, what's your economic policy? Because do you agree with the current economy right now?
I agree with universal health care, child care. I agree with housing affordability. Like those types of policies.
Okay, but I agree. You agree with universal health care where the government just pay, it's like Europe, Canada.
It's like, yeah, government takes over insurance for us.
And then I
believe in a public option.
No, and I agree that we should actually expand Medicare too. And that's what I believe in services too. I think that the government can do good, but that's somewhere where we agree at actually. But I just think if you look at the way
if you agree that, then obviously you wouldn't vote for Republicans, right? Because 45 to 68,000 American lives lost every year due to lack of health insurance.
Again, I'm not the biggest Trump supporter, but I just think the border, I think that was a major issue. And I think when it came to Harris, it's like, I think Harris is a very smart woman. I'm not going to say that. Obviously, you probably don't think Trump's smart, but I think everyone who's, in a high ranking political position is smart.
I definitely don't think Trump is smart. I'm sorry. There's no way that I would classify him as smart. I genuinely don't think he's smart within any context.
You don't think he has a skill set, though? You don't think that he has a good understanding?
No. I can acknowledge when people are smart. He's not smart.
So you don't think he has zero? So how do you think he became president then? If
he's a liar, a manipulator, and a gaslighter.
So he's good. He is good at a way of his words.
He's willing to do immoral things in order to get to positions of power.
But he has a way of words, and he has a pulse on the American people. I think that he
knows how to lie to people. So if you're intelligent enough to lie, that doesn't make you intelligent.
Again, he has a better pulse on. I think in 2016, you saw he had a better pulse on Americans than the 2016 candidate Clinton did. I think he understood what Americans wanted more. I mean, Americans are against immigration.
$5. Thank you, Sabrina.
The average American.
You're against immigration?
I think we should have less immigration. Totally, 100%. I think. Well, what do you think the main reason why Trump won?
Oh my God, dude! You want tariffs without increasing immigration.
Japan has a good manufacturing.
Japan has been struggling with deflation for decades. Their economy has stagnated for decades.
Again, their economy still has high wages, good life. I don't think it's like we don't need 1 million immigrants. I don't think that's necessary.
Immigration is amazing. It's the superpower of America.
Okay, whether you agree with that or not. The reason why
immigration is the superpower of America is because practically every nation around the world is going to go through population crises where we have a limiting population because there's not enough people, right? Because of fertility rates to replace the previous generations that existed.
Well, that's why you need to change the
immigration is literally a fucking superpower.
Okay, but the average American wants less immigration. Why do you think Trump won? What do you think
But listen, this country's predicated off of immigration.
Okay,
right?
Okay.
Were your ancestors immigrants?
Yeah, Italian.
Okay, so then do you disagree with them immigrating to the country?
Completely different scenario. Completely different.
Do you disagree with because they're predominantly white?
Not because they're predominantly white. It's just completely different.
What's different?
Different scenario, different country, population-wise.
Different country. What countries are acceptable? What countries are not acceptable?
What do you mean? Which countries are acceptable?
You said different countries. So what countries are acceptable?
No countries. I'm against Ukrainian refugees. I don't think Ukrainian refugees should be here.
That's insane.
I'm against. Absolutely. The average Americans.
What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? They're getting ethnically cleansed. They're getting genocided, and you're like, oh no, refugees could be in the country. Let's deport them. What?
Maybe Poland should bring in refugees. Germany should bring in refugees.
Why shouldn't we?
Refugees.
Why shouldn't we?
Because the Ukrainian war is not our problem. That's not a problem. That's
the Budapest Memorandum is. Yeah, you keep spewing Russian talking points. Like you're helping the Kremlin each time you say that.
It doesn't make it not true. And again, I don't like Russia.
What's not
I
true?
think Russia. the points I'm bringing up. The average American wants less immigration. That's a big reason why Trump won. Why do you think Trump won? Trump ran on
Wait,
immigration.
I'm not disputing that, but I'm just saying immigration, like his dehumanization of immigrants worked, but that is not for his own party, for him getting votes. But that is not a good thing. Dehumanizing immigrants is bad. This country is predicated off of immigration. Immigration is a superpower for this country and will allow for us to continue growing, even when plenty of countries around the world have a lack of growth because they're not willing to accept immigration. This country is a melting pot for cultures around the entire world, and that's what makes America a good country, right? Is that you can immigrate to this country. That's what makes it a good country. But Donald Trump undermines this country being a good country when it is. Oh, they got kicked out. They got banned. He undermines this being a good country when he doesn't allow for things like immigration that makes this country a good place. Immigration is a fantastic thing, and his position is essentially disagreeing with immigration throughout the entirety of the 1900s. So I'd have to ask him, like, what's the distinction between immigration in the 1900s and immigration now? Because there's significantly more standards and strict positions on who can get into the country now than there was in the early 1900s. People through Ellis Island just got through the country very quickly, right? And also the stigmatization that Italian immigrants went through back then. Does he want other immigrants to go through that? Ask yourself. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. I know, literally, like, it's crazy.
Oh my God, I got lucky. I'm
What's up, how old are
American
you?
Central. I'm 19. I'm the guy on the other account.
Okay, nice.
All right, it
What
actually
did you
worked
say?
out that you picked me first. To come back with the immigration debate, corporations. Oh, is he gone? Oh, someone said, "Thank God he's gone." Now I'm back. I am back.
What'd you say?
Do you hear me?
Yeah.
No, it's funny. Someone said, "Thank God he's gone" in the chat. It just made me laugh. To move on, the point, it's who does mass immigration support the most? It supports corporations. Corporations love mass immigration. Mass immigration lowers wage, and a lot of times, 43% of immigrants are
No
on
good
welfare.
evidence indicates that mass immigration lowers wages. Give me
course
any.
mass
Give
immigration.
me a source.
It's basic economics. Mass
No, it's
immigration
not.
doesn't lower wage.
That's the real thing. Give me
Yes.
$2. Oh, tell an economics major how it's basic economics.
Mass immigration lowers wages because corporations want mass immigration so they can pay less. Why do you think? Why do you think
you keep presupposing that it reduces wages?
it does reduce
How
wages?
so? Explain
do
it.
you think-
Explain the basic economics.
Do you think illegal immigrants get paid as much as American workers?
So make them legal.
So make them legal?
Yeah. If you
Like
had
across
less,
the
if you
board?
had less illegal immigrants, you had more legal immigrants because you legalized the people in the country who are here undocumented. Well, then you know what would happen? You'd have higher wages, right? Because you're creating a lower class of people in this country when you are actually making it so hard for people to get into the country because you're incentivizing people to go through undocumented measures because they're trying to get here for a better life. Make them legal and they'll have higher wages. So you're not saying immigration is what's causing lower wages. You're saying undocumented immigration causes lower wages. How can we decrease undocumented immigration by
Mass
making it
immigration-
documented?
Of course, even if you legalize them, that's more competition for job markets. Of course, that's going to lower wages. If more people are
Wait. But there's also more demand.
that's going to lower the working standards.
But
That's
there's
just
no wrong because there's more demand.
Yes, there's a bigger consumer market, but again, the consumer market doesn't make up for the working competition.
Oh, give me a source.
Common knowledge, just basic understanding.
Yeah, I have an
Give me a
economics
source.
degree, and through my economics degree, none of my professors said this. None of the studies I've looked up in related to economics said this. I did literally papers on the effect of immigration, right? Economic effect of immigration on the U.S. population. Please explain to me what sources you saw that show that it decreases wages by mass.
Wait, someone said something in the chat. I'll get the wage right here. One source, 2017. The wage impact of immigration studies estimate small but measurable wage declines for low-skilled workers. National Academics of Science, the economic and fiscal consequences of immigration. Right there, two sources right there that explains
You
how.
you only provided one that said a small marginal decrease, right, in wages, particularly
but
for
then that-
quote unquote low skill workers. Okay, well then what are the
National Academics of
let me please
Science
finish.
too.
Can I please finish?
Yeah.
The sources will typically show there's a fucking small marginal decrease in wages for people who do not have a high school diploma, right? But you can, through the increases in the economy throughout all the other sectors, right? Because of immigration, you can easily have social programs that benefit people in those circumstances. So that's practically the only group of society that you're referencing, is people who you're saying quote unquote low skill, people without high school diplomas. By 0.4%. That's what I've seen from studies coming out of the UK.
Okay, what's the average age of someone immigrating? They're not high school age. They're already.
I never disputed that.
Okay, so what job are they going to get?
People without a high school diploma does not indicate that they're high school age.
I mean, they're not. I said they're not high school age. They're past the age of high school.
Yeah, you can be past the age of high school without a high school diploma.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They don't have a high school.
Wait, but I'm
diploma.
already advocating for policies that help out people who are at that income threshold. And also the
So-
same income threshold that you're talking about is negatively impacted by basically every Republican policy, whether it be the lack of social programs, whether it be the lack of education through getting rid of the Department of Education, whether that be all of these different things that the Democrats are advocating to keep and Republicans are advocating to get rid of. So who is going to help out? Who is going to help out, quote unquote, low skill laborers the most? Not Republicans.
Yeah, Democrats. Well, they should be deported. We shouldn't help them. We've already have a strain on our public.
Low skill workers should be deported.
Illegal immigrants, yes, they should be deported.
We
100%.
weren't talking about immigrants. We were talking about workers in the country who are citizens.
They shouldn't be. Well, they're citizens. They shouldn't be deported. So
if someone is legally in the country, they shouldn't be deported.
No, they shouldn't. And
okay, Donald Trump deported Donald Trump deported people legally in the country.
Well, asylum doesn't count.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about the Haitian migrants that were legally in the country due to Biden's policy that Donald Trump deported. I'm talking about Ukrainian refugees that were legally in the country that Donald Trump deported.
Use asylum. That's part of asylum. Asylum's different.
Why? It's a legal process.
People abuse this asylum system.
But it's illegal. Is it a legal process? You just said people who are in the country legally should not be deported.
Just because it's a legal process doesn't mean that they don't abuse it. I said,
are they in the country legally?
Well, we should get rid of the asylum system because the asylum system
you want to get rid of the entire asylum system? Jesus Christ! What is the point of it?
System.
That's what you just said.
I said we should get rid of part of the asylum system. 100%. We
what
should
part of the asylum system?
We should get rid of a big chunk of asylum seekers because a lot of them are economic migrants. A lot of them lie about their asylum claims.
Oh, okay. If they lie about the asylum claim, then if they lie about the asylum claim, that's determined by the courts. Why didn't you support the bipartisan border bill that would have made the court system go faster for people who are seeking asylum?
Because the border would have gained amnesty more than it would. It's an amnesty bill. It's not actually going to deal with the border.
Wrong.
More of an amnesty bill.
Wrong. Who got amnesty in the bill?
Asylum seekers.
No, they didn't.
100%. It was more of an amnesty bill.
No, they didn't, dude. No, they didn't. Actually, it was harder to seek asylum under the bill.
Okay, for future reference, but the people currently seeking asylum, a lot of them would have got amnesty. 100%.
No, look at the bill. Where in the bill does it say that?
You want me to read the whole bill right now?
I want you to give me any media source that says that was in the bill.
Besides,
I'm asking for a media source that says it was in the bill.
Let me search it up. Give me a second.
Go ahead.
I'll go on mute.
Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. How much you want to bet? EEE.
Hello.
Oh, did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did actually.
Okay. Your name and profile picture is so crazy. I thought you were a troll. Please tell me a troll.
You thought I was a troll? No.
This guy's mom. Thank you for the $5. Thank you.
I just like to support my.
The guest mom said, "Sweetie, dinner is getting cold."
Did she? I didn't hear her. She's 5,000 miles away from me.
Okay, so why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Okay, to be honest with you, I didn't like how I did not like how Joe Biden was running the country. The economy was weak.
Can you name one thing that Joe Biden did that you disagree with?
He did. He stopped drilling. He stopped drilling.
You're trolling. Get the fuck out of my life.
To be honest with you, I just don't like the niggers.
I knew they were trolling. Fucking weirdo, dude. What a weirdo.
Did you hear that last part?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Why so?
Why so? Here, 1 second. I'm getting my buddy on here too. Can you hear him?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
I'm getting bad vibes from him. To the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
How old are you?
I'm 24.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Why so?
Because I really thought Biden was a very bad president, as well as his response to COVID.
Okay. How was he a bad president?
He was weak. He really did not stand up for us. He was way too old to be president. He felt like his last 3 years he wasn't even in
Can you tell me at what
control.
age are you then too old to be president?
I think at 80, you should not be able to run
Okay,
for
thank you for the dollar. So 80?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're going to be 80 within the term, should you be able to run?
I think that's fine. But after 80, you cannot run for re-election. That's not official law, but that would be my personal opinion.
Why 80?
I think it's 80 is just like for a lot of people, once you hit 80, that's when things really start to like go down. Like my grandparents, whenever they hit 80, it's like the decline you have in age, that's when it starts to speed up.
Okay. So I don't see why you put it to 80. Like I mean, that's actually not even scientifically based, like at all. Like literally not at all. So why wouldn't you say like 70s or 65, like where retirement age is?
Well, lots of people still work at 65 and older.
You said you can work at 65, you can work at 80.
Like
the 7 Canadian.
Your argument is that Biden, yeah, like according to the law and the system, yeah, could he still be president after 80? But physically, as a person, could he have the hardest job in the world? No.
Oh, I don't think Donald Trump could either. He's mentally incompetent. Even his own people on his administration said that he's a laughingstock to foreign leaders around the world. He's unfit to be president of the United States. He's a threat to our democracy. He doesn't believe in the Constitution.
Has Donald Trump had any like slip ups, like when it comes to his age or cognitive ability since he's on the past 4 months? Has he seen a story or a moment when he's like totally like seems like he's mentally out of it? Like one time, do you have an example?
Yeah, do I? Yeah, sharks and batteries. Do you want me to play the clip?
Yeah, play the clip if you want to.
Pepsi Cola, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I can't believe you don't believe this. Like, are you serious? You have never heard this? Have you never heard this?
Probably not. Just play it. I am curious.
The bill allowed 80,000 Afghanistans to
What the fuck are you talking about?
Afghans to become citizens. Right there.
What's wrong with that?
Well, you said it didn't happen.
Can you tell me? Can you tell me where? Like where in the bill?
CNN. That's the source.
Tell me the title.
Let me get the title. Give me a second. Loading on my computer right now.
And I got you. I can't believe you've never heard the sharks and batteries. And I want you to tell me what he's saying in this video. Okay, is that fair?
Yeah. Well, when did this happen?
This happened
So I said, let me ask you
on
a
the campaign trail.
And he said, nobody ever asked this question. And it must be because of MIT, my relationship to MIT. Very smart. He goes, I say, what would happen if the boat sank from its weight and you're in the boat and you have this tremendously powerful battery and the battery's now underwater and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there. By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Do you notice that? A lot of shark. I watched some guys justifying it today. Well, they weren't really that angry. They bit off the young lady's leg because of the fact that they were not hungry, but they misunderstood who she was. These people are crazy. He said there's no problem with sharks. They just didn't really understand a young woman swimming now really got decimated, and other people do a lot of shark attacks. So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards, or here. Do I get electrocuted? If the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking. Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted? Or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? Because I will tell you, he didn't know the answer. He said, nobody's ever asked me that question. I said, I think it's a good question. I think there's a lot of electric current coming through that water. But you know what I'd do if there was a shark or you get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time.
That's the complete sentence, though. Like, you had a full thought. Biden couldn't even complete a full sentence. And also,
please tell me what it meant. Please tell me.
Hold on.
Please tell me what that meant.
I asked you.
No.
Like,
I want you to respond. I'm going to mute you if you don't fucking respond. Hey, you disingenuous piece of shit. Answer the fucking question. What the fuck did that mean?
He was talking about how there's more sharks attacked lately, and he was talking conversation about would he rather die from an electric shock or a shark, and he said
you're not going to get shocked by the fucking battery. What are you talking? Battery goes underwater. You don't get shocked. What are you talking about?
That's just a point I didn't know. I'm talking about cognitive decline.
You're telling me you heard that. You're telling me you heard that.
Who's alive or who he's talking to.
I can't even believe
about real cognitive decline.
I can't even believe it. You're telling me you heard that, and you're like, he's totally coherent.
But plus also, you didn't even answer my point of like, has Donald Trump had a moment since winning re-election and becoming president where he showed real cognitive decline? Has he had one moment since January of 2025 when he's had real cognitive decline?
Yes.
And that moment didn't count. You saw Joe Biden
I
during
didn't know
that debate.
Since 2025. Apparently, we can only do it for the past 4 months.
Here's my question.
We can't do it for the
Joe
past
Biden
year. You
did
know what I
not
mean?
drop out, would you have voted for Joe?
Okay. Wow, this guy's just voice is annoying me at this point. Right? What happened in this administration? Well, we can look at this administration and we can see Donald Trump, who literally didn't know who he pardoned. Literally like a few days prior. Isaac Neutron.
I just want to answer the question. Would you have voted for Joe Biden if you had not dropped out?
Didn't even hear what I said. Can you repeat to me what I just said?
I just want you to answer my question, bro. Would you have voted for
I'm
Joe
about to
Biden
kick you
if
from
you
my
had dropped
stream. If
out?
you don't listen to a single one of my questions, why should I listen or answer yours?
Come on, repeat your question. Repeat your question.
Dude, can you tell me what I said? If you can't tell me any of the words that I said, I'm going to kick you.
You're talking about Donald Trump's decline, claiming his decline.
What did I just say? What was it?
You're talking about the shark clip.
No, I wasn't.
Oh my God, don't gaslight me, bro.
I'm not gaslighting you. I was talking explicitly about the pardons. Right? Donald Trump didn't remember who he pardoned a few days earlier.
Okay, who do you pardon specifically? You forgot.
Is that an example you'll accept?
If it's a fact, then fair. But
1st April.
But I just still want to hear the answer to my question. Would you have still voted for Biden if you had never dropped
doesn't address what I said, runs back to the same thing. I would have voted for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. Now, would you like to respond to what I said?
Even in his clear...
Is he not going to respond to what I had to say? Are you in cognitive decline?
I think you would have also just voted for Joe Biden, period, at 82.
Yeah.
That means you're a hypocrite.
No, it doesn't.
You're saying like, oh, if Trump's age is a turnoff for you, then yeah, that's fair. Like, I would much rather have a younger guy as president myself. I think like JD Vance, I like a lot more than Donald Trump. I think he's a lot better politician.
Was I respond? I'm pretty sure. Don't get me wrong.
A lot more.
This guy doesn't listen to what I have to say. He doesn't listen. I want you to turn your ears on for a second. Just for a second, because I have already answered this. This was your fucking argument, you utter moron. You utter moron. What do you mean? This isn't my argument. Why are you asking me about that? I'm a hypocrite. Are you okay? You said that you would vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. If you cared about the cognitive decline, who has more cognitive decline, Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? Answer me that question, please.
Hey, I think Kamala is just incompetent. She's just dumb.
Really?
I think
Really? You think
got
that
more
Donald
brain
Trump?
cells than
You think
78
Donald Trump is
Kamala
more
Harris.
aware than Kamala Harris? You're fucking delusional. You
Yes,
have cognitive
obviously.
decline. Actually, in order for you to decline, you had to have been at a state in which you were at a higher point of intelligence. You never fucking were. You have like paper or rock level intelligence. Jesus Christ, dude. If you really believe that Donald Trump is more cognitively aware than Kamala Harris, you are an absolute moron.
That's your opinion, bro.
It's the correct.
And
It's
I'm
the
not gonna
correct.
call
It's
you a
the
moron
correct
'cause
opinion.
I
If you agree with that,
hold
hold on. Let's clarify.
You call me a moron 8 times.
Cool. If you agree with me in the comment section, type 3. If you agree that if he can't tell the difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, insofar as he's going to say that Kamala Harris is clearly more cognitively aware than Donald Trump, then you are an absolute moron. Okay? That's like someone saying Joe Biden's more cognitively aware than Kamala Harris. Okay? That's like saying that's even worse than someone claiming that Joe Biden is more cognitively aware than Donald Trump. Because there is a bigger difference in the cognitive awareness and abilities of Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump than there is between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. You guys act like cognitive decline is so bad for Joe Biden, but you fail to realize that the difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump is even greater. Unbelievable.
But you still would have voted for Biden if he didn't drop out. So it doesn't even matter to you.
Yeah, it was your argument. And Suzanne, thank you so much for the $23. Thank you so much, Suzanne. I really appreciate the
You want to talk more
$23.
about Kamala?
And Kay, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Kay. I really appreciate it, Kay. Thank you for the $25. I really appreciate that.
Kamala brands herself as a progressive, but look at her career. She's been an establishment, status quo politician for her entire career. She would have not changed everything.
Caleb, thank you for $2. No one advocated that she was going to change everything. I never said she was this gleaming progressive, right? She's way better than Donald Trump.
They can't understand why people didn't vote for her because she wouldn't change anything.
She was going to change things. Well, I don't know why you just listen to what I said.
No, she said she would not do anything different than Joe Biden did. And look at her career.
Joe Biden. Hey.
She's put innocent black people in jail. She's pro-prison labor.
I fucking hate you. You're a horrible person. You are an absolute fucking idiot, dude. Absolute fucking idiot. I'm sorry. I fucking hate talking to people like you. You absolute fucking moron. What are you talking about? Jesus Christ. Donald Trump's policy wants to keep putting black men in prison for fucking possession. Are you kidding me? He wants it to still be illegal. What are you fucking sitting here and acting like you give a shit about that? What the fuck are you talking about? I cannot deal with this letter of total fucking incompetence that I have to deal with on a daily fucking basis. It is unbelievable. Unbelievable. How fucking disingenuous do you have to be to say shit like that? To act like you care about people who are in prison for possession. The fact that you care about people affected by the drug war. What the fuck are you talking about? It is unbelievable. The fact that I'm supposed to treat that as if that's a legitimate fucking statement that I should respond to. You can unmute your mic. Push the hand out. I seriously, I actually have to respond to that as if it's a fucking genuine statement from that guy. As if it's a fucking coherent point. It's unbelievable.
Bro, I want change, dude. I genuinely want change, but Kamala wasn't going to change anything.
Kamala.
Let me ask you, did fentanyl deaths increase?
By the way, you can't say that loud. You can't say F drug on the live. That's going to get this age restricted. Jesus Christ, dude. Insane. He said no changes. Inflation Reduction Act wasn't a change. Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill wasn't a change. Ships and Science Act wasn't a change. The PACT Act wasn't a change. The American Rescue Plan wasn't a change. None of these things were apparently changed. He doesn't understand that Joe Biden caused change. No, it wasn't. It reduced childhood poverty by 45%.
It caused major inflation.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did. Because
Wait,
the bill was too
wait, you're saying spending causes inflation?
Yeah, the board.
Yeah. Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending. His next campaign plans for his next administration will cause more debt-related spending by $4 trillion. The Committee for Responsible. Now listen to me here. You say that spending causes inflation. $4 trillion more debt-related spending for Donald Trump and his administration, first administration, comparative to Joe Biden. If you want to reference the next administration, the campaign plans, Kamala Harris's campaign plans versus Donald Trump's campaign plans, $4 trillion more for Donald Trump comparative to Harris. So get $8 trillion if you take into account the two different administrations.
All right. First of all, both parties are not going to lower the deficit. To lower the deficit, you have to go after entitlements. Both parties aren't going to go after entitlements. But yes, the American Rescue Plan did cause inflation. You'd be crazy not to admit the American Rescue Plan didn't cause inflation. And then I got the link for you. Do you have the New York Times?
Here, 1 second. Can you repeat what you just said? Because you just said something that was totally wrong, but I had to turn off the chat because there's bots in the chat that are spamming slurs. So for all the people who want to chat, go over to my YouTube channel, Parker Get a Job. There's no chat right now because there's bots spamming stuff in the comment section. So I'm just not going to deal with that anymore because we literally can't block all of them over and over again. So please go over to my YouTube channel if you want to comment. Go ahead.
The American Rescue Plan definitely did cause inflation. There's no
And what was my
about
response to that?
That, oh, Trump had more spending and stuff.
Yeah. So did Trump cause more inflation?
Well, depends on what scenario. Did Trump did better?
Trump cause more inflation? This is a very simple question. You said more spending causes more inflation. I gave you an explicit example of Donald Trump signing more debt-related spending into law. Did he cause more inflation?
Yes, Trump caused more inflation.
So then
during
why are you
COVID,
saying
but
the
then-
American Rescue Plan caused inflation when you're not willing to acknowledge that Donald Trump's plans caused more inflation? So if you cared
Because-
more about inflation, you would have voted for Donald or Kamala Harris over Donald Trump.
Because Trump's stimulus checks were more necessary than Biden's American Rescue Plan stimulus check. Biden's American stimulus check was way too much at the time it was. It was already, what was it, in 2021 when the peak of COVID already kind of subsided. So Biden's American Rescue Plan.
People were still in a bad circumstances. Why we wanted the
Yes,
American
there was
Rescue Plan.
still
That's why we
too much.
wanted Build Back Better. But what you're not understanding is that, again, if you look at the administrations in terms of debt-related spending, non-COVID related spending, 4.8 trillion for the Trump administration, 2.2 trillion for the Biden-Harris administration. So even taking into account non-COVID related spending, right, it still is the case that Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending by far.
Again, both parties are not going to get rid of the deficit and
I'm
debt.
not talking about getting rid of the deficit. I'm making a comparative analysis between the two candidates to say that Donald Trump caused more inflation under your perspective comparative to, or Donald Trump caused more inflation comparative to Kamala Harris. Because she signed off less debt-related spending. Joe Biden signed off less debt-related spending comparative to Donald Trump, even taking into account non-COVID related spending.
Trump's inflation numbers were lower in the first term than Biden's inflation
It takes
numbers.
years for inflation numbers to
okay,
occur. Secondly, right, not all the inflation that we saw under the Biden-Harris administration was from the spending bills. The spending bills were a very small portion of that inflation. It was actually more supply chain issues. Linda, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Linda. I really appreciate it. Caitlin, thank you for the $5. Lindsay, thank you so much for the $10. Really appreciate it. Hannah with the $10. Kesha with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Nathaniel, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate that, y'all.
Okay, and I also got the link for the immigration. Do you have the New York Times? Or no?
No.
Do you have the? No, you don't have. Okay, then never mind. But in the New York Times, you don't have the New York Times?
No.
You should really get the New York Times. I feel like that's an important article, the important news company to get, especially if you're into politics. I feel like that's important. You should really get the New York Times. But if you ever do get the New York Times, the article is the immigration bill was never going to fix the border. An opinion essay on the New York Times.
I'm just gonna throw my head through a wall. There's no way you just sourced a fucking opinion. I'm gonna throw my head through a wall.
Wait, but it comes against.
I can't
the
do
New
it.
York
I
Times.
seriously
It comes
can't
with
do it. I
facts.
seriously can't do it.
It comes with facts.
No, an
And
opinion,
also
an opinion piece from the New York Times is not a source. An op-ed from the fucking New York Times is not a source. Jesus Christ, dude. I'm supposed to take this seriously. I'm supposed to seriously take this seriously, dude.
Calm down. Calm down.
It's
Take
not
a
about
deep
calming
breath.
down. It's about you fucking get smart. Get smart. Take a deep breath.
No
Get
need-
smart.
no
Fucking
need-
do research.
no
Educate
need to- no
yourself.
need
Jesus
to-
Christ.
No need to throw insults. Calm down. Calm down.
What was the insult?
What?
What was the insult?
Calling me dumb? That's not an insult.
I just said you need
that's
to. I said you need to get educated.
You said you're not smart. Get smart. Those are your exact words. That is an insult.
Get smart. That's not an insult.
Yeah,
It's a
that-
fact of reality.
Okay, well that is an insult. But
It's
look,
not.
the-
It's not. I was not trying to
you don't-
disparage
don't
you. I
have-
was just acknowledging reality.
Okay, whatever. Look, I can't show you the article because I can't share my camera, but it is a fact that the border bill did allow amnesty for
Caleb, thank you for $5.
80,000
Thank you so much.
Afghanistan.
Go find me a single source that's not an op-ed.
Oh my God. Like, again, the op-ed has facts in it. Just because it's an op-ed doesn't mean it doesn't come with facts to back up his opinion. It actually did allow 80,000 Afghanistan refugees to be allowed in the border bill, 100%.
One, that's not bad. Two, I want something other than an op-ed that determines this. If it's true, you should easily be able to find a source that does not include an op-ed. Oh my God, Parker's asking me for sources. No.
No, it's just like, how do you not have the New York
believe
Times?
my source right here? He just didn't believe this, man.
So wait, how is, you said that there was no amnesty. I'll go get a source, but 100% they allowed 80,000 Afghanistan.
Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You're doing great, Parker. Thank you so much, I really appreciate it. You just continuing to claim it does not make me believe it. Stop just claiming it. I don't want to hear you just say it again. Do you feel like that's going to make me believe it? Alrighty. Yeah, again, everyone, I don't love the sound quality here. Is there bad sound quality here, y'all? I don't think there shouldn't be. Yo, Jace with the $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Jace in the comment section for the $100 on Venmo? Thank you so much, Jace. I really appreciate that. Can we get some fucking W's for Jace in the comment section for the $100 on Venmo? Thank you so much, Jace. W's for Jace in the comment section right now. Your sound quality is immaculate? Okay, based. Ask yourself. Thank you for $2. Everyone on YouTube, or everyone on TikTok, go over to my YouTube. Everyone on YouTube, make sure to like the stream, everyone. I think we literally have like less than 2,000 likes still. I think we need to get 2K. We're at 1887. There's almost 3,000 people in live. Let's get to 3K. Okay. 3K likes. Here we come. Watch this, chat.
I got the source when you're ready. But
For sure. Just give me 1 second. Liam, can you mute your mic? Leave the live or speak.
Why are you so
Oh, you're
thirsty
such
for
a good
clicks?
boy. What a good boy. Sorry, inside joke, everyone. All right, go for it.
Reuters, U.S. to lift Afghan visa limit under Biden Congress deal. There's the title.
Wait, what's the say it one more time?
U.S. to lift Afghan visa limit under Biden Congress deal. Reuters, March 19, 2024.
That's not the bipartisan border bill. Asher, think the $3.
That is the bipartisan border bill.
No, it's not.
Congress bill. Then what bill is that?
What bill does it say it's referring to?
Let me read the article. Maybe it's a different article then.
In the meantime, while he looks it up, everyone, again, make sure to like the stream, everyone on YouTube. But again, W's for Jace in the comment section right now. That's incredibly fucking nice of you, Jace. W's for Jace in the comment section. That's seriously so fucking nice of you. Everyone on TikTok, go over to my YouTube channel. Parker, get a job, everyone. If you want to comment, we're getting trolls in the comment section. I'll try to turn it off. Oh, I got banned for harassment and bullying. Okay, I honestly thought that was coming. I thought that was coming. Everyone come over to the YouTube, please. Green, thank you for the $2. Thank you. We're out of accounts, everyone. We're out of accounts. You're dealing with children? Yeah, I know. It's like, I can't stop myself from responding that way when I just like the people I deal with are like that, bro. It's impossible. I really try. I try so much. It's unbelievable. Everyone here on the YouTube stream, make sure to like the stream, everyone. Make sure to like the stream. I'm actually gonna grab we'll just do StreamYard for the rest of today because we don't have much left on the live, everyone. So we'll just do YouTube, StreamYard if there's anyone in here. If not, we will just do Q&A. All right, let me throw this in the chat, everyone. I look so cooked, chat. Oh my god, chat, I just realized the whole day I didn't even have both of my fucking lights on. No one told me it was darker today. I didn't even realize. Oh, chat, I didn't even realize. I've been saying that. I'm sorry, chat. Ask yourself, think of it $2. Thank you. Oh, that's incredibly kind of you. Don't worry. Don't worry. You don't need to. You don't need to. Thank you. Do y'all like it dark comparative the other way? Yeah, I did get banned, chat. All right, let me throw this in the chat. That's actually diabolical. That very sunburned. I know, right? There you go. You can click on that and join as a guest, everyone. Oh, wait, hold up. I can't hear anyone yet. All right, y'all should be able to hear me now. Hello? Hello, everyone. Do y'all hear me? Y'all should be able to hear me. How's everyone doing? You getting sleep? Yes, the bags of my eyes are genetic. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Or did you vote for Donald Trump? Charlie, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Oh, no, I did not.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Appreciate you. I appreciate you. I am just looking for people right now who did vote for Donald Trump. I do appreciate everyone coming up, though. Yo, what's up? Did you vote for Donald Trump? Carrie, did you vote for Donald Trump? All right. May, did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
2005.
Okay. And you said you're 19. What month?
July.
Okay. So why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
So I think abortion is wrong.
Okay. What about abortion being wrong means it should be illegal?
I mean, it's like killing a potential life, so it should be illegal.
A potential life? I
Well,
thought
yeah.
it was already living. How can you
I
kill
mean-
something that's a potential life?
Well, it's already living, but like,
So it is a life already.
yeah.
Okay. So what's wrong with killing a cellular life? I mean, do you care about like the bacteria in your mouth or like skin cells if they were to fall off and be living?
Okay, but that
Sperm cells?
it wouldn't really correlate.
What's up?
It wouldn't correlate. That's not like the same thing.
I couldn't hear what you were saying. You couldn't what?
No, it's just not the same thing
What about it?
because it's a human.
Yeah, I gave you an example of like a human sperm cell.
Okay, but it's just more important.
I'll give you an example. If I slap a zygote in a petri dish, should I go to prison?
Yeah.
Yeah. Women
Yeah.
who have IUDs, should they go to prison?
Well, no.
But not only can an IUD prevent fertilization, but it can also prevent implantation, meaning it prevents a fertilized egg from implanting into the uterine wall, therefore ending a human life. And when do you think of the $5? Thank you.
Okay, but like,
And
if
Hannah, think of the
you-
$5, probably StreamYard.
if you abort like for no reason, like, I think it should be illegal.
Again, when you say for no reason, the reason would be to end the pregnancy. Like they don't want to deal with the pregnancy. Like,
Well,
I'll
yeah,
give you an
but, like,
example. If
if
my
you-
girlfriend got pregnant and she got an abortion the first trimester, should she go to prison? Hello? All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Oh, my bad.
All right, appreciate you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're in the show. Everyone can. Oh my god.
They didn't mean to come on, chat. I think they were just trolling. Yo, what's up? Did you vote for Donald Trump?
You should post the link on Twitter for this.
Yeah, it doesn't send out because it's a YouTube link.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, appreciate you though. American Center, think of the $10. They said analysis of the Senate bill. American Immigration Council is the source. You have to give me the title. Is that the title? And analysis of the Senate bill. American Immigration Council. All right. Of the Senate border bill. Is that even the bill that we were referencing? I don't even think that's the bill. Yo, what's up, Matt? Christina, think of it $2. Matt, you there?
Hey, how's it going?
Did the border bill have a what's it called? A legal status for like 80,000 people from Afghanistan?
The one that was drafted by Langford?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Come on, think of the $10.
If I
Thank
had
you.
to guess, that sounds like something that Langford probably and like Graham probably would have put in the bill because they're more like of the traditional wing of the Republican Party who want like grant that like refugees. So that may be true, but I can't verify it.
Because the Emergency National Security Supplemental Appropriations Act was not the same thing as the border bill of 2024 and the Secure the Border Act.
No, the one
Yeah,
that
so this is
no.
this is a different bill.
Yeah, you know that it's a different bill because it said emergency.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
All right, let's get another person up here real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, hello?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, absolutely not. I'm from France and I want to just give you all my support from over there.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
To be honest, I was going to vote for Kamala, but then I just didn't like the rhetorics that they were pushing down on people. I don't agree with bullying voters or anything like that, which both sides do, obviously. And so I just ended up putting my vote in for Trump because of that. Mainly.
If anyone's a bully, it'd be Donald Trump. It wouldn't be Kamala Harris. So what makes you think that Kamala Harris was for some reason the bully?
It was more of like the rhetorics of the Democrats' majority of the party is what I saw it from what they've said and what I've seen, and kind of the tactics they were trying to use against Donald Trump. I don't agree with. I don't agree with using digital means to suppress political opponents and stuff like that. I feel like that's
So how are they suppressing Donald Trump?
There's a lot of examples. Like for example, they're trying to. This is my first time doing this. I'm so sorry. This is bad.
You're good.
I didn't really think this through. I just was seeing how this worked. I think honestly, it's really about. I believe in like the constitutional rights and all that, and that people should be able to say what they want to say without fear of oppression from the government and stuff like that. And I think the Democrats and the way they were approaching Donald Trump and how they were handling it, I don't think it was the right way they could have done it to win, to be honest.
So, okay,
So
let me ask you
what
this.
could they have done to get your vote?
I think I voted because
Wait, say that one more time.
Oh, what? Oh, sorry, I got distracted.
Do you regret your vote now for Donald Trump?
There's certain I don't agree fully with Donald Trump. I just agree. I just voted him because I didn't agree with what Biden was doing with him saying, if you're a MAGA supporter, you're a Nazi. I don't agree with those types of rhetorics. The radicalization.
We didn't do that, and Donald Trump actually was the one perpetuating the idea that we were like a radical left Marxists trying to destroy the country.
Yeah.
That's actually what he did.
You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. I'm sorry. I'm really bad at this.
You're good.
Yeah.
But let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Okay. So you said though that one of the reasons why is because you were upset about Democrats going after Trump's political speech. Can you give me an example of the Democrats using like lawfare or something to go after a political statement that Donald Trump made?
So there's a lot of rhetorics on both sides that I believe they're both in the wrong for. Donald Trump's methods are, like you said, a bully, and I feel like the Democrats also reacted the same way, and it just was
Green,
a
think of the
back and forth
$5.
swing, and I don't agree with the polarization of politics. I actually hate it. I despise. That's one of the things I despise about U.S. politics is because the polarization is so bad that it just creates a divide when it was supposed to be about unity and stuff like that.
Sure, but I'm just a little confused. And I only ask because it seems to me that if your rationalization is that the Democrats are like bullies and they're going after Donald Trump, we need an example of where the Democrats went after Trump that wasn't like justified.
So I think the biggest thing is when Donald Trump was being the way he was. Like we knew what we were voting in 2016, and when in 2020 he like had his whole fit about losing the election. The Democrats took that as a way to kind of like start pushing down with the approach they were doing by taking things judicial and being like, oh, we're going to impeach you because you tried to make everyone a riot, basically, and that's not exactly what happened. I mean, he proved that he didn't do that. He told people to calm down after a while. I mean, yeah, he sat there on his butt for a while, but like,
Well, see, unfortunately, Trump himself admitted almost fault because when Trump went before the Supreme Court, he argued that all of his statements, even if they were like incitement, that they can't really be illegal because he was acting as the president. So he kind of admitted that like he may have done some wrongdoing there. It's just that he said that it was protected by Article 2. So I mean, yes, I guess you can say that, but I think he kind of um, admitted that like he had some fault in it when he went before the Supreme Court.
oh, yeah, no, I've just seen what I've seen, and like I've voted for Donald Trump because I felt that the left was, the one pushing further onto about like oh well if you're not like this then that's wrong, and then I don't really agree with that.
Do you think maybe that might be more of like a false narrative thing? Because maybe
Hmm.
it's not so much that the left is like canceling everybody, and there is cancel culture. I'm not denying that, but I'm saying maybe it's that the right acts like
That has no
victims all the
standards,
time.
and they
Yeah,
have no standards as well for behavior.
yeah, but
Like Democrats having standards for behavior is not a bad thing, right? I don't like this message of like, oh, like it's always bad to have standards on behavior or to engage in like what's considered cancel culture, because typically what's considered cancel culture is just people trying to hold others accountable for what they do.
yeah,
It's
and
almost
let's
like
not
people want a society of no accountability for what they do.
yeah, and let's not act like like the right also doesn't cancel people because they do, and also they have like this like a victim complex where if you like call them out for like their dumb shit, then they get like sad and they like complain about it and all that. So I think there's a narrative out there that you were fed and that maybe you saw as reality when it wasn't actually reality, because everything that the Democrats did to Donald Trump, like legally, we had a reason for doing it. Like we didn't curb his political speech, we went after his actions, things that he actually did.
Okay, and can I ask, like, what has been proven that he has done aside from the casual talk about, all corrupt politicians? There's a lot of politicians though that are corrupt too on like both sides.
Sure. So what's been proven? Well, he's been held civilly liable of grape or essay and of a defamation.
But
He's been
where's the proof for that though? That's the question.
It's
Where's
in the
the
court
proof is coming
documents.
from?
Well, it's in two places. It's in the court documents, and it's by the jury that found him liable. So the jury found enough evidence that they found him liable, and that's good enough for me.
But what's this whole rhetoric about, the judges being politically biased then?
Well, the judge doesn't have any say over what the jury says. The judge can instruct them, right, in like certain ways, but ultimately it's the jury that decided to find him liable. And so you have to give me a reason to not trust the jury, not just the judge. And every judge may or may not have bias, but unless you give me concrete evidence that the judges in his cases were so politically biased that it made it so that he did not get a fair trial, if you have to prove that, and so far no Republican can prove that.
True.
Everyone on YouTube, again, everyone on TikTok, we're on YouTube. For everyone on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the description, as well as in the bio on YouTube if you want to check it out. But again, everyone on the TikTok stream, make sure to go over to YouTube. Make sure to go over to YouTube. Shadow Lord, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Can you tell me specifically like what economic policy maybe you like of Donald Trump's?
I think that he has improved to some degree on economics. I wouldn't agree in every single thing, like the tariffs. I do not agree with. I that is the dumbest
No, like
thing ever.
what's something that you do agree with? Because tariffs are
I
a huge
agree
part of
with
his economic policy.
I agree with his stance on abortion. I agree on the fact that he did help to a degree with economics. I mainly like the personality of, being a strong leader, being able to tank out, the criticism and, make a stand, stuff like that. Joe Biden wasn't really, in my opinion, a strong leader. He was pretty weak, in my opinion. Allowed a lot of things to happen.
So can I ask you a question?
Okay.
Oh,
hold on. I want to finish my question real quick.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
you
sure.
said that Joe Biden was weak, right? Can you give me an example of what he did specifically that was weak?
I think he could have done better in his handlement of Afghanistan, saved, more lives, put up a bit more of a fight instead of just, ran out there with our tails between our legs kind of deal. Helped more with the
Wait, hold
Ukraine.
up. Platform. Send a request on YouTube. Join on the YouTube stream and then click on the link to join as a guest. You won't platform. Go ahead. Continue. Sorry.
I think that his handlement of Afghanistan was horrible. I think that it made America look weak. I think we could have pulled out without looking weak. The handlement with, making, completely 100% siding with Ukraine and stuff like that is kind of like a little bit. I mean, I'm on the side of Ukraine, but also at the same time, like, I kind of see the perspective of the Russians too. I kind of like, look at it from both sides.
Okay, so you're not really giving me like a specific example of what you see Joe Biden's policy or Kamala Harris's policy as weak. Would you like to provide me an example?
Yeah, because when I think weak, I think like Chamberlain, right? Like going and appeasing somebody. So like, when did Joe Biden ever like appease somebody?
Like Putin.
Yeah, like Putin, or like Xi Jinping, or like Kim Jong Un, right? Or so like give me an example of Joe Biden like showing appeasement.
I mean, I wouldn't say he shows You can be. I wouldn't say appeasement would be the only thing that would could be considered weak looking, though. I mean, the way you handle military and stuff like that can also be perceived as
Okay,
weakness
well
too.
then can I ask you a question then? Let me ask you:
Mike, thank
Would
you
you
for $5.
agree? Would you agree that at this moment right now, NATO, or at the end of Joe Biden's term, NATO was what is and was the strongest that it had ever been?
Um, it's I can see a reason to debate about it, but I can also say that probably nothing's really changed. NATO's just been the same,
So
being constrained.
NATO gained, I think, so NATO gained two countries for sure, maybe three, but definitely two countries that are on the border with Russia that have historically not wanted to join because of that fact. And Joe Biden, through his strength with NATO, got the countries of NATO to put more money and more of their economy into strengthening Ukraine. The people that give the most to Ukraine are actually the individual countries in Europe. They give as a proportion to their GDP. They give the most compared to us. We don't actually give
Yes.
all that much, and so Joe Biden, through his leadership, has made NATO the strongest that it has ever been. We are at the peak of our membership. We have more contributions, and I think Joe Biden, yes, he made mistakes, but I think looking overall at his foreign affair, that's a highlight that shows strength and not weakness.
Yeah, like this idea of, I mean, that's not even economically too, right? This idea of economic weakness that you're applying onto Donald Trump's or onto Kamala Harris because of the fact that they are like pro NATO is like what Matt said, one of the strengths of them. So like, why are we like looking at it as like one of these strengths, one of these places where they are showing a lack of weakness as weakness, especially when that grants Putin more power, like Donald Trump's position on NATO.
You got me beat there. I can't really argue on that. I just know that like based on what I know of, what made me felt like they were weak was the fact of didn't probably agree with how the handlement of things are. I think I just have a more of a different perspective of how things
Like
should be
handling of
handled.
what, for example?
Like like I believe in like a more stronger approach, I guess, or kind of like a Teddy Roosevelt approach with foreign affairs and stuff like that, where it's like,
So you
you
want
mess around.
more?
Like big stick diplomacy, right?
Yeah, like speak
Okay.
softly, but carry a big stick.
Okay, well that's NATO.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like I can't think of anything Joe Biden could have done more with like Ukraine or China other than like full on like a military conflict because
Yeah, like
it could
US
be.
support.
Yeah, because had Joe, yes, I agree Joe Biden made blunders. Like I'm gonna call it straight. He should have provided them tanks and stuff like very early on because he did it anyway. But like ultimately I do think
One
that
second, I'm gonna grab something.
sure. I do think that like ultimately he did what he needed to do up to the point of going into like full military conflict, right?
yeah.
Yeah, and so I mean, like overall, there are definitely good critiques of Joe Biden's foreign policy, but I think compared to Donald Trump's, it's better because can you name me in the 3 months that he's been in there, one foreign policy accomplishment that he has
I mean,
gained about what he said that like he was going to do?
I mean, Trump. has sat down and talked with Ukraine. I mean, the way he's
Joe
handling
Biden
it
did
is
that.
kind of yeah. Joe Biden did the same thing, but I think he's getting more progress towards peace than Joe Biden because Joe
Why?
Biden was more.
Russia has said no to the peace plan.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they're still talking about it, and it's been over a month because Russia said no to the initial peace plan.
Oh, I didn't know the outcome of that. I knew there was a peace plan, but I didn't know if there was an agreement yet or not.
Yeah, and so he didn't end it in like his first day, like he said he was going to, even though people know that it's like hyperbole. He still didn't do it, right? And there's still no peace plan. Uh, uh, Russia is still bombing Ukraine, right? And still like killing people, right? We still have a war
Yeah.
in Gaza. We have no progress with Iran yet. China and the U.S. are in this massive trade war that may spill over. God knows what happens with Taiwan, right? And so I
Oh,
don't see how we're in like a better space now with Donald Trump.
I wouldn't say that it would be. I wouldn't say it's going to be World War III because that was kind of like the fear mongering tactics that both sides used.
No. I'm not
Gain
saying it's gonna be
political
World War
power.
Three.
Yeah.
I never said that, but I'm simply saying that compared to Joe Biden, it's not as if Donald Trump has made some great progress with foreign affairs, right? I would argue that our foreign affairs are worse now than they were prior to Donald Trump because Donald Trump has injected so much chaos into the system that now we are in other conflicts like trade wars that may lead to more military conflict in the future. May. I'm not saying will. I'm
So
saying
would
may.
you consider that the Democrats also is just as guilty though as the other side is instilling chaos?
No. Democrats are significantly less right responsible for ensuing chaos because Republicans literally denied the 2020 election results, denied the court proceedings from civil courts, right, and criminal courts relating to Donald Trump's convictions and being held liable. They undermined the Constitution by literally supporting Trump, even though he said he would terminate all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. So they're violating practically every aspect of what it means to have American values.
And also, you have to give me like some example. Like, you can't just say, "Do you agree?" Well, like, give me an example of the Democrats causing the same level of
I
chaos as
mean,
Donald Trump
just
has.
saying, that he's a racist,
That's
saying,
not chaos.
He
That's
is
not
a
stuff
chaos.
racist.
like that. But
He
how
is
is
a
he a
That's not
racist.
racist? How is
chaos.
he a
How is he a
racist?
racist? Yeah, I'll tell you. So specifically, he had he said that the Central Park Five should have received the death penalty even after they had been exonerated. He also said specifically that he called people who were black with a black with an S at the end, right? Also saying that they had a trait of laziness, right? He also didn't rent to black people in the 1970s, right? And then also like explicitly because we had it's called the DOJ go after him for it, and they specifically had like testers that indicated that Donald Trump wouldn't rent to people who are black, and explicitly for people who were not white, they would put C on their applications,
And Obama's birth certificate.
right? And then also denies Kamala Harris being black, denies Obama being born in the United States because he is black, right? Saying that he was born right
And
not in the it's called my
Kenya.
brain. Kenya, sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
Born in Kenya, right? These are all ridiculous assertions, and they're all definitely very much showing his racism that he's never taken accountability for, never acknowledged, never moved on from, right? It's nothing he's ever addressed. The only apology I've ever seen from him is after the Access to Hollywood tapes came out, and it wasn't
Half-assed
even an
apology.
actual apology. It was a bullshit
Yeah,
apology.
half-assed apology. Yeah.
I mean, I think he just says a lot of dumb things because it gets attention, though.
Well, yeah, but at some point we have
Is
to
that what
take
you
him
want though as a
seriously.
president?
I mean, it's more than just. There's more to it, I guess. Than they're both pretty bad. Were pretty bad candidates in my opinion. Like I wish it was more better selection. To be honest, I just picked whatever, in my opinion, was the lesser evil.
You
And
think
I
Donald
didn't.
Trump was the lesser of two evils? What evidence you have that Donald Trump was the lesser of two evils? Like what reason do you have
I
to believe
just didn't agree with Kamala's stance on a lot of things.
Kamala?
mainly it wasn't really Joe Biden the problem. It was
Like, what about her
Kamala.
stance? What about her stance, Kamala?
Management of the border, not okay.
Management
Horrible.
of the border? What
What
authority
I
did
heard.
she have over the border?
Border Cesar, I think.
No, that's
No,
a complete lie.
no, that was made up by the Republicans, just like made up.
Can
Literally
I
was
have
never a thing.
source?
Well, you're the one claiming that that's a thing, right? It was just totally made up by Republicans. That's what we're saying. You can't
Yeah.
provide us anything, any source. Then
So I'm not, yeah, I'm not at my computer, so I can't like pull something up. But I can give you, if you go to the White House Gov archive, in February, I think it's February or March of 2021, Joe Biden designates her as the lead person to go to 3 Central American countries to get investment in those countries to stop the flow, because at the time the greatest flow of migration was from those countries, and she succeeded. She got tens of billions of dollars investment in those countries to build their infrastructure so that people won't want to actually flee to this country. And so, but she had no authority over the actual border. It's not as if she was like signing papers and stuff over the actual border. We have somebody who's a secretary who actually does that work, and that was his job. And as you can see, the Republicans actually did criticize him heavily. So you can't have it both ways. You can't claim that VP Harris is in charge of the border while also criticizing the actual guy who's in charge of the border.
True.
Yeah, and so that's what. So Republicans just claim that because that's what they do. Is they just say things and they throw it against the wall and see what sticks. And this one stuck. She was never named border czar. Like it's just not. It's not a thing. That was the name that was given to her.
Another thing I didn't agree with that didn't make was the abortion stance, but I believe that it should be the state's, decision, not federal, and that's just kind of like what I believe. Like leave it to the actual people instead of
Yeah.
like the government.
Okay, then if you want to leave it to the people and not the government, well, then maybe you should have left it to the people through Roe versus Wade.
I don't know that one. So
Well, Roe versus Wade, right, left it to the people, right? It basically said, though, all it said is that there's like a minimum guarantee that you have to give people. Past that, you can do it. You can do whatever the fuck you want, right? So like, so you can't ban it, at, up to this point, but then going forward, then you can have laws on anything. So the Roe v. Wade standard, I think, was very good politics, and it left it up to the states mostly.
so like it was kind of like I'm confused then why there was such an issue with Roe v. Wade then.
Because people are anti-abortion.
Yeah, when you overturn Roe versus Wade, it leaves it up to the states, and it restricts even women's access to abortion, even if they've been assaulted in certain states, which is
But
ridiculous.
it's
You
still,
think that
still
those
left to like individual states instead of the whole government as a whole, right?
It
but
didn't.
But like when it was protected federally through Roe versus Wade, it left it up to the individual person. You want it to be up to the individual person, right?
True.
And by the way, Roe v. Wade did leave quite a bit of abortion policy to the states, because Roe v. Wade is not in isolation, right? There were acts of Congress. There was the Casey decision in the 1990s. So I mean, Roe v. Wade didn't just say that like the states had no say. No, the states actually had.
Oh, Matt, you there?
Oh, he died?
You cut out. Just give him a second. For the meantime, everyone on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream, everyone. We should have probably like 9 more minutes left in the live, everyone, before I have to get off today, everyone. So I do recommend liking the stream, everyone. Also, if you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree is in the description of the YouTube stream or in the bio here on TikTok. So if you want to support me, that is the best way to do so. Also, you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Those are the best ways to do so. Tomorrow I should be, on at normal times like usual. But also, if you want to watch any of my old live streams, my VODs are always publicly available. Go to the lives portion of my YouTube. You can watch back the full lives, or you can go and you can watch the videos that I post. I post videos every single day.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Yeah, sorry. I I got a phone call. No, so all I was saying was, like, to sum it up, is that Roe v. Wade left quite a bit to the states. So, like you can't claim that it didn't. I mean, it just had a baseline federal protection.
And getting rid of it though allowed more freedom for each states to be more stricter as they wish, basically.
It did in ways that I think are like wrong, because it allowed states to practically ban it in like all circumstances, which I think is wrong.
I mean, my positioning is still the same. I mean, on that, then it was given back more to the state individualism. So
Okay. So again, but like that's not giving it to the individuals. That's giving it to the government within those regions. So if you want freedom, you wouldn't have left it up to the states. You would have kept it as it was.
I think I have to agree to disagree on that one. I there's not really a good argument I can make that would make a really good. That would be a good idea argument. I think I'm gonna have to agree to disagree on that one.
If you don't have a good argument, why don't you drop the view?
That's true. Sorry, this was the first time.
No, it's totally normal. I
you're
get you.
good.
I do this every day, so like it's
I think thanks for having me on here. I learned a lot actually. So thanks.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks for coming up.
Thanks for coming up. All right, yeah, we have no guest requests. Everyone will probably just answer questions until we get off. We got about like 6 more minutes left on the live, everyone.
I'll let you have your live back, because I have to head to bed anyway because it's late. So thanks for having me on, and
All right, for
bye
sure.
chat. Yep, thanks, dude. Bye bye.
All right, I'll see you, bro. All right, everyone, for on YouTube, just try to get to 3,000 likes before we do end. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal is in my description, as well as you can ask me questions over YouTube Super Chat. I'll try to look at as many questions as I can in the comment section in the meantime, though. Let me know anything. Also, people on TikTok, you can ask me questions now. I'm paying attention to TikTok now. I'm not debating anymore. I think he did learn. It's his first time debating, so. How was the AOC Bernie rally? It was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. Nothing too crazy. They didn't even let me up on the creator spot because I forgot to like verify myself as a creator before. Like, I don't mean to sound like that guy, but like all the creators there knew who I was, and like I was just hanging out with them the whole time, and they wouldn't even let me up still. And I'm like, bro, I'm also a publicly verifiable individual, I'm publicly verifiable. The people there know me, and I was talking to them and hanging out with them the whole time. I'm like, at a certain point, like you should just be able to like let me up, It's easy. Thank you so much for the $2. Maybe soon. Because there's a podcast I could do in Vegas. But hey, Parker, how will the Unfuck America thing work? Won't Charlie call the police or something? They can't call the police. We have our own set podium. So we have just as much of a right to be there as he does. They can't call the police on us and get us kicked out. That's not possible. We already verified with the people there. So you guys will be able to show up to our event, to our podium, and come to ours. Seriously, ours is way better. Like ours is going to be, you can have conversations with us, talk to us, ask us questions. And we'll be filming content April 22nd at Texas A&M. Also, I go to unfuckamericatour.com. We do have to hit like a funding goal and whatnot to do future ones, but we'll see. The thing is, I think most of the funding would probably come after we started. So it's like, I don't know if we're going to be like, if that even makes sense, Trinity, why do you keep making new accounts just to get onto my live? Like, what's wrong with you? I'm just going to keep blocking you every time I see you. Will you live stream the event? I'll think about it. Either that or I'll film. Maybe some parts I'll live stream. But yeah, make sure to like this stream, everyone here on TikTok. On YouTube. It really would mean a lot. I think right now we're currently at like 2,300, almost 2,400 likes. If we can get to at least 2,500, I'd really appreciate that. We have 2,900 people in here. I think we can get to 2.5. First time I've seen Parker not debating. Yeah, we just got done for today. Should debate more on religion and gender. I probably could here on YouTube. I mean, I got some religious debate stuff planned here pretty soon. That's gonna come out. That's gonna be really big. So look out for that. Cindy, thank you for the $1. And also, I feel a little sick today, everyone. I'm a little bit sick today. I'm a little congested. My throat is a little sore. You see AOC and Bernie? No, didn't even. The creators there didn't even get to meet them. It was just like they walked past and waved essentially, and like what? I'm like, dude, Bernie and AOC have got to be doing videos and interviews after those with people who are there. Like, if they did a video with me, that's 1 million views. You know what I'm saying? Hold up. Yes, lol. That's funny. All right, everyone, we got like a minute and a half, and I have to go because I have to go pick up my girlfriend. Ah. And how the chat to the left. Yes, do make sure to like the live to the left. Oh, yes, absolutely. I think we're probably almost at 2,500, y'all. We're at 2425. He's back and he's sunburned. Yep. You should see my neck, chat. Look at this. It's painful. It actually is painful. I'm not going to lie. Mallory, thank you for the $1. Is that from the rally? Yep. You see Bernie at Coachella? Yeah, that was sick. That was sick. Like, good shit, Bernie. That's totally valid. Like, maybe that's what he needed to get to right after. Valorant, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. I believe in a progressive tax income, so it'd be kind of hard to go through all of that. I'm typically fine up to like 50, 55% for the highest levels of income. I'm talking millions of dollars a year. All right, everyone, I'm going to get off right now. I love y'all so much. Everyone, seriously, make sure to like the stream. I want to get to 2,500 before we do end it. I think we're almost there. We're at 2447. Seriously, if just 50 plus people like it, I'd be able to get there. Also, I'd really recommend if you go like my new YouTube video and go check it out and watch it. Only do it if you're going to watch the whole video or anything, you know, but actually you don't have to watch the whole video. It's 49 minutes. It's kind of long, but watch it if you want. I love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I love y'all so much. I think we're just about at 2,500, 2476. All right. I love y'all so much. I love y'all so much. Let me end on my phone. And then we'll end here. All right. I love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. 24.99. We're basically there. 2,500. All right. I appreciate y'all. Have a great night, everyone. I love y'all so much. Peace out, y'all.